Chapter 51, Group Annihilation. The people of the Dark Dragon Guild below had been completely killed and couldn't find their way. Moreover, due to the large number of people and the speed of the Wild Wolf boss, some players who were able to hurt the Wild Wolf boss were blocked by other chaotic players, and could only stare blankly and curse. As the players below became more and more chaotic, the accidental injuries between players became more and more serious. Those players on the periphery were frightened by the elusive skills of the Wolf boss. As soon as they saw any movement, they immediately attacked, which caused the people behind to attack in that direction, while the Wolf boss was harvesting lives elsewhere. The white light of death is actually the best indicator, but because in this dim environment, the light of those medical spells is very close to that, so people in the distance cannot be sure and can only act according to their own feelings. Alas, the scene is not just a mess. Ah, it's here, come quickly. That was the last sentence of a player after being targeted by the Wolf boss. Fuck, kid, you dare to attack me. That was the dialogue when a teenager's fireball technique accidentally hit a swordsman in front. And there have been many similar scenes, just with a different line. The chaos below opened the eyes of the two culprits, Mina and Oiwa. I think it's only a matter of time before they are wiped out. By the way, are you sure this deodorizing powder works? Diane touched the powder on his naked body and asked with some disbelief. I don't know. It seems that it has little effect on creatures like bosses, but it's better than nothing. Shui Na was unsure, but she applied it with the mentality of being better than nothing. Forget it, I've made a lot of money today. So many people from the Dark Dragon Guild died at once. I feel very happy when I think about it. Diane looked at the white light that was undulating and beautiful, and it was almost singing and dancing. Be careful that we follow in their footsteps. Shui Na hit Diane at this time. I don't think so. Now the Wild Wolf boss seems to be bloodthirsty, and I think the Dark Dragon Guild is retreating now. Hehe, look at that dragon, it has already walked outside. As the president, he actually let the members die and ran away. No wonder he can't compare with us. Alas, people are not on the same level. Diane pointed at the dragon hiding behind the tree and the people surrounding it. As Diane said, the people of the Dark Dragon Guild began to retreat. Oh, no, it should not be said to be retreating, but running away. I saw those people running outside one after another desperately. Some people thought they couldn't escape, so they used the return scroll to gamble their luck. Mina estimated that at least 200 people of the Dark Dragon Guild died here, and at least more than 100 pieces of equipment fell on the ground. For a moment, the number and luster of the equipment dazzled Mina's eyes. Now you know why our guilds like to fight so much. How can the drop rate of those monsters compare to killing people? Killing a person will definitely drop an item. Diane said excitedly, but seeing that Mina was a little puzzled, he added, do you think the drop rate here is very high? In fact, this is only available in the novice village. Outside, the drop rate is extremely low. This is also the reason why we, as players with some skills, specifically look for strong monsters to fight. Only those strong monsters can bring us rewards. Shui Na glanced at the quiet scene below. The players of the Dark Dragon Guild had almost left. None of the few who wanted to stay to pick up things could escape. The bloodthirsty wolf boss, whether it was because he was injured by them or for other reasons, bit them tightly behind. Along the way, the equipment that fell on the ground formed a death path map. In fact, outside the forest is the most likely place to kill the wolf boss. Without the dim environment, the wolf boss's elusive skills will be useless. As long as everyone concentrates their firepower, it is absolutely possible to kill it. However, since the dragon and a group of core figures have already used the scroll to go back, none of the players left behind are qualified to organize the rest of the people, and the players who cannot fight back have become the target of the wolf boss's venting. The two listened to the sounds around them quietly. It was very quiet, without a trace of abnormal movement. Do it quickly, only pick up those colored equipment, and give up all the white ones. Diane immediately gave the order, and then jumped down from the tree directly. However, the tree chosen by the two for shelter was very high, and this height caused Diane to fall heavily. Afterwards, Diane caught Mina who jumped down, and then went to collect the scraps separately. Diane was very direct. He threw away all the white equipment in his backpack along the way, and then picked up the equipment that he saw on the ground, put on the suitable ones directly on himself, and threw all the unsuitable ones into his backpack. For safety, Mina on the other side once again went into stealth mode. After that, All the good equipment along the way suddenly disappeared, which was very strange. The two quickly filled the space in their backpacks, and then they picked up one by one and threw it away to make sure that only the best ones were left in the backpacks. Retreat. Diane suddenly saw some vague figures swaying outside the forest, and without caring whether anyone was coming, he immediately ordered Mina to retreat. So, the two immediately ran into the depths of the forest, and then used the return scroll to go back one after the other. As soon as they returned to the village, Mina and Diane immediately separated, pretending not to know each other. After bypassing a few suspicious players, the two went their separate ways. Mina came to the shadow behind a house and immediately started stealth, while Diane, who was on the other road, was wearing a novice robe and walked leisurely towards the depths of the village. "Hey, I shouldn't have been discovered," the invisible Mina said to Diane. "It's hard to say, after all, you are now wholesale equipment and have caused a guild to come out, and I just showed my head in the wolf-howling forest. If it's a coincidence, people will believe it, but now the defeated Shenlong will not, and I'm afraid he will burn the fire on you. You should be careful these days and don't speak too aggressively. I plan to wait for the unscrupulous profiteer to come back, exchange some money and leave. I will only cause trouble for you if I stay here." Diane and Mina hid in the place where they first met, but Mina was still invisible. "Damn you! In fact, I learned a lot during the days of teaming up with you. I should have gained something." Mina summarized the time she spent with Diane in the past few days. Although it was not long, it should be very exciting. Chapter 52 Goodbye, friends. "Hey, where are you? I heard that a golden boss appeared in the wolf cave, killing the Dark Dragon Guild and almost killing them back to the novice village. Are you okay in there?" The unscrupulous profiteer started a private chat with both of them as soon as he returned to Lanluo village. "Ha ha ha, no way, they were killed in the novice village. I thought they were killed to the outskirts of the forest. They were killed so far away. It seems that the 200 people who ran out have basically died. Haha, now I really want to see if the dragon's face is black or red. Haha." Diane was already laughing so hard that he was out of breath, holding his stomach and crying in pain. "No way, it can't be related to you." The unscrupulous profiteer heard what Diane said, and there was something wrong. "Yes, we created that wild wolf boss, but we couldn't deal with it, so we threw it to the dark dragon. You know what happened next? And our backpacks are full again. This time we may have to go to the elemental city together," Mina said simply. After hearing what Diane said, Mina felt that she should go to the elemental city to avoid the limelight. "It seems that you have already caused trouble. I just received a notice from a friend, telling me to be careful when selling equipment recently. He said that the Dark Dragon Guild was tricked by someone and is now looking for revenge. Alas, the equipment is not easy to sell now, so I can only go to the auction house. You are really a wasteful master." After the unscrupulous businessman had sorted out the matter, he was very annoyed and complained about their wasteful behavior. However, he was not worried about his own safety. Anyway, if he couldn't stay here, he could go somewhere else. "It's better to put the dragon. It would be best if that guy died of anger, so as to avoid trouble," Diane said indifferently. "By the way, let me show you a video, I guarantee you will be shocked." The unscrupulous profiteer said this and sent a video in the private chat. The content of the video was only a little over 2 minutes. At the beginning of the video, many players were desperately running to Lanluo village. There were all kinds of people, but there were relatively few people from the Dark Dragon Guild. Maybe they were almost all dead. And from the shooting angle of the video, it should be on the fence at the entrance of Lanluo village. After that, white lights appeared at the edge of the video. Those were the white lights that were unique to the death of players. One after another, the number was astonishing. Looking at Mina and Oiwa, they shouted sin in their hearts. After more than 10 seconds, the figure of the wild wolf boss became clearer and clearer, but more and more people died. The ground was full of corpses and equipment, but no one dared to stop to pick them up. During this period, some players also formed teams to fight, but the wild wolf boss's skin was too thick. Even if they were hit, they could not cause much damage. Instead, it made it more angry, and the wolf howls became stronger and stronger. However, when the wolf boss was only 100 meters away from the village entrance, it did not rush down, but just roared there with great vigilance, causing a group of players who were hoping for luck to crawl back to the village, shouting to close the decorative gate. Later, the camera of the video turned and switched to the location of the village gate. At this time, a person walked out of the village and walked towards the wolf boss step by step. The wolf boss was forced to slowly retreat, roaring at the person angrily, and refused to run back to the forest. The person in the video was very familiar to Shui Nai, but Shui Nai would never have thought that he actually had such a strong strength. Before he made a move, his aura alone suppressed a golden boss and forced it to retreat. That person was the village chief of Lan Luo village, Fal. Fal had no weapons in his hands. He just stood there naturally and looked at the wolf boss. He felt very natural as flowing clouds and water, as if Fal had already merged into this nature. The world was Fal, and Fal was the world. When Fal stood still, the surrounding grass undulated around Fal, just like a radiating wave constantly hitting the surroundings. However, this wave was not strong, and it could even be said to be as gentle as a breeze. The wolf boss also began to panic, but for some reason, he did not leave. Mina couldn't feel anything from the video, but Mina believed that the people at the scene could feel a soft but vigorous feeling, the same as Fal gave her, but the one in the video should be stronger. As the frequency of the surrounding grass undulating reached its peak, Fal seemed to sigh softly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In an instant, he appeared in front of the wolf boss, with a finger pressing on its black and shiny forehead. After Far put away his finger, the wolf boss stood still for a while and then fell to the ground. His huge body stirred up dust, but the dust could not hide the brilliance of the items with different halos. Then, there was a silence. No one spoke. The commentator, who was originally very trembling, had no desire to speak. The players on the scene were just stunned and unbelievable. A finger killed a golden boss who was killing countless people in a second. All the players who were hit exhaled at the same time, which made Mina feel a little tinnitus. At the end of the video, Far was surrounded by a group of players, but no one dared to take the first step. Because there were so many people and they were surrounded tightly, the cameraman had to climb on another person, causing the camera to shake a little. But it soon focused on the scene. Fal looked at the people around him very calmly, and waved his hand gently from top to bottom. A strong wind suddenly came, and all the players around were blown away, but no one died. As for the injured, it was not clear from the video. The video ended here, but from the supplement of the unscrupulous profiteer, we can know that the village chief Fal finally took away all the exploded equipment and the body of the wild wolf boss, leaving no wolf hair for the players. Tisk tisk, this small village is really unusual. If it weren't for the Dark Dragon's hometown being too close to here, I wouldn't want to leave. Diane obviously found something from it, but didn't tell the two. What did you find? Tell me. The unscrupulous profiteer is very good as a businessman, but as a player who specializes in fighting, it's not good. Can't say it, it will cause problems, you should try to stay here. Diane refused to say anything. Goodbye, my friend. Come to the capital to play with me when you have time. Diane took 12 gold coins from the unscrupulous profiteer and walked towards the teleportation array alone, while the unscrupulous profiteer and Mina watched from a distance. Chapter 53, Burning with Anger. Now all the equipment on Diane's body is from the Dark Dragon Guild, and Diane deliberately turned on the halo effect of these equipment, making the surrounding Dark Dragon Guild players burn with anger. However, none of them dared to attack, because fighting was prohibited here, and the amazing strength shown by the village chief Fal before made these aggressive people restrain themselves. These people are the law enforcers of the Dark Dragon Guild, who specialize in hunting down hostile players. It is said that they are all elites, and all of them are the confidants of the dragon. Alas, I really didn't expect that the team of the Dark Dragon Guild was pitted by Diane last time, and this time he made the whole family restless again. It seems that Diane is definitely their nemesis. The unscrupulous profiteer watched Diane making various provocative movements beside Mina very helplessly. The teleportation array was only one step away from him, but he had been standing there for more than 10 minutes. Diane will be fine. There are more and more people now. Mina glanced at the number of players around Diane, which could be described as a sea of people. She didn't expect that Diane, who usually behaved very steadily, would make so many provocative movements in front of so many people, which surprised Mina and made her admire him even more. Nothing, if they could hit Diane, I think Diane would have teleported away long ago, and he is still waiting here. However, I think he will definitely stay there for more than 10 minutes before leaving when he arrives at the elemental city. The unscrupulous profiteer did not expect Diane to be so arrogant. It seems that he will not leave so easily without attracting the dragon. There is a safe zone around the teleportation array in each city. As long as the city is still there, it is impossible to attack players of the same camp. Well, let's go now. Anyway, looking at his appearance, he enjoys being hated. Mina was speechless about Diane's behavior. Now, let's do our own things. Now, the equipment in Mina's 3 backpacks are all colored equipment. After he kept a part of it, he must go to the elemental city to deal with the rest. I saw that both of them set out from the village entrance. They both felt that it was a bit wasteful to sit in the teleportation array, and now there is no room for anyone to squeeze into the teleportation array. It takes about 30 minutes to get from Lanluo village to the elemental city, but for Shui Na, it should take only 20 minutes, but because there is an assassin with low agility around him, he has to slow down. Just received news that the president of the Dark Dragon Guild is out now, but I don't know if he is going to find Diane. The unscrupulous profiteer suddenly said on the road. Along the way, many people also took this official road, and this official road that has existed since ancient times has been cleared of all the wild monsters around by players, and it has also been expanded a lot. The latest news is that Diane has now gone to the elemental city, but he did not leave immediately, and wandered around the elemental city, causing the elemental city to become a powder keg, and a large number of players gathered, and the city guards also increased the intensity of patrols. The unscrupulous profiteer received some news from his friends and sorted it out. Alas, it seems that Diane will not leave unless he makes the dragon angry to death. Shui Na thought to himself. In a private room of the most famous Delia restaurant in the elemental city. Boss Shen Long, do you think we should just let it go? Yan Long, the first fierce general beside Shen Long, is a professional player who is famous for his irritability. His strength is said to be higher than Shen Long. I can't do anything about it. He is now wandering around the city. No matter what we say, he just refuses to leave the city. And he only walks in those safe areas in the city. Do you think we have a chance to take action? Gilong knew that Shen Long was already full of anger and couldn't add anything to it now. I think we should deal with the gods coming down to earth first. After all, its existence has affected us. On the other side of Shen Long is a player named Tian Long. He is another vice president who specializes in managing the internal affairs of the guild. Unlike Gilong who specializes in combat, their division of labor is very clear, one outside and one inside. They are Shen Long's right and left hands. Without them, the Dark Dragon Guild is just a mess. Humph, it's just a small guild. I don't believe it can stir up any waves. Yan Long was very disdainful of the gods descending to the earth. After all, he had never heard of this guild in his previous life. Now all our elite members have died once, and our strength has declined. The most difficult thing is that our morale has dropped seriously, so the threat of the gods descending to the earth is very big now. And the deadline for the blessing of Shengming is coming soon. We must be prepared now, otherwise it will be too late. Tian Long, as a person in charge of internal management, is very good at analyzing strategic issues. By the way, have you found the ninjutsu master who was with Oiwa? Shen Long suddenly asked. No, because our men didn't have the distance to conduct reconnaissance at that time, we came to reply as soon as we found Oiwa, and the mysterious ninjutsu master never appeared afterwards. Our people can't find his information at all. And Guang had the opportunity to speak at this time. Now he is responsible for the intelligence system of the Shen Long Guild. Then is it possible that the player named Mina is in the same group with him? Shen Long's eyes were a little murderous. That? I'm not sure, but I know he met Oiwa once. And Guang suddenly remembered the first time he met Mina, and his heart started beating wildly. He hadn't thought of this. It seemed that he had to strengthen his intelligence when he returned. Training. Did he respond? Shen Long asked. No. Okay, next time I meet him, I'll ask him about this. If he can accept it, let him join. If not, I'll make sure he can't stay here. Shen Long said fiercely, it seems that he has decided to take it. Got it. And Guang cursed in his heart. If he is really in the same group with Diane, will he admit it? Only a fool would admit it. At the same time, try to find out which bastard dared to sell our equipment. Send a few people to the auction house to keep an eye on him. Report any suspicious people immediately. We have special people in charge of other places. By the way, tell those who are watching Diane to come back and don't embarrass themselves again. Shen Long ordered An Guang. Okay, I've notified them. An Guang is a very smart person, but his strength is not ideal. Talents like him are very suitable for Shenlong's appetite. Shenlong lacks this kind of talent the most. Chapter 54 Give you another chance. By the way, I just received news that the ninjutsu master named Mina appeared in the elemental city, and an assassin was following him. Nguang no longer had much hope for Mina. No matter how strong he was, he would not be valued by Shenlong. Humph, if I knew that he and Oiwa were in the same group, I would never let him go. Go there now and make sure to find out. If he went straight to the auction house, you don't have to ask. At the same time, I don't want to hear any news about him in the future. Shenlong said very calmly. He was concerned about Oiwa because of his guilt, and he didn't care about this person named Mina, so he didn't take it to heart. Understood, I'll do it now. Nguang issued a task to his subordinates while walking out of the restaurant. In fact, there is another very important meeting to be held later, which is to discuss with some familiar guilds in the previous life how to form an alliance to fight against the gods who came down to earth and the holy flame of light that has not yet appeared. As it was his first time to participate in such an important meeting, Nguang was very excited, but now he had to go to work, which made him very depressed. Back to Shuinai, in order to reduce trouble, the two entered the city one after another, but as soon as he entered the city, he found that there were several Shuinai at the gate of the city with very suspicious behavior, so he also paid some attention. After that, he was followed by someone. After discussing with the unscrupulous profiteer, Shuinai changed his goal and walked around the city. Fortunately, before entering the city, the unscrupulous profiteer asked Shuinai's two backpacks to come over, because he also knew that Shuinai was now harassed by the Dark Dragon Guild, so everything was done very carefully. Now the things in Shuinai's backpack are the most expensive equipment and items, which may be used, so the unscrupulous profiteer asked Shuinai to keep them and talk about it later. After receiving the news that the unscrupulous profiteer had successfully entered the auction house, Mina went straight to the headquarters of the Ninjutsu Guild. For a ninjutsu master, if you come to the elemental city and don't go to the Ninjutsu Guild headquarters, then you have come in vain. The Ninjutsu Guild headquarters in the elemental city is not a very gorgeous place. On the contrary, it looks a bit shabby, but if you know that this 8-story building has been working here for more than 1,000 years, then you will accept its shabbiness. From a distance, the Ninjutsu Guild headquarters looks like a legendary pagoda, but it is much larger than the pagoda, and each floor is more than 5 meters high. It is said that this building was built with ancient ninjutsu and is much more stable than the ordinary buildings around it. The building of the Ninjutsu Guild headquarters gives people a very ordinary feeling. In addition to the old style, there is nothing amazing. But those who are familiar with the history of the Ninjutsu Empire will know that this is really the hometown of ninjutsu masters. According to the effective records of the empire, ninjutsu masters are abundant here, accounting for about 50% of the country, and the number of ninjutsu masters who can become blood limit ninjutsu is also higher than other cities in the country. However, these materials are still unopened for players. After all, the current level or strength of players is not enough to access these materials. After Mina came to the headquarters of the Ninjutsu Guild, due to the level problem, he could not enter the second floor, where it is said that detailed introductions of all ninjutsu can be found, which is a fatal temptation for a ninjutsu master who is keen on fighting. Mina had no choice but to check the intermediate ninjutsu master upgrade task process in the hall to prepare for the future. However, at this time, Nguang came, and there were at least a dozen men behind him. "Hey, brother Mina, we meet again." Nguang pretended to be very surprised when he appeared. "Long time no see. Looks like you're doing well." Shuinai glanced at the thugs behind him, each one higher in level than the other. "It seems like my luck has been coming one after another since I met you. I wonder if you are interested in joining our guild now. Our guild leader thinks highly of you. He asked me to send him several invitations, but you may be too busy and didn't reply to us." Nguang came over very closely and stood in front of Shuinai. "That's about right. I've been in the Howling Wolf Forest fighting for equipment, and just now I heard a golden boss appear. And killed many players. The people with me felt it was too dangerous, so they left together. I was a new member, so I didn't leave with them." Mina knew that people like Nguang would not come to the temple for no reason, so she told the lie she made up first to lay a good foundation. "Oh, what kind of player is this? Why haven't I heard of such a person? Can you introduce them?" "This? I can't say. They don't want to be disturbed by everything, so they have been hiding. Even the equipment is handled by me." Do you think they will let others know their identities? Mina deliberately said it more seriously to deceive them. Well, then what do you think about joining our guild? As an experienced player, Nguang also knows that there are all kinds of people in the game. Don't think about it. I still say what I said before. I don't want to join a guild. After all, being free and unfettered is what I want. Shui Na said to Nguang very seriously. However, someone came out soon, pointing the finger at Oiwa. I heard that you met Oiwa before, right? One of Nguang's men suddenly stepped forward to ask, and the sturdy figure made Shui Na's eyes darken. This. Shui Na glanced at Nguang, because only Nguang knew about the deal between him and Oiwa, so he immediately thought that it was Nguang who instructed him to say it. This, you also know that Oiwa is the enemy of our guild, so I can't hide it, otherwise if someone finds out, they will directly deal with you as an accomplice of Oiwa. Nguang looked very sincere, but his eyes were shining. Alas, I don't want to argue with you anymore. I will not join your guild. Even if you force me, I will say so. Shui Na didn't answer the question just now. In fact, he didn't know how to answer it. Lying was not his intention, but he couldn't tell the truth, so he had to start with this matter to change the topic. Shame on you. Do you think you are very important? Don't you look at yourself? I will give you another chance now. If you join us and become our subordinate, I will be embarrassed to make things difficult for you. But if you are stubborn, then... Another thug obviously felt that Shui Na looked down on their guild, and spoke rudely directly. Seeing that Nguang didn't show any expression, his words became heavier. Chapter 55 How much is trust worth? Give me 10,000 chances, and I will make this decision. At the same time, I also want to say that I really don't want to be an enemy of you, no, it should be an enemy of any player. Shui Na said very calmly. His principle is not to take the initiative to cause trouble, but he will never be afraid of trouble. Brother Shui Na, why bother? Why don't we sit down and discuss it again? I believe we can get a result that satisfies both parties. That's what Nguang wanted. He first forced Shui Na into a dead end, and then showed weakness himself. In this way, he could make himself a good guy, and his subordinates became bad guys. Okay, but I don't know what else you want to talk about. Shui Na naturally knew that talking too much would lead to mistakes, but if he didn't give any room for negotiation, it would make people more suspicious. For example, how do you brush equipment in the wolf howling forest? We are very interested in your method. If possible, I would like to form a team with you to brush it and learn from it by the way. Nguang thought that he should squeeze out the useful things from Shui Na first. That method, I can't tell you, it was taught to me by those people. You also know that there are some rules between players. Shui Na couldn't help but think that Dian was really a god. Haha, this, in fact, the rules are dead, people are alive, and people must learn to adapt. Mina didn't answer, but just looked at Nguang deeply, then ignored him and walked aside to check the task record sheet. Nguang didn't expect Mina to choose to ignore him directly, and he was inevitably a little angry. But in order to think of that method, he had to suppress his anger. At the same time, he also signaled his subordinates to make something. Hey, our boss is talking to you in a nice voice, you have to show some appreciation. Another subordinate came out. It seems that Nguang brought so many subordinates to do this. In fact, the reason why Mina didn't respond to Nguang was to concentrate on discussing countermeasures with the unscrupulous profiteers. As for asking for help from Oiwa, Mina felt that he should be allowed to go with confidence and not have any scruples. What do you think I should say? Mina handed the problem to him. This? That person had to think seriously. It was indeed a difficult choice. Shui Na did not expect that he was actually thinking about this problem seriously. She could not help but look at him more in her heart. This person was called the Declined Scholar. He was an assassin. He was not tall and not much taller than Shui Na. Well, in that case, I will buy this method from you. We players also have this kind of transaction. You can make an offer first and let's discuss it. Nguang felt that the guild consciousness of this Declined Scholar was too weak. Although he was not the first to fight for the interests of the guild, he would go back and teach him a lesson. Then how much do you think the trust between friends is worth? Shui Na asked back. This. Guang was speechless. If you don't have any questions, I'll leave first. I still need to go to the auction house. I have some equipment in my hand. They left it to me and said I could use it for my friends. However, I'm short of money now and I plan to sell it as soon as possible to avoid depreciation. Mina put the paper task records neatly on the table and said to Nguang. These paper task records are designed for NPCs living in this world. What players can do, NPCs can basically do too. And NPCs in this world can also grow like players, just like Xiao AI, who has now received Frank's medical training. Oh, I don't know what kind of equipment it is. It would be nice if we could become partners in this area. Nguang's heartbeat accelerated when he heard about the equipment, but he soon calmed down. If he was really in the same group as Oiwa, he would not be able to take out the stolen goods. Do you want it? But I don't know the price. I plan to go to the auction house to see the price and decide. If you are interested, I will let you know then. According to what the unscrupulous profiteer said just now, Mina had to get rid of the matter between him and Oiwa first, and not let them think in this direction. Okay, how about this, I'll send a subordinate to lead the way, you should not be familiar with this place. Nguang did not wait for Mina to agree, and directly pointed to a more eye-catching subordinate and asked him to be responsible for Mina's itinerary. Okay, please lead the way. Mina had already thought that he would do this. After the two left, one of Nguang's subordinates asked Nguang in confusion why he didn't check Mina's equipment to see if it was from his own guild. Do you think if he and Oiwa are in the same group, will he let you see those equipment? Nguang shook his head. None of his subordinates could accomplish anything big. Ah, so that's how it is. Boss Darklight is still thoughtful. I really admire Boss Darklight's brain. No wonder the president of Shenlong promoted you so quickly. What are your plans for the future? The man patted his head and flattered Darklight. Now he really wanted to show off in front of Darklight. Go and keep an eye on the auction house. We must first find the guy who dared to offend our guild and then punish him severely. Darklight said bitterly. Although he escaped in the Howling Wolf Forest as Shenlong's confidant, he is now closely related to the Dark Dragon Guild. The strength of the guild is his strength. Are all of us going there? The man obviously didn't want to do something that was meaningless. Yes, this is the president's request. Darklight actually felt that this approach was not feasible. After all, the auction activities in the auction house are hidden. As long as the players touch the trading board, they can trade, and the items traded cannot be seen by outsiders. What makes it even more difficult is that the flow of people in the auction house can be large or small. If there is no reliable intelligence, it is impossible to find out any suspicious people. Let's keep an eye on those who came out of Lanluo village first. They are more suspicious. Nguang had to narrow the scope. In fact, for the Dark Dragon Guild, they didn't know whether the equipment dropped by the Wild Wolf boss was in the hands of Dian's group or picked up by the surrounding players. Anyway, when they ran back to the corpse, they found that most of the good equipment there was gone, but there were a lot of Wild Wolf brand white equipment. However, from the equipment on Dian, it can be seen that he must have picked up a lot of good equipment, but his skill of resurrection gave them a headache. They all saw that Dian turned into white light and went back, but the subordinates squatting at the resurrection point did not find Dian, and even the mysterious ninjutsu master did not see him. There should be something that I didn't expect, but I just couldn't think of the secret of Dian's rebirth. Chapter 56 Ambush. Boss, we just received a report from the people at the auction house. There are a lot of equipment suspected to be ours in the auction column there, and a lot of them have been snapped up. A subordinate came forward to report the information received. Although Nguang is the head of intelligence now, he is not responsible for handling all the information. The main task of his subordinates is to organize, analyze, and decide. Can you find out who it is? Although Nguang asked this, he also knew that this possibility was not great. Even if he found it, he could not confirm it. Well, we did find them, but there are several people who meet the requirements. Our people have followed them separately, but I think it is impossible to really find them, unless the president intends to deal with all of them. Stop, forget this sentence now, and don't mention it to the president, otherwise I am really afraid that the president will do it on impulse. Although these arms dealers are not strong in themselves, the network behind them is not much weaker. Although our guild is the strongest now, it can't withstand their large number of people, and they are still working in secret, we can't defend it all. Nguang was actually very worried that President Shenlong would do something wrong at this time. I understand. The subordinate said seriously. At the auction house, Mina and the unscrupulous profiteers were only a few meters apart. Individuals, they did not communicate at all, just kept looking at the trading board, but they were discussing secretly. Fortunately, there are really many people who look at the board as seriously as they do. Brother, I found that I am being watched now, and the things in my backpack are almost cleared. In order not to attract their attention, I'd better leave first. You should be careful. It's best to put away all the equipment that you can't see in the light. The unscrupulous profiteer knew that he was being watched as soon as he entered the auction house, but he was also a person who had seen the scene, so he controlled the timing of auctioning the stolen goods very well. He went on the board when someone just sat down. Although he couldn't solve the situation of being watched by others, he could still disperse their firepower. I know, I'm going to deal with some equipment at your price first, you just be careful. See you later. Mina looked at the equipment in the backpack. He knew that he couldn't leave so quickly, and now there was only less than an hour before going offline. Okay, see you tomorrow. The unscrupulous profiteer said as he left the auction house, and not far behind him was an assassin hanging tightly. Less than a minute after the unscrupulous profiteer left, Nguang came in. Brother Shui Nai, how is the price? Although Nguang said so, his eyes swept around the people several times. It's almost done, do you want it? No, I came here this time to hope that you can reconsider the issue of joining. You also know that our guild failed in the wolf howling forest, so our president will have some actions during this period, and you are one of those actions, so I very much hope that you can join us, so that you can also escape. Although Nguang did not have any hope that Shui Nai could join the guild to develop his own power, he did not want to offend him, and it was better to keep a close and distant state with him, so that it would be easier to talk when they met in the future. I really don't want to join the guild, and I'm very grateful for your advice. In order not to arouse other people's suspicion, I'll leave first. When we meet again in the future, it's up to you to decide whether we are enemies or friends. Shui Na naturally knew that this Nguang would not be a good person, but she still thanked him out of courtesy. Anyway, in the future, when the enemy comes, we will fight, and when the water comes, we will cover it with earth. Then I hope we won't be enemies. Nguang said to Shui Na in private chat. There is a lot of meaning in this sentence. He has been both a good guy and a bad guy. Just as Shui Nai left the auction house, Nguang sent a skilled person to follow her, and also asked someone to notify the law enforcement team of the Dark Dragon Guild. The target was this disobedient mortal. Shui Nai naturally didn't want to be followed by someone, that feeling was very uncomfortable, so Shui Nai began to take the guy behind her to visit the garden, to visit the elemental city. With half an hour left before logging off, Mina felt it was time to go back, so she chose a road with more traffic, slipped in directly, and immediately took off her novice robe and headed towards the city gate. The person who was following was blocked by the flow of people, and when he looked again, he found that the hat of the novice robe was gone from the head of the person on the road. He immediately knew that he had lost, so he had to report the matter to Nguang. What, you lost? Didn't you say that your tracking skills are very good? Nguang was very unwilling. His subordinates couldn't even follow a ninjutsu master, and he was an assassin. Nguang felt that the person that Tianlong gave him was too bad and basically useless. How could he get promoted like this? Notify the law enforcement team immediately and let them block him on his way back. I want to hear the news that he died. Nguang has made up his mind now. If he doesn't do something decent, the position of vice president will only pass by. Mina, who was almost at the city gate, found a dark alley and entered stealth mode. There were people waiting at the gate of the city, and they were not from the same guild. Although the gate guards could see Shui Nai, being invisible was something they liked to do, so they did not embarrass Shui Nai, who had not committed any crime. They just took a look and ignored her, which made Shui Nai, who was very nervous, feel relieved. In the wilderness far away from the elemental city, Shui Nai immediately lifted the stealth after making sure that no one was following behind him, and put on a novice robe to pretend to be an ordinary player. However, it might be because Shui Nai was not mentally qualified or because of bad luck, but he was caught. My friend, why are you looking around? Have you done something wrong? On the road, a middle-aged assassin stood in the middle of the official road, and he felt that Shui Nai's behavior was suspicious at first glance. What do you think? Shui Nai asked back very calmly, but he knew that he could not deceive her. As long as he came to scout, he would have to confess here. It's Mina. Brothers, we can start now. Several assassination masters suddenly appeared around Mina. They had been hiding there, waiting for their companion's signal. At the same time, several ninjutsu masters came out of the forest. Mina took a look at their camp. There were no physical masters or medical masters, only 5 assassination masters and 5 ninjutsu masters. It was a very strange configuration. Chapter 57 Shenlong Law Enforcement Team 2. Is it necessary? 10 people come and surround me. I think it would be more direct if they hid behind me and stabbed me. Mina quickly changed into some junk equipment that she had just sold in her rookie robe. Haha, you overestimate yourself. Do I need so many people to kill you? I am enough. I just asked them to come out to let them breathe and watch a free show. The assassin standing in the middle of the road took out a kunai and walked towards Mina openly. Haha, it seems that I overestimated you. Mina saw from the corner of her eyes that an assassin behind her made some small movements. A water bomb appeared above the player and flew towards Mina. However, Mina quickly used a thunder ball to meet it. The thunder and water collided, and both dissipated at the same time, but the assassin had already arrived in front of him and stabbed Mina's neck with a kunai. At this time, Mina received a system prompt. System, Shenlong Law Enforcement Team 2 deliberately attacked you, you can fight back legitimately. Then, all the members of the Dragon Law Enforcement Team 2 were red-listed. When the system prompt sounded, Mina swung the new staff in her hand towards her neck. With a puff, a sharp kunai was inserted into the tip of Mina's new staff, and the tip was directly nailed through. Mina bought this new staff in a ninjutsu equipment store in the Elemental City. It was the kind of novice equipment that was worth a few copper coins and would not be taken by others. As a ninjutsu master, he could not cast the thunder ball technique without equipment and weapons. Therefore, in order to make himself have some combat power and prevent others from exposing his good equipment, Mina had to buy this for emergency use. Oh, the reaction is quite fast, but no matter how fast a ninjutsu master's reaction is, it is not faster than that of an assassin. After saying that, a kunai appeared in the other hand, and the target was still Mina's neck, and the speed was faster than the previous one. Sorry, I have a lot of weapons. I saw that Mizuna's other hand also had a new cane, the same model as the previous one, and there was also a kunai inserted in the cane, but the position of the kunai was different. As a necessary backup, Mizuna certainly would not have only one. Haha, it's interesting. Don't do it, just watch me. The man stopped a ninjutsu master's action with words and eyes. Because Mizuna was concentrating on dealing with the man in front of him just now, he didn't notice the changes of the enemy behind him. But now he has a different view of the man in front of him. This person is called Speed Dragon, a 20th level assassin, but his health is less than 300. It seems that he is a player who prioritizes speed, which matches his name very well. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. If you guys come together, I would have gone back a long time ago. Mizuna naturally didn't want them to come together, but sometimes saying something in a sarcastic way can have unexpected results. Do you need so many people to kill a small ninjutsu master? Speed Dragon said very confidently. He hadn't used his full strength just now? Have you thought of the law of professional restraint? Seeing that he seemed to be able to eat her, Mina immediately thought of the theory of professional restraint that was very popular in the game forum. In theory, ninjutsu masters restrain physical masters restrain assassination masters, and assassination masters restrain ninjutsu masters. Although this theory seems very clear, it is difficult to implement. Ninjutsu masters are long-range, and as long as they keep a distance, they can restrain physical masters whose resistance is not too high. Moreover, the damage of ninjutsu masters' ninjutsu is very high. Even blood cows cannot resist for too long. They completely use distance to exchange for the enemy's health. And physical masters are short-range, but the physical defense of the warrior's metal armor is extremely high, and they have very good resistance to the small weapons of the assassination master. Moreover, once the warrior is fully armed, the assassination master cannot find a place to cut, and completely uses blood to crush the assassination master's weak body. Assassin is a highly sensitive profession, very good at guerrilla warfare. Although due to the limitation of weapons, the attack power is not too high, the probability of the 3 special damages of this profession is higher than that of other professions, and it is also easy to have damage such as critical hits. Although this is not very effective for physical practitioners with thick blood, it is absolutely fatal to ninjutsu masters who can only use cloth-type defensive equipment. You know it, why are you still asking? So long as this mentality, so he felt that it was meaningless at the beginning, so he wanted his companions to take action and wanted to finish the work and go back early, but now he found that Mina's skills are good, and he immediately changed his mind. Do you think this theory is the truth? Mina rarely gets to fight with a senior player, so naturally he wants to collect more information about them. Anyway, his equipment has been put in the backpack, and there is no pity if he dies, but he is a little unwilling. Then do you think you can restrain me? Speed Dragon laughed. It was a joke that he, as a pure agile assassin, could be restrained by a ninjutsu master, unless the person in front of him had a ranged ninjutsu, but that was a skill that only high-level ninjutsu masters could learn. He didn't believe that the ninjutsu master in front of him could restrain himself. No, I can't restrain you, but I can kill you. Mina held the staff in both hands and talked to Solong. Oh, are you sure about this distance? Solong said, increasing his strength and pressing the two kunai to Mina's chest. I want to ask you one thing, when you kill someone, have you ever thought about being killed by others? Mina also tried her best to compete with him. In terms of strength attributes, Mina's 18 points of strength can completely beat Solong, but Mina's new staff can't be compared with Solong's advanced kunai. The kunai on the new staff pierced deeper and deeper. As long as the kunai pierced the wooden staff, Solong's accumulated strength could definitely pierce Mina's chest. At this time, Solong found that he couldn't overwhelm his opponent in strength. At the same time, he couldn't help but use some skills used by senior players to shake the kunai and speed up the speed of the kunai cutting off the new staff. I don't think about other things when I kill people, and I can only answer your question. I have never thought about it. As soon as Solong finished speaking, the kunai pierced the new staff, but the kunai that was originally going straight in was actually dodged by this ninjutsu master. It turned out that when Solong used high-speed shaking to cut the new staff, Mina knew his intention. When the new staff was about to break, she jumped back, took a big step back with the force of Solong's pressure, and said something very philosophical to Solong. Chapter 58 Purple Kunai. Then I will tell you now, those who kill will always kill. Before you kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed. In fact, Mina didn't want to blame the player, so she planned to persuade Speed Dragon with words, but when he knew that the man in front of him was determined to let him die once, the blood in his body suddenly burst out. After standing firm, Mina immediately took advantage of the fact that Speed Dragon was unable to stabilize his body due to the excessive impact just now, and shot a thunderball at the fastest speed, aiming at Speed Dragon's head. Although Speed Dragon immediately turned his head to dodge, the distance between his head and the thunderball was too close, and half of his face was electrocuted by the thunderball. However, because Speed Dragon used the kunai to block it in time, the damage he suffered was not high, but he looked a little miserable. In the ninja world, all skills have no hit rate. If you hit, you hit. If you miss, you miss. Therefore, here, you can use all methods and objects to reduce the possibility of being hit. The blocking of the kunai by Solong just now is one of the methods. However, since Mina's lightning ball is fluid and has no fixed shape, it will immediately deform after hitting the object. Therefore, even if Solong successfully blocks, it cannot change the direction of the lightning element when the lightning ball is dispersed, unless there is a weapon blessed by chakra. For ninjutsu, only chakra can really counteract each other. Mina certainly does not expect that a lightning ball technique can solve Solong. His current equipment is too bad. If it is the previous set of equipment, a lightning ball with 200 damage, plus the more than 100 damage from himself and the equipment, is definitely enough for this low resistance Solong. While Solong was still howling in pain because of the electric shock from the thunderball, Mina immediately stepped forward and kicked Solong's crotch hard, causing Solong's body to arch up severely. The pain in his lower body made Solong's screams even more horrifying, and Solong's companions couldn't help but cover their crotch, forgetting that they should rescue him. Mina's kick didn't cause much damage to Solong, after all, she didn't attack with ninjutsu. But the pain is absolutely unforgettable for people with full sensitivity. It's like you get pricked by a needle in the real world. It doesn't hurt you much, but the pain is very deep, so deep that when you see the needle in the future, you will unconsciously remember that the place where you were pricked is still aching. Seeing that the Speed Dragon was unable to fight back, Mina aimed the sharp end of the bottom of the thunder staff in her hand at the Speed Dragon's neck and stabbed it hard, freeing him from the pain. After all, this game cannot achieve the effect of death, so the system will be forced to shut down the sensitivity of the player at the moment of death, and will restart after turning into white light, and all the pain on the body will be relieved. The purpose is to prevent individual players from suffering mental damage due to the pain of death, and at the same time, it will also forcibly limit the sensitivity of individual players whose bodies cannot bear it. When the speed dragon turned into white light, it seemed that Mina said, ninjutsu masters can also attack with physical skills. After dealing with the speed dragon, Mina immediately took advantage of the enemy's daze, bent down and picked up a kunai that the speed dragon exploded, and then rushed forward without saying a word. Although the speed dragon was a red name just now, because he did not succeed in killing people, the system only exploded one piece of equipment for him. At the same time, Mina, as a player who killed a red name, was not punished by the system. This is a disguised encouragement for players to kill red names. Fuck, the boss was killed, chase, must take back the boss's kunai. An assassin player reacted the fastest, and at the same time he saw Mina picked up the boss's most powerful equipment. Fuck, such a fierce ninjutsu master, I have never seen it. A ninjutsu master said this, he was impressed by Mina's fighting style. He was shocked. He had never thought that a ninjutsu master could kill an assassination master at close range. However, he immediately realized that this was mainly because the boss was too careless. The 4 assassination masters immediately chased after him, while the ninjutsu masters behind him prepared to cast ninjutsu, and all the ninjutsu were water bullets that could slow down. In order to prevent being hit by ninjutsu, Mina, who was in front, took an irregular evasive path, but the result of doing so was that Mina quickly caught up. Mina heard the footsteps behind her that were almost at the same level as her, and immediately took out the last bag of lime powder from her backpack and threw it back. The 2 assassination masters were hit at the same time, covering their eyes and bumping into each other, rolling past Mina's side. The other assassination master caught up at this time, and the kunai in his hand left a trace of cold light in Mina's eyes. Mina immediately reacted and rolled forward violently, successfully avoiding the attack, and at the same time raised her hand and threw a stone at the assassination master's door. The assassin thought it was the powder again. When he saw Mizuna throwing something at him, he jumped back suddenly. When he thought he had successfully avoided the powder, the darkness in front of him became bigger and bigger. Ouch! Mizuna's stone made his head bloom. At this time, Mizuna immediately got up from the ground and ran desperately towards Lanluo village. Suddenly, Mizuna remembered that there was another assassin missing, and he suddenly thought of stealth. He immediately paid attention to the changes around him. Fuck, ninjutsu masters, where are they all going? Hurry up! The assassin who was injured by the stone shouted suddenly, and looked back, and found that the ninjutsu masters behind him had retreated far away at some point, but he immediately thought that we were moving too fast. I couldn't help but feel angry. All along, it was the ninjutsu masters who slowed down with water bullets, so they could win every time. And now, looking at the turtle-like speed of those ninjutsu masters, and looking at Mizuna who had already run far away, I couldn't help but mutter, we are both ninjutsu masters, why can we be so different? Put down the kunai, I can give you a quick death. At this time, Mizuna suddenly heard someone talking on the left-hand side, and was startled. The body made a quick jump to the right before the brain reacted. Seeing that the enemy did not take action, he immediately took out the kunai and checked it. Tisk tisk, it's a good thing, purple equipment, with the effect of continuous bleeding after cutting, it's a good thing. There is a row of saw teeth on the kunai in Mizuna's hand. After being cut by this thing, the wound cannot be closed, and the bleeding cannot be stopped for a period of time. Chapter 59 Throwing Dirty Water. Mizuna knew that she could not outrun the assassin, and he was still in the dark. Just when Mizuna was considering whether to leave the kunai or her own life, the assassin had already discovered the attack. A kunai with a cold glow appeared in front of Mizuna out of thin air and stabbed straight at Mizuna's forehead. Mizuna swiftly blocked it with the new staff, but this time the new staff was not so useful. Since the assassin had used the speed to add, the power of the kunai was stronger than before. The new staff did not have a 1-second blocking effect, so it changed the direction of the kunai. The kunai just rubbed the position of Mizuna's left temple, and 358 points of critical damage appeared. The assassin, who originally thought that it was a sure kill, did not expect Mizuna to be not only agile, but also different from the usual ninjutsu master. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, what kind of ninjutsu master is this? After being injured, Mina immediately distanced herself from the assassin who had exited stealth mode, and the assassin also distanced herself. He did not dare to engage in close combat with Mina. Mina's lightning ball was too fast. If he attacked rashly before adapting to his attack frequency, he would only become a target. It would be more practical to use the wolf pack tactics to grind him to death. Mina saw that the 3 assassins behind him had already started to encircle him, so Mina threw the kunao into the nearby woods, drank a bottle of potion, and ran towards the gap that had not yet been encircled. The assassin next to him saw that the dagger was not thrown away, so he immediately went to pick it up. At the same time, Mina also scattered a lot of iron nails behind him. Then he ran without looking back. Behind Mina, who could not see, the assassins who entered stealth mode were pierced out by the iron nails that suddenly appeared. One by one, they jumped around in place with their feet covered, and the distance between them and Mina was even greater. In order to reduce the delay of releasing ninjutsu, the ninjutsu masters behind them directly kept the ninjutsu they had just used, and ran forward panting on their weapons. However, they had no chance to release the ninjutsu in their hands because they could already see the gate of Lanluo village. "Fuck, Mina, if you have a job, just stand there," an assassin player shouted using the regional information system. Mina didn't reply. Only a fool would stand there and wait for others to beat him up. The players at the entrance of the village also watched the performance of this group of people with great interest. Fortunately, there were no players from the Dark Dragon Guild here, but Mina was in trouble. The surrounding players were very worried about the tyranny of the Dark Dragon Guild. They knew it clearly, but because they were a big guild, a group of people would come up when something happened, and they didn't even have time to listen to the explanation, and they just sent the people back to the city. So no one wanted to help, and they saw that the victim was almost safe, so they were even more unwilling to cause trouble. However, the most unexpected things always happen at the most critical moment. I saw that Mina had already run to the entrance of the village, and the red-named players behind him stopped 50 meters away from the entrance of the village, not daring to get close. Mina, who was already at the entrance of the village, suddenly felt someone touch him from behind, but when he turned around, he didn't see any figure, and he was just wondering. A familiar voice behind him said, "When you kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed." Then there was a strong stinging pain from the vest, but the stinging soon disappeared. Mina, who came back to his senses, received a voice prompt from the system. This prompt only appears at a specific moment, such as when you die. When Shui Nai turned into white light, a hidden figure seemed to be illuminated by the white light and gradually became clearer. However, before everyone could see the man's face clearly, the 2 village guards who were only 3 meters away found that someone was killing people under their noses, and suddenly felt ashamed. So they roared at the same time, and the steel knives in their hands slashed at the same time, and another white light appeared, which was only 1 second away from the previous white light. The 2 white lights of death seemed to appear at the same time. The surrounding players and spectators, including some members of the Dragon Law Enforcement Team too, were all stunned. The 2 lore kills were unforgettable. Shui Nai planned to choose to run the corpse to revive. After all, he died at the entrance of the village, which was very safe. During the period, he also took a look at the game forum, and found that his name had appeared in the blacklist of the Dark Dragon Guild forum, and many people came out to denounce him, and his arrogance was very arrogant. The more Mizuna read, the angrier she got. There were actually many bad game behaviors about Mizuna in this forum, such as killing people at will, often stealing other people's monsters and equipment, etc., which were very real, and some of them were even photographed as evidence. Mizuna herself couldn't bear to read it. If she didn't know it was fake, Mizuna would have cursed the player named Mizuna. Mizuna, who was furious, immediately left a message in this forum, "Is there also a player named Mizuna in the Dark Dragon Guild?" The message was signed by Mizuna, which meant that the Mizuna who had the bad behavior was not herself. Since the forum in the game can only use the names in the game, no one will doubt the authenticity of it, but the administrators of the forum can operate and interfere. Soon after Mizuna left the message, a large group of people who claimed to be ordinary players immediately came behind her and threw dirty water on Mizuna. Mizuna, who had already let out a sigh of relief, didn't bother with them and wasted time in the forum. She immediately quit and went to the game details to check the latest game information. But if he really wants to continue leaving messages, he will immediately know that he has been banned. This banning measure can only be used for some players with bad language. If a player is banned for no reason, once the player reports it, the forum will be punished. Mina appeared at the resurrection point of Lanluo village, and there were 3 options in front of Mina, namely direct resurrection, running corpse resurrection and no resurrection. Direct resurrection means resurrecting from the resurrection point, and the experience will drop by 1 level directly. There is a resurrection stone in the resurrection point, and it is its existence that allows players to resurrect. There are many such resurrection stones distributed in various regions for players far away from towns. Running corpse resurrection means running from the resurrection point to your own corpse in the state of soul to resurrect, and the experience will only lose 50% of the first level. Chapter 60. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. For this, Mina chose to run corpse resurrection. Mina, who appeared in the state of soul for the first time, found that his body was translucent as soon as he ran out of the resurrection stone, and the player could not check him without using special skills. But similarly, he could not use the communication system to communicate. At the same time, all his attributes dropped by half, and he also had an additional soul state. In the soul state, the player's speed dropped by half, and the body was very heavy, which made Shui Na very uncomfortable. After finally running to his own corpse, he saw that the speed dragon had been resurrected and stepped on his head, which made Shui Na, who had not intended to pursue it, suddenly have the urge to kill. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. Shui Na, who had resurrected, stared at the speed dragon as soon as he opened his eyes. The speed dragon did not expect Shui Na to run over so quickly, and was frightened by Shui Na's eyes, and could not help but jump back. After that, he bumped into a female player who happened to pass by, and his steps were unstable and fell to the ground. You haven't even learned to stand yet, but you are imitating others to step on the dead body. Be careful not to be scared to death by the dead body. It's really funny. Shui Na first helped up the female player who also fell to the ground, and then brushed off the dust on the novice robe, and did not forget to say it in the regional information system. This sentence made some players who were not in harmony with the Dark Dragon Guild laugh loudly. These people were all members of the same guild. On the ground, there was an iron kunao and a broken new walking stick, which were dropped by Speed Dragon and Mina before. They were both novice equipment. Now the two formed a cross symbol on the ground, which seemed to be irreconcilable. Mina saw that Speed Dragon was holding back his face and his chest was heaving a little scary, but it seemed that he could not refute Mina's words. After looking at the equipment on the ground, Mina still picked it up. The new walking stick was already scrapped and there was no possibility of repair. After all, the broken parts could not be collected. As for the kunao, since Speed Dragon didn't want it, he had to pick it up himself. A copper coin was also money. Very good, I'll see how you leave this village now. If you can walk out, my name will be written upside down. Speed Dragon was already very excited by Mina and the players around him with smiles in their eyes. In order to save some face, he also said gloomily in the regional information system. Are you sure? I wonder if this counts as leaving the village. Shui Na took a few steps out of the village gate, then turned around and took a look at So Long's deformed appearance. You. So Long knew that he was being talked about, so he had to blush again. By the way, I have this, so I can leave here easily. Shui Na took out a gold coin from her backpack and threw it up. So Long's face had turned blue, and his eyes were staring at Shui Na with red eyes. If eyes could kill, then the anger in So Long's eyes could definitely burn Qin Hao to ashes. I won't let you go. I won't kill you back to level 0, and I swear I'm not a human being. So Long was almost mad. Wait until you learn to write your name backwards, right? Seeing So Long's expression and tone, Shui Na was not polite, and would piss you off first. I'm going to kill you. The Speed Dragon was already mad with anger. He only wanted to kill Mina, and he didn't even take out his weapon. He attacked Mina with his bare hands. The name was Hongding, but to his disappointment, he didn't hit Mina. Instead, Mina simply pressed him to the ground with 2 or 3 moves, unable to move. Then the guard came with a knife and killed him back to the village in seconds. Mina picked up the equipment on the ground, which was a blue leather armor with good attributes, and put it away immediately. When the members of the Shenlong Law Enforcement Team 2 outside saw it, they immediately cursed Mina's despicable behavior in the regional information system and threw all the dirty water they had written before. When you kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed. Mina just replied with this sentence and returned to the village. He had a stealth ring to go out, and there were really many ways. Let them dry outside. Mina, I won't let you go. The voice of So Long echoed in the regional information system, and the body disappeared. Maybe he was afraid that Mina would step on him and insult him, so he chose to revive directly. And now no one can see his trace. I think he has entered stealth mode and intends to stab Mina in the back. It seems that So Long has gone crazy and wants to attack again here. Boy, you are brave. At the workshop of the old ninjutsu master at the entrance of the village, Xiao Ai and the old ninjutsu master had seen Mina's previous battle. Seeing Mina wanted to leave, they immediately called him. Alas, this courage is forced out. Mina came over and whispered to the old ninjutsu master Frank. Seeing the old ninjutsu master and Xiao Ai, his tense face also relaxed. Haha, well, come in and have a cup of tea to calm your nerves. The old ninjutsu master opened the door of the workshop and went in, but when he went in, a very strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Ai came over and pulled the ninjutsu master to go in. Actually, Mina didn't want them to be implicated by him. He was a player and could revive infinitely, but if the NPC died, it was really dead, and your revenge was useless. But when I thought that the old ninjutsu master didn't seem like a guy who would rush into the muzzle of a gun, I thought he had a countermeasure. So I just followed Xiao Ai in. I really needed a rest. In the base of the Dark Dragon Guild, and Guang was furious in a room. You said that Speed Dragon was killed by a ninjutsu master with bare hands. And Guang was very angry with Speed Dragon yesterday. Although he did hear the news of Mina's death, he died twice on his side, which was really uneconomical, especially since his side was a group of 10 people. In fact, he was not killed by a ninjutsu master. Alas, I won't say it. Boss, watch the video. The player who reported felt that Speed Dragon died too unjustly. An assassin was subdued by a ninjutsu master. Hiss, these two are the most commonly used moves in free fighting, which can easily subdue the opponent. And from the video you can see that Solong has gone crazy. He is totally vulnerable. After watching the video, and Guang immediately asked someone to call Solong back. Solong, who had died 3 times and lost 2 good equipment, would not be a match for Mina, especially since there was a very powerful village chief there. If he was angered, it would be like playing with fire. Speed Dragon, he refused to come back, saying that he must be killed until he returns to level 0. The player said with great embarrassment. In fact, he also felt very cowardly. A big guild of his was bullied, and the boss next to him didn't dare to take action and let the victim come back. Chapter 61 Ice Shield Blood Limit. Alas, who will be killed and return to level 0 is unknown. Forget it, call the second law enforcement team back now. Don't stay there. Call a few ordinary members back later. As soon as he leaves the village, report it. Remember to notify them not to alert the enemy. And Guang thought for a moment and made arrangements. But, a few players who are familiar with Speed Dragon have brought a group of people over. We want to stop them but we can't. He suddenly received a report from the bottom, and immediately understood N Guang's arrangement. N Guang wanted to retreat to advance, first lure Mina out, and then take ruthless action. And like now, his own people are pulling groups to fight like a group, and the only people who will come out to be abused are those who have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Speed Dragon is a guy who is not good at anything but always makes trouble. And Guang's anger surged up like a tide. I'll go and discuss it with the president. You continue to collect intelligence and report any problems immediately. And Guang knew that he couldn't cover up this matter. The most important thing now was to clear it up first. Anyway, the law enforcement team was not under his command. He should tell the president first, and then what happened next would have nothing to do with him. At the entrance of Lan Luo village, Mina came out of Frank's workshop. He already knew that Frank hadn't thought of any solution. It was Xiao Ai who was pestering him, so he called Mina and let him into the workshop to make Xiao Ai feel at ease. Fuck, a gold coin for a cup of tea, the more you suppress it, the more nervous it is. Mina was very dissatisfied with being cheated of a gold coin in the name of a tea for suppressing nervousness, and the gold coin was taken away by the old ninjutsu master, which made Mina even angrier. When I thought that the old ninjutsu master could actually take out the gold coins in the backpack, I immediately checked the number of gold coins in the backpack. Be careful. The voice of the unscrupulous profiteer suddenly sounded in Mina's private chat. Mina, who was frightened, reacted immediately and knew that she was distracted just now and had been found by the Speed Dragon. Just when Mina was about to avoid it, Mina's vest was cut by a sharp weapon, and a damage value of 235 appeared on Mina's head. Fortunately, Mina had put on the best equipment just now, otherwise, the attack just now would have been enough for Mina to go to the resurrection stone. Just when Mina ran forward quickly, intending to delay time, a ding sound came from the back, and then she was pushed forward a few steps by a force. Except for the first one, the second attack did not cause any damage. Mina immediately looked at the attribute panel and saw an additional blood limit ice shield body protection state. However, Mina didn't find the ice shield in front of her. She reached back and immediately touched the so-called ice shield. It was an ice block as big as a palm. It was cold and very hard. Mina immediately knew that this was done by the mysterious old ninjutsu master, because Mina knew that the ninjutsu that protected the body with the ice shield was a blood limit, which could form an ice shield and had good defensive capabilities against physical attacks. Although some players have successfully advanced, Mina believes that no player can obtain the blood limit. Because players like Mina only have the ability to learn ninjutsu, but cannot perform chakra attribute fusion, and can only cast standard ninjutsu according to the rules of the game. In the words of the game introduction, this is because the players learn quick ninjutsu, which is powerful and easy to learn, but correspondingly loses the advantage of flexible control. The NPCs in this world are not like this. They learn ninjutsu very hard, and often use years to calculate the time. Basically, they have made the ninjutsu they know a part of their body, and chakra can be used at will. Just when Mina was distracted, a medical ninjutsu hit Mina, but this medical ninjutsu was very weak, and could only restore Mina's health by more than 10 points, which was much weaker than the basic 50 points of medical magician players. 1 gold coin. The old ninjutsu raised a finger to Mina, and the meaning was very obvious. The ice shield with shrinkage just now was worth 1 gold coin. Mina also raised her middle finger in response angrily, then picked up the equipment that was chopped off by the guard on the ground, smiled at Xiao Ai and left. You are a vulgar, disrespectful brat, you deserve to be chopped to death. The old ninjutsu Frank was so angry at Mina that his beard was crooked, and he actually forgot that he could touch Mina's gold coins. The surrounding players did not expect the plot to change like this. What was originally a must-kill situation was actually disintegrated by a piece of ice. Mina played with the ice shield in her hand and walked to take a look at a wooden board that suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village. This was a blacklist that prohibited certain people from entering the village. It turned out that Solong had indeed become the first player to be banned from entering Lanluo village. When a player commits more than 3 consecutive crimes in a certain place within 1 day, he will be included in the blacklist and banned from entering, and the ban will be determined based on the circumstances. The deadline for entry. For those who force their way in, they will be treated as red names. When seeing that the speed dragon was banned from entering Lanluo village for 3 days, Shui Na felt that it was too little. But there was nothing that could be done. Shui Na, now the people from the Dark Dragon Guild have brought many people here, you must not go out now. The unscrupulous profiteer warned. Don't worry, I'm a smart person and won't do such stupid things. Shui Na would naturally not be forced out by the other party's few words. He now plans to practice his skills. His ninjutsu damage is still a little lower than that of a pure spiritual ninjutsu master. Okay, then I'm relieved, but you have to be careful. I'm afraid that the Dark Dragon Guild will issue a bounty order. At that time, all the players around you may be enemies, and then it will be difficult to move. The unscrupulous profiteer felt that Shui Na's timing of action was too early. If he could tolerate it and wait until he became stronger, he would challenge it again, and it would not be like now. But if he really tolerated it, would Shui Na have the heart to play it? Playing games for revenge is a very sad thing. We'll talk about it later. Where are you? I'll go over and give you the things in my backpack now. Mina planned to clear out the unneeded things in her backpack. Since she was facing the Dark Dragon Guild, she naturally had to make some preparations. No, wait a minute, let's meet at the old place later. I'm dealing with some things now. The old place mentioned by the unscrupulous profiteer was the place where Oiwa and Mina met for the first time. Okay. Now, in front of the entrance of Lanluo village, a large number of players from the Dark Dragon Guild have gathered. Some players who were afraid of causing trouble left early, and most of those who stayed were players who thought they were strong or had backers. Chapter 62 Disappearance. They don't want to destroy the village, do they? A ninjutsu player at the entrance of the village said doubtfully. If this posture was to gang up on a player, then the Dark Dragon Guild was really a failure, with thousands of people there. Mina, dare you come out for a fight? 1,000 people suddenly shouted in the regional information system at the same time, making the surrounding players feel deafening and their blood boiling. It was very quiet. No one dared to shout in the regional information system now. The effective range of the regional information system was 1 kilometer in diameter. All players within this 1 kilometer range could hear it. Mina, dare you come out for a fight? The people from the Dark Dragon Guild shouted again. Don't treat people as fools. Anyone with a brain knows that you can't go out now. Don't embarrass yourself again. Mina replied with a full sense of sarcasm. I'm fighting you Oneo none. If you are a man, come out. A voice responded. Boring, if you come one by one, do I have time to waste with you? Mina pointed out the problem. Come out if you have the guts. The man continued to shout. I can come out for a duel. If you can make the people in your guild stop bothering me from now on, I will leave immediately. Humph, you killed so many people, and you just want to die once, do you think it's okay? So far, I have only killed one person, and only once, the rest has nothing to do with me. Shui Na has now arrived at the fishing ground, and is practicing proficiency while talking. Humph, if you have the guts, don't come out. If you come out. The rest of the words were swallowed hard, obviously thinking of the lesson of the speed dragon. If there is nothing else, I will turn off the communication. Goodbye. After saying that, Shui Na turned off the communication system, leaving only the information communication system. After that, Shui Na felt that his ears were quiet, and then he concentrated on practicing skills. Now Shui Na dared not wear those good equipment. After all, if an assassin came from behind, it would be impossible to defend. A hero cannot stand up to the crowd, and a hero cannot stop the hidden arrow. After practicing for almost 7 hours in the fishing ground, Mina's Thunderball technique has reached level 15 and can be cast instantly. The effect of instant casting is amazing, but the consumption of chakra is very large, and now Mina dare not equip better equipment, and he is a little uncomfortable with losing hundreds of chakra points out of thin air. However, in order to keep a hand, Mina will obviously be a few seconds slower when casting the Thunderball technique, so as to deceive the assassins who are watching nearby. And in order to conceal his huge chakra, Mina has to take out a chakra ration pill every time he casts a dozen Thunderballs, pretending to take medicine. Now Mina can only feel that there are people around, but he can't do anything. But now it's okay, these assassins are obviously not as stupid as the crazy speed dragon and attack at the cost of their lives. The active skills of assassins are not as many as those of ninjutsu masters and physical masters, mainly because they are more like a supporting profession. But they have a lot more passive skills, some increase critical hits, some double damage. These skills are fine for physical arts masters, but for ninjutsu masters, they are very troublesome, and they can usually be killed by a single blow. Ghost 1 Team Number 1, how is the situation over there? An assassin who was stalking near Mina received the above voice message. He is still practicing his skills there. It seems that he will not leave in a short time. However, he is very rich. Damn, he seems to be free to eat the chakra soldier pill. I saw him eat thousands of pills today alone. The person in the number 1 of Ghost Shadow Team 1 said exaggeratedly. Hiss, thousands of pills? Are you sure? The man was also very surprised. This, I also estimated it, roughly. In fact, he did not count it. He said thousands of bottles just to express that it was a lot, not really, but it was difficult to take back what he said in front of his superiors, so he had to bite the bullet and said it. Then you should follow him closely now. He shouldn't have so much money on him. I think there should be some problems. The man knew that Mizuna had been engaged in the wholesale equipment business, but he shouldn't have so much money. When the man thought of equipment, he naturally thought of the battle in Wolf Forest where the army was basically annihilated. Okay, I got it. Then I'll reel it in. Be careful. Okay, wait, Mina has left the fishing grounds now. I'll follow him. Okay, report immediately if there's anything. Mina left immediately after receiving the information from the unscrupulous profiteer, but she had to get rid of the tail before leaving. Mina went to the drug dealer to buy several sets of chakra ration pills, and a set of life ration pills as a backup. This kind of primary ration pills has 25 pills per set, which only takes up 1 grid, while the used empty bottles are in sets of 100, which can be sold to NPCs or used by themselves. Although these empty bottles will be refreshed after half an hour if thrown on the road, the game encourages players to protect the environment, and Mina doesn't have the habit of littering. Mina's backpack is now full. If she hadn't dealt with some of her equipment at the auction house in the Elemental City before, there would be no space for other things now. Now Mizuna has 12 gold coins, and at least 60 gold coins from unscrupulous merchants, all of which are earned from the Dark Dragon Guild. After leaving the drug dealer, Mizuna wandered around aimlessly, sometimes walking into some dark alleys, sometimes walking into the shadows of some houses, and looking for places where the road is very difficult to walk. Not to mention the narrow alleys, there is a lot of mud on the ground that has become wet due to the previous rain, and there will be footprints with every step. The assassin following behind was very depressed, and he had to follow Mizuna's footprints and move forward, and at the same time, he had to avoid touching the grey walls around him, because if he touched them, he would rub against the white ash on the wall, which would make people discover his whereabouts. However, seeing Mizuna's cautious look, he obviously felt a little excited in his heart. Judging from his posture, he must be looking for the person behind him. Just when he was about to notify the brothers who were guarding nearby to come to help, Mizuna's figure just turned a corner. As he was used to Mina's love of running into alleys, he didn't pay attention to it until he notified all the people squatting at other points, and then he went forward to check. As a result, there was no one in the alley, and even the footprints on the ground disappeared here. Chapter 63 Lightning Sword Chi. Fuck, it's not a ghost. The assassin muttered. He checked the surrounding environment again, and there was really no sign of anyone walking. Did he go offline here? No way. He looked at the time again, and there were still 10 minutes before he went offline. Report, the Mina I was following is gone, maybe he went offline. He immediately replied to the top. Although he used private chat, he didn't deliberately turn off the sound, which was the same as using a phone in reality. Are you sure? No, because he disappeared in the alley, and I didn't follow him. After that, I found that he was gone. And there were no signs of movement in the surrounding environment. He said with certainty. Is it possible that there is no return scroll? I didn't see the white light when returning to the city. The light cannot be covered when the return scroll is activated. Okay, I understand. Tell your team members to ambush around that alley and report as soon as there is any situation tomorrow. Got it. After saying that, he immediately left the alley and prepared to set up a point. And Mina was in front of the assassin, but Mina was squatting on a dry foundation in the corner of the wall in stealth, and she also changed into a pair of clean shoes. Mina, who was there, had heard the content of the conversation between the person above. Although he could not hear the other person's voice, he could still guess what the other person said from the conversation in front of him. And if Mina could hear the voice of that person, he would definitely feel very familiar. Mina, who successfully got rid of the tail, carefully spent 5 minutes to get to the unscrupulous profiteer, and there was not much time left. In order to prevent being discovered, Mina had to find a safe place. Because if he was found with the unscrupulous profiteer in such a place, the unscrupulous profiteer would have no place to stay. I may have to go somewhere else to develop. There is no room for development here now. Unscrupulous profiteer. As soon as he met Shui Na, he talked to Shui Na while trading. Have you been discovered? Shui Na asked worriedly. No, the resources in the wolf howling forest here are no longer valuable. The bosses inside can be said to appear in groups. In addition to a few large guilds that can develop here, other players have also begun to leave the novice village. It's time for me to go out and walk around. After all, making money must keep up with the times. The unscrupulous profiteer's words were half true and half false. It was impossible for him not to be discovered. After all, some people knew about his previous transaction with Shui Na, and he also received a warning from the Dark Dragon Guild. However, what they didn't expect was that the unscrupulous profiteer would give all the money on his body to Shui Na before leaving, which was enough for Shui Na to grow up. Well, these equipment will be given to you. You can use them to do business. Shui Na also saw the number of gold coins traded by the unscrupulous profiteer. Knowing that if he wanted to do business, he would definitely spend a lot of money, so he didn't plan to give him all the useless equipment on his body. At the same time, he also took over the 2 backpacks given to him by the unscrupulous profiteer, which contained some equipment for ninjutsu masters and a skill book. The equipment was not good, but it was better than those novice equipment and was a good backup equipment. As for the skill book, it was the swordsman skill that Mina had always wanted, the lightning sword energy. Seeing this, Mina was very moved and hugged the unscrupulous profiteer, and then she hurried away while there was still 1 minute. Skill book, lightning sword energy, requires swordsman profession or swordsmanship specialization. Chakra required, 10 points. Learning level, unlimited. Skill level, level 0, upgradable, proficiency, 0-20. Skill description, this is the foundation of swordsmanship, the low-level swordsmanship of lightning escape. A lightning sword energy is gathered on the saber and chopped out of thin air. After hitting the target, it will produce a paralysis effect due to the electric current. Skill damage, 45 points of damage after hitting the target, and then the target will fall into the electric current paralysis effect, which lasts for 10 seconds, the length of time is also related to the target's physique. Gathering time 5 seconds, cooling time 10 seconds. Attack distance, 5 meters. It seems that I only need to use the effect of swordsmanship expertise to transform the lightning staff into the lightning sword before I can use it. In the next 5 days, Mina repeated the life of practicing skills. I practiced the lightning sword chi to level 15, and the lightning ball technique also reached level 16. Moreover, the lightning sword chi was also strengthened at level 10, with an additional ability of forced paralysis, which is to form a range of paralysis space on metal or conductive bodies, but it will not cause any damage. The damage of the sword chi is not as good as the damage of directly attacking the enemy's body with a sword, but fortunately it is a long-range skill, but it is still not as much as the lightning ball technique. At level 15, the total damage of the lightning ball technique can reach 300 points, while the lightning sword chi is only 150 points, which may be because I am not a real swordsman. Starting from level 10, these primary ninjutsu increase 10 points of damage for each level, which makes Mina very much looking forward to the effect of these ninjutsu when they are upgraded to the extreme. However, to upgrade these elementary ninjutsu to level 20, the player must reach the intermediate ninjutsu master, and that task can only be accepted by the ninjutsu master guild in the main city. During the first day of leisure time, Shui Na found that there were more honorary merits in her attribute panel, and there were 135 points. She got it from the player named Speed Dragon when she killed him. Unfortunately, the honorary merit system has not been opened yet, and now this thing can only be used to offset the sin value. Now in his spare time, Qin Hao will take out the old wizard's ice shield to play with it. Shui Na felt that the old ninjutsu master's ice shield was incredible, because this ice shield has existed for 5 days and has not melted yet. If she didn't know that it was the ice shield in the blood limit ice escape ninjutsu, Shui Na would definitely think it was a very solid crystal plate. In fact, Shui Na really wanted to ask about the principle of this thing, but when she thought that she had more than 60 gold coins on her, she immediately gave up the idea. Knowledge is valuable, but gold coins are more valuable. As for this regular hexagonal ice shield, Mina has been studying its function, because once when Mina put it on her forehead to cool down, Mina felt that her chakra recovery was faster, and her fatigue was also reduced, but there was no prompt on the attribute panel. In fact, Mina really wanted to tie this ice shield to her back with a rope and make it into a copycat version of a heart-protecting mirror, but because Mina couldn't break it through and was afraid that it would be broken by the craftsman, she had to give up. Chapter 64 Big Business. In fact, like now, holding an ice shield to block attacks is also a good choice. It can not only protect yourself, but also has a strong deterrent effect. Imagine that a ninjutsu master suddenly stretched out a hand from his clothes and used his palm to hold a kunai or a long sword. It is definitely a matter of surprise rather than joy. Just when Mina was thinking about it, a black cat came from the gate of the fishery and stared at Mina. When Mizuna saw the cat, she could only sigh helplessly. She had actually fallen to the point of taking care of a cat. If those people from the Dark Dragon Guild who had been clamoring outside knew that she was hiding here, catching fish for a pet cat, and even cooking the fish for it, I wonder if they would rush in and kill her. But when she thought of Xiao Ai's special instructions to take good care of it, Mizuna had to practice skills to kill time. Now Xiao Ai almost hides in the old ninjutsu master's workshop and practices medical ninjutsu desperately. There are fewer people from the Dark Dragon Guild outside now. But there are many more people coming in to visit Mizuna. They all stand outside the wooden fence of the fishery as if they are looking at animals in the zoo, pointing and talking to Mizuna. But from their actions, Mizuna found that they were not just visiting her, but preparing some things, but they would not tell Mizuna what they were preparing. Beep, beep. Mina's information system suddenly rang wildly. Since Mina turned off the voice system, only people who Mina agreed to access the information system could access it, but there would never be so many messages at once. Mina knew what this meant. It meant that there would be continuous messages only when there was an emergency. Go to the safe zone immediately. Your head is worth 10 gold coins. Quick, quick, quick. Unscrupulous profiteer. When Mina saw one of the messages, his heart skipped a beat. He finally understood that those people outside were not here to see how he was so powerful, but to check the situation so that he could understand his situation clearly. Now he couldn't leave. People outside had already come in, and who knew how many assassins were in the dark. When he saw that he couldn't leave, Mina immediately changed his equipment as quickly as possible, and then retreated to the edge of the pond to prevent someone from stabbing him from behind. However, what Mina didn't expect was that he was stabbed in the back. Across the pond behind Shui Nai, there was an assassin who was waiting for the Dark Dragon Guild to issue a bounty order. As far as the current situation is concerned, if Shui Nai doesn't come out, the Dark Dragon Guild has no good solution. After all, there is an extremely powerful village chief here. If their guild takes action by force, it may provoke this master who cannot be provoked, but it is absolutely impossible to let Shui Nai go. The best way is to sell murder, and it is the kind of method that everyone is murderous bounty. The reason why the people of the Dark Dragon Guild waited for 5 days before taking action was mainly because they wanted to do it themselves at first, but they didn't expect Shui Nai to really not go out. They had to spend another day to discuss the price of Shui Nai's head. If the price is low, no one will take the risk. If the price is high, it is not cost-effective, so it also gave them a headache when deciding on this action. The assassin hiding there saw that the players around him had already rushed in, and he was not the only assassin who could not be seen around, so he wanted to watch the show from the beginning. But he did not expect that Mina would be so cooperative and let him have his back. Although the pond was a bit wide, he could still cross it, but he didn't know if he could kill him in one shot. After all, if he failed and was robbed by his peers, he would not only not get the bounty, but also be hunted by NPCs, which would be a real loss. But after all, 10 gold coins are still very attractive now, so he decided to take a risk. Just when Mina was confronting the person on the opposite side, the assassin suddenly jumped over from the opposite side of the pond and launched an attack. When the sharp blade of the kunai reached his body, Mina didn't even have time to generate a thought in his mind, and his health was stabbed to the bottom by the kunai, and he couldn't die anymore. When Mina's body fell limply to the ground, those who were planning to attack looked at the slowly emerging figure and couldn't react for a while. But the man who killed Mina knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. However, since he had not thought of retreating when he killed Mina before, he was inevitably a little panicked. He wanted to take a few steps back to keep a distance so that he could re-enter the stealth state. But when he took a step back, he immediately remembered that there was a pond behind him, and it was impossible to stop. With a plop, the man had fallen into the pond, and the sound also woke up the people around him. They surrounded the pond and looked at the assassin with ill intentions. When the assassin stood up from the shallow pond, he immediately found that there was something wrong with the light, but when he reacted, he saw the flash of swords and shadows in front of him. After the white light, he saw Mina's back while she was thinking about the problem. He planned to run over to the corpse, but when he arrived at the fishing ground, he found that his body was gone. From the map, his corpse was moving quickly. Fuck, that wicked guy is so boring. His soul cursed there, and then ran after his own corpse. It turned out that a player was angry when he saw that someone else had taken the lead, and played a prank with several players. Back to Mina, Mina suddenly showed a happy smile at the resurrection point. He already knew how the bounty worked. Some guilds or rich people can issue a wanted notice to players through a certain channel, and then other players can submit tasks based on the system records. And there is no need to accept such tasks, as long as you complete the task and submit the task at the designated place at the designated time. Mina's very happy smile made the various players squatting around feel a little cold. Very good, this bounty system is really great. Mina suddenly took a step forward in the resurrection area, but his smile did not feel like he had been killed once. It was too weird, as the saying goes, abnormality is a demon. I am going to do a big business with you now, Mina said to the players in front of him. And some players who reacted immediately understood the big business that Mina was talking about. It was indeed a big business, and they couldn't help but step forward. Anyway, this is a safe zone. Chapter 65 Exploiting Loopholes. How about the distribution method? A taijutsu master who came forward suddenly asked. He didn't wear the guild badge on his chest, but this had nothing to do with the badge. 50-50. You know they forced me to do it, so I don't care. Mina said indifferently. Well, let's split it 4060. We can't make you uncomfortable. An assassination master said at this time. Okay, I have no objection. What about you? Mina said to the players who reacted. Okay, since you said so, why would we have any objection? It's just that red name is troublesome. A ninjutsu master said so. What are you afraid of? You can come back quickly with the money, and the victim has already said it. If you are afraid, just go back. I like to be friends with people with guts. The taijutsu master immediately asked Mina to add him as a friend. If everyone has no objection, I will draft an agreement. Mina said so when she saw that those people had already thought it through. Okay, I'm afraid you will be afraid of pain. Someone laughed. Now that you have money, are you still afraid of pain? Shui Na also smiled, not caring at all. If you want to die, you must die worthily. At first, the people outside didn't know what they were doing inside, and they were watching curiously, but now they knew what they were thinking. They were planning to sell heads, but this kind of shameless behavior was too speechless. When some players of the Dark Dragon Guild hidden inside thought of this, they immediately reported to the guild. However, it was easy to get the bounty order, but it was difficult to get it down. It would take at least a whole day to get it down. Moreover, because Shui Na's performance was too strong before, they definitely didn't expect Shui Na to come up with such a bad trick. It was obvious that they wanted to die together. In addition, in order to get rid of Shui Na's arrogance as soon as possible, they did not add a termination condition, such as killing back to level 0, but only wrote 10 gold coins for each kill in the bounty order, hoping to warn players of their strength. As a result, Shui Na found the loophole and he took advantage of it. Okay, now the agreement has been finalized. Those who want to sign it should line up first. We don't have much time, so let's do it as many times as we want. And I promise that I won't take revenge on you. After saying this, Mina asked someone to maintain the somewhat messy scene. Here, any kind of agreement can be made as long as both parties are willing. Okay, now everyone line up. It's rare for such a saint to appear. Everyone should seize the opportunity. The warrior who added Mina as a friend is called a knife behind. He is now responsible for the situation on the scene, but it is really a knife behind. Okay, let's start now. Mina said and walked out of the safe zone. In front of him was a physical player. He was holding a knife, but he was a little hesitant. After all, he was the first one, so he was inevitably a little nervous. Brother, think about it. It's not easy to make money now. Give me a knife to make it quick, so that I can be the next one. Mina actually comforted the physical player at this time. Good brother, I will remember you. I will give you an extra gold coin as a calming wine later. After saying that, he waved the big knife, and a white light suddenly appeared. You go from the east now and just cross the wooden fence. A knife behind him said to him. Okay, come over right away when I'm cleared of the red list. After saying that, he turned around and left. Next. Mina resurrected directly. Anyway, he was bound to return to level 0 today, so he didn't care about the experience. Brother, good job, I really can't do it. The second person said so, but still swung his sword down, and the white light rose again. Next. Brother. Next. More than half an hour passed, Mina had died more than 100 times, and someone had already come to pay. Then they lined up again. For those who had done it once, they were very decisive to do it the second time. Some people even committed suicide directly, and then took the teleportation array to the elemental city to collect the money, and then handed in the gold coins to continue the third and fourth times. In fact, it's not that they don't pay. The agreement drawn up by Mina, it said that if the bounty is not paid within 1 day after receiving it, the system will punish the player, and the money will be forcibly handed over to the other party of the agreement by the system. Now, this matter has spread everywhere, and many people want to participate, but the map is too big and it is impossible to achieve it. Dayan, who is in the imperial capital, watched the video and felt very uncomfortable, but he just clenched his fists and continued to participate in the internal meeting, the theme of which was this video. The unscrupulous profiteers also hated it in their hearts, but he knew that this was the only way for Mina to deal with the Dark Dragon Guild. These people discussed this matter when they had nothing to do, and Mina's name became as loud as it could be. But some people were very disdainful and contemptuous of Mina's behavior. They felt that the player named Mina had no player's demeanor at all, and was simply a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Of course, many people would sympathize with Mina's behavior. After all, who would give up their dignity if they were not forced to a dead end? However, no matter what they said, they couldn't stop the gold coins on Shuinai from rising straight up. Wait! Shuinai had been here for more than an hour, and he came out immediately after returning to the resurrection area, just like a robot, which made those who attacked him feel a little bit reluctant. Everyone stop, let Shuinai rest. Bihu Yudao said to the long queue. No, there are people making trouble inside. Shuinai pointed to the third person in the queue and said. Bihu Yudao immediately understood what Shuinai meant. As soon as the reconnaissance technique came out, he immediately knew that he was a member of the Dark Dragon Guild. He couldn't help but curse in the regional channel, the Dark Dragon Guild is really too useless. They even want to make money from their own guild. Bihu Yudao's words immediately aroused public indignation, causing some people around who were not members of the Dark Dragon Guild to immediately use reconnaissance to check the information of the surrounding players. For a time, all the players of the Dark Dragon Guild were caught. Why, we can't have a share? One of the assassination magicians shouted. Okay, but you must resign another agreement. Violation of the agreement will be punished 10 times. Mina moved her numb body and said lightly. Why? Mina interrupted her before she finished speaking. Because you are members of the Dark Dragon Guild, there is no more convincing reason than this. If you want to delay time, I'm sorry, I'm busy. After saying that, he motioned for the next person to come forward. Chapter 66,000 Deaths. And the assassination magician also knew that he could not do anything, so he had to leave with a group of Dark Dragon Guild players. By the way, please help me ask your president to pass on a message. Just say that I will remember him. Mina said calmly when she came out of the resurrection area. Humph, you'd better stay here, otherwise. The man deliberately didn't finish his words, but when he saw Shuinai turn into white light again and then come out of the resurrection area with a calm expression, he knew that their guild had provoked a madman. Now Shuinai has died thousands of times. In fact, he also knows that in these thousands of deaths, only about 60% of the players will pay. After all, some people will give up the bounty because of the warning of the Dark Dragon Guild, but Shuinai doesn't care. After all, there is still part of tomorrow to continue. I don't believe that your gold coins are infinite. Shuinai said hatefully in his heart, and he knew that even if the Dark Dragon Guild went bankrupt and even sold out its equipment warehouse, it would definitely pay the bounty fee. This is a mandatory setting in the bounty system to prevent abuse. If they can't pay, if it's a player, it's okay, just train another one yourself. But for a guild, it won't be so simple. At that time, all the things in the guild will be converted into gold coins by the system and then returned to the players who have completed the task. Moreover, if a guild's assets are to be sold, they must go through a day application period before they will be approved by the system. In other words, the Dark Dragon Guild has been strangled by Mina. If its funds cannot last until the end of the bounty order tomorrow, all the assets of the Dark Dragon Guild will be sold by the system to compensate the players. And this is what Mina is very happy to see. The next day, Mina continued to stay in the resurrection area. Now he has more than 3,000 gold coins. Although it is much less than he expected, there is nothing he can do about it. After all, the power of the Dark Dragon Guild is still very large. And it is also heard that several battles broke out in the Elemental City. The purpose is to warn those players who colluded with Mina. Although this is a loss of the demeanor of a large guild, it is much better than letting a guild be confiscated by the system due to insufficient funds. However, some players left the first guild because of this, and there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, the first guild couldn't even handle a small ninja master, and was almost forced to disband. It could be said that it had a bleak future, and it would be better for them to join other guilds as soon as possible. Now, the top leaders of the Dark Dragon Guild have been so anxious about Shuinai, a thorn in their side, that they have not slept well all night and have blisters in their mouths, but they still haven't thought of a solution. Now their treasury has long been empty, and they can only collect gold coins from low-level players. However, by doing so, a large group of players who originally had no guild awareness left collectively. It made Shenlong's eyes blaze with anger, but he had to solve the current urgent problem first. Shenlong didn't want to embarrass them, but just asked people to remember their names so that they could retaliate later. In the meeting room of the Dark Dragon Guild, the only calm person was Tianlong. In the entire meeting room, he was the only one who was the most energetic. What they are discussing here now is the issue of gold coins again. Since the gold coins that the members can get are basically taken, and various benefits have been promised, they still can't stand Shuinai's rogue behavior. The gold coins in the guild's hands are all borrowed from other guilds at high interest rates, but now there are very few left. Tianlong, say something. Shenlong, with red eyes, looked at Tianlong, who was sipping a cup of tea leisurely, without any worry at all, and felt a little dissatisfied. But he knew Tianlong's temper. If you don't ask him, he might not say his thoughts until the guild is disbanded. However, at the beginning, because he wanted to regain some of the president's face in front of everyone, it was not easy to put down his airs and ask him, but now it's really a matter of life and death, and it's too late not to ask. The solution is very simple, just don't let Shui Na die again, this is much more feasible than you raising gold coins. Tianlong took another sip of tea, and then said slowly. Anxious colleagues around him were crazy. Then how to do it? Shenlong asked immediately. With Tianlong's temper, he had to endure his anger. There are many people in our guild, just go and watch strongly, don't let him come out, isn't it? Tianlong said slowly again. Fuck you, Tianlong, you're just saying this now. Yanlong slammed the table and went out to call people over. I suggest that someone else lead the team, otherwise there might be mass casualties. Tianlong saw Yanlong running out in a hurry, and Tianlong looked at Shenlong and said. Dilong, you go, remember not to let anyone kill Shuina, if you have a chance, you can go and kill him, remember I want the most painful death. Shenlong now wanted to grind Shuina into powder and make tea with it. Yes, President. Dilong immediately called Yanlong, and then he called a group of steady players to go out with him. President, if you had listened to me earlier and not to make trouble, and focused on dealing with the Tianchengxiadi Guild, you wouldn't be as passive as you are now. I'm afraid there will be a wave of quitting the guild in the immediate future. Tianlong ignored the fact that Shenlong's face had become ugly, and continued to talk, and took another sip of tea after speaking. Now is not the time to find the reason. Let's find a way to solve the severe winter in the future. Nguang saw Shenlong's expression and immediately came out to change the topic. In fact, he has always known that there are some conflicts between Shenlong and Tianlong, but Tianlong is too important to the Dark Shenlong Guild. Even if Shenlong doesn't like him, it is not easy to drive him away. After that, their meeting changed to the issue of how to repay the money. And because there was no gold coins to go through the teleportation array, Guilong's group took 20 minutes to arrive at Lanluo village panting. Now there are fewer people in the resurrection area, and only some other guilds or players who don't plan to stay here will stay. And some of the players saw the unfriendly expressions of the group of people, so they naturally walked away. Anyway, they had made enough money. Seeing that Guilong brought so many people, Shui Nai naturally would not leave the resurrection area. He just looked at Guilong, the leader, in the resurrection area. Chapter 67 A Gentleman's Revenge is Never Too Late. I didn't expect that we would provoke such a villain like you. I really have to re-evaluate you. Guilong's face was very gloomy. Now he didn't even have a gold coin in his backpack, and it was all caused by the man in front of him. There's nothing I can do about it. Who told you to be the kind of big shot who came with a group of people? I'm also saving myself. I can't bear all the bad things. Shui Na's face was hidden in the hood, so no one could see his face. Although Shui Na was also very angry now, he was a rational person. Now he was just angry and didn't have any abnormal behavior. Moreover, he now had another goal, which was to vent his anger. He had now set Shenlong as one of his short-term goals, a goal that he had to kill. Humph, if you have the guts, come out and fight me Oneo Nun. Guilong was also a powerful player. When he heard Shui Na's sarcastic words, he couldn't hold back the dignity in his heart. Haha, what a joke, the vice president of the strongest guild actually let a level 0 player challenge you to a duel. Did something hit your brain? You are so naive. A knife behind him also said sarcastically. He is now in the safe area of the resurrection zone, so he was not afraid of these people. He was planning to join the Holy Flame of Light anyway, and he didn't care about the presence of a hostile guild here. You, good, a stab in the back, it seems that you don't want to stay here anymore. Guilong didn't expect to be choked again, and he became even more angry. Of course I am fine, and you are really right. I am planning to join the Holy Flame of Light. It's rare that you are giving me travel expenses here, so of course I have to accept it. After all, I am a passing player, how can I be like those wealthy guilds? Ha ha ha. A stab in the back said while picking out a handful of gold coins and counting them on the ground, making Guilong almost suffocate. Friends, it seems that a certain guild has no money now, and I don't want to do a loss-making business, so let's stop here today. Shui Na said in the regional channel. Shui Na also knew that these people planned to surround them like this until the bounty order ended, so there was nothing he could do. After all, everyone can stand in this place, so let's stand against them. By the way, brother, do you plan to develop in the imperial capital? Why don't we go there together? Seeing that he couldn't get out now, Bai Beiyudao had to chat with Shui Nai. No, I won't leave here so soon. I'll see the situation after I kill the dragon once. Shui Nai said to Bai Beiyudao, but Bai Beiyudao felt that Shui Nai was talking to him. Haha, this is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Just because you are killed back to level 0, you want to challenge our president? I think you have been caught by something. Gilong will not let go of an opportunity if he finds one. Otherwise, if I want, I can really let the dragon die once. Shui Nai took out a handful of gold coins after saying this. The meaning is very obvious. Shui Nai is already qualified to use the bounty order. You. Gilong's forehead was covered with a layer of sweat. He forgot that Shui Nai is now an absolute rich man, and with his current wealth, it would be enough to let the high-level members of the Dark Dragon Guild die once. Then, this will be the biggest joke since the server was launched. Don't worry, your president is not worth the price. I will go there by myself. Don't worry. Seeing Gilong's worried look, Shui Nai was angry, but she was relieved. Now she just couldn't accept it. Humph, I'll wait and see how you are defeated by our president. When Gilong saw Shui Nai say this, he felt more relieved. As long as it wasn't a situation where everyone was the enemy, everything would be easy to deal with. And he didn't believe that Shui Nai, a ninjutsu master, could do anything. By the way, remember to remind your president to be careful in the future. There is no time limit for a gentleman's revenge. Shui Nai deliberately said in a gloomy tone. He wanted to put some psychological pressure on Shenlong now, just as interest. I'll wait, but you have to get out of this village first. Gilong had made up his mind that he would never let Shui Nai leave this village, and then arranged a group of assassins to be deployed around. In this way, both sides looked at each other in the resurrection area, which was a pure waste of time. However, there were often some players who came to revive to break the deadlock. Alas, it's a waste of time. I'd better go down to eat something and come back after I'm full. Backhanded was obviously a person who couldn't calm down. After sitting here for half an hour, he couldn't help it. He said hello to Mina and went offline. However, Mina remembered that when players went offline, there would be a flash of light on their bodies that would disappear after a moment, but in the resurrection area, which was full of halos, the flashing light when going offline would be covered by the halos emitted by the resurrection stones. After seeing it put on, Mina immediately thought of a way to leave here, but she had to wait for the crowd outside to disperse first. So Mina first put on the stealth ring in the novice robe and went into stealth directly. The Dark Dragon Guild outside cheered as soon as they saw Shui Nai disappear. They felt that their value of being here for nothing had been revealed. That despicable villain finally couldn't stand up to their momentum and went offline. After that, Gilong arranged some people to stay here. Once they found Shui Nai online and came out, they would let him go back to the resurrection area directly and not let him leave the village. Gilong, who thought he had arranged everything, reported the situation to the president first, and then left with the rest of the people. Although Gilong left more than 100 people, these 100 people did not surround the resurrection area, so Shui Nai still had a chance to slip away. Ding! Just as Shui Nai was about to leave the resurrection area, Shui Nai's information system received a letter. Shui Nai immediately saw that it was the unscrupulous profiteer. You're here. Shui Nai didn't expect that the unscrupulous profiteer sent a message just after she became invisible, and immediately guessed that he was nearby. Yes, I heard that the Dark Dragon Guild was taking action, so I came here. Brother Mina, how can I help you now? Wushu is one of the few people who knows Mina's background, so he naturally knows the most likely way for him to leave here. I need a backpack of ration pills. Okay, I get it, let's meet at the old place. The unscrupulous profiteer said and went to prepare the ration pills. Chapter 68 Ants. On a wooden fence in Lanluo village, Shui Na and the unscrupulous profiteer were sitting there looking at the sky in the distance. What are you going to do? The unscrupulous profiteer asked. Go into seclusion for a while, and then find a chance to take revenge, otherwise I will never come back to Lanluo village again. Shui Na's words sounded more like he was talking to himself. Okay, brother, I support you. Remember to use more force when beating the dragon, and count my share as well. The unscrupulous profiteer knew that if Shui Na couldn't get through this level, he would not be able to hold his head up in the game. Don't worry, I won't give up just like that, I will definitely come back. Mina stretched out a fist to the unscrupulous profiteer, and the unscrupulous profiteer also stretched out a fist, and the two gently collided in the air. Then, the unscrupulous profiteer left. Mina glanced at the backpack, where there were 3,000 gold coins. If it was a day ago, I believe Mina would be so happy to see so much money that she would not be able to sleep. But now, Mina saw her self-esteem from these gold coins, and it turned out that it was only worth this much. I will come back, Lanluo village. Mina glanced at Lanluo village, and then said to herself solemnly, here there is the lovely Xiao Ai, the gentle village chief Fal, and the greedy old ninjutsu master, and more of Mina's memories. I will come back. This voice filled Mina's thunderball, and then Mina walked step by step to the place where Dian had walked before. In the next week, Mina was no longer seen in Lanluo village. More and more people believed that the player named Mina had quit the game, or he had retrained a character and was secretly preparing for revenge. Regardless of the reason, Mina's disappearance has become a fact, and the Dark Dragon Guild is very happy to see this happen, and has begun to turn its attention to other places. After brushing the surrounding wild boars in the wild boar area, Mina's level rose to level 7. For a ninjutsu master, as long as there is a safe place and enough chakra, the level of the ninjutsu master will be improved the fastest. Mina looked at the level ranking list, and now the first one is still Shen Long, who is already more than level 29. However, Mina remembered that he had stayed at this level for 2 days. I don't trademark T know if it trademark S because of Mina, or because it takes too much experience to reach that level. In short, his upgrade speed has slowed down. The players behind him are also close to his level, but for now, the top 3 are all Dark Dragon players, one is Ghost Dragon, and the other is Magic Dragon. In fact, there is no way to do this. After all, at that level, there are great changes in experience and difficulty, and as a ninjutsu master, the treatment of the president can make him have no problem with chakra. But ninjutsu masters must have a safe environment, which requires a large number of players to create, and in this regard, Shenlong has also done it. However, the result of too many people is that the experience has to be divided down, and once it is divided down, Shenlong will not get too much. Back to Mina, he has walked towards the depths of the wild boar forest. In order to level up faster, Mina must now find some high-level monsters to practice. If Mina keeps fighting monsters of the same level here, then Mina will never have the strength to kill Shenlong in this life. After entering the forest, Shui Nai finally understood why Dian was in such a mess. There were not many trees in this wild boar forest, but there were bushes on the ground, which were 2 meters high. The friction of the bushes alone forced Shui Nai to move forward with life-saving pills. The bushes here were too dense, and every time they were scratched by branches, they would cause damage, and it was even more of a challenge to the durability of the equipment. In desperation, Shui Nai could only put away the equipment and use blood volume to resist. Here, there is basically no way to go. In other words, there is no road for people to walk. There are many wild boar specific runways that are less than half a meter high. Wild boars can run out quickly from here, or escape quickly. And this is exactly why players don trademark T like this place. In addition, there is no road to pass here, and they can only squeeze in to open the way. Shui Nai has read the introduction of the map here. The monster areas near the novice village are all below level 20, and only some monsters in special areas will be higher than this setting. The place where Shui Nai is going now is a wild boar boss nearby. Although its level is only level 15, it is much safer than going to other places to find other high-level monster areas. After all, these better monster areas are in the hands of large guilds such as the Dark Dragon Guild. If he goes there, he will just be putting it in the muzzle of a gun. Moreover, Shui Nai has always felt that his hatred is only related to the dragon. He really has no hatred for other members and does not want to vent his anger on them. This is also the reason why Shui Nai only puts the spearhead on the dragon. After all, Shui Nai cannot hold a grudge against the players in the entire guild because of the fault of one person. Finally, we passed through the periphery of the forest. There are fewer bushes in it, but the trees here are also much more lush, resulting in insufficient light here. Although it is much more lively than the wolf howling forest surrounded by black air, the liveliness also makes Mina feel a little numb. There are more than 10 ant nests 10 meters in front of Mina, all of which are more than 3 meters high. The smallest ant inside is half the size of a little finger, and the largest is even as big as a thumb. This does not have any impact on Mina, but the number of ants that has turned the ground into a black ocean makes Mina's skin tight. The number of ants here can only be described as tens of thousands. Mina used the reconnaissance technique to take a look. There are some level 1 monsters here that are used to practice skills in the novice village. They are all creatures that die immediately and are very good for practicing skills. However, Mina saw that many of the ants in these ant groups are just ordinary ants, not monsters set by the system. Only the soldier ants the size of a thumb are monsters. Mina looked at the surrounding environment. The ants here were good at climbing trees. He definitely couldn't climb trees. If he wanted to exchange them for proficiency, he could only run on the ground. He believed that his speed should be faster than these ants. Just when Mina was ready to find a convenient place for him to escape, the rustling sound from the woods behind him was very strong. Chapter 69 Rock. Mina looked back and immediately entered stealth mode. I saw a wild boar suddenly jumped out of the runway under the woods. There were several black spots on the wild boar's body and head. If you look closely at those spots, you can know that these are the huge soldier ants. The wild boar didn't know what was wrong. It rushed directly into the sea of ants in front. Less than half a minute after it entered, the wild boar's body was covered with a layer of black ant armor, and its size was constantly shrinking. Before even a minute had passed, only a skeleton was left on the ground. When seeing this, Mina swallowed unconsciously, and his forehead was full of sweat. Now Shuinai has given up the idea of attacking these ant nests. Without that kind of large-scale ninjutsu, these ants are more terrible than the robbery ants in the real world. They are definitely the ultimate enhanced version of the robbery ants. Shuinai then remembered that Qin had items like insect repellent powder for sale. I wonder if that can prevent these ants? But when he thought of Lan Luo village, Shuinai felt heavy in his heart and immediately bypassed the dozen ant nests from the side. The wild boar boss that Shuinai was looking for was accidentally discovered by a player. He remembered that this ant nest was not mentioned in a player's experience. So, this ant nest has not been discovered by anyone, but unfortunately, Shuinai can't go back to Lan Luo village now. Otherwise, he will definitely bring insect repellent powder here to brush experience. After bypassing the ant nest, Shuinai saw those low bushes again, which made Shuinai curse in his heart. The open space just now was made by those ants. Shuinai really didn't want to go into the bushes again, so he had to focus on the dense trees here. Shuinai remembered that in the player's experience, as long as you cross this bush, you can see a low-lying area, where a boss is trapped by the surrounding cliffs. However, to cross this dense forest, many players have some gains and losses. After all, they spend a lot of time and health in it. After walking carefully on the branches for half an hour, Shuinai finally saw the open space in front. But he didn't dare to get too excited, because the trees here had traces of ants biting them. These branches are very fragile. Qin Hao had fallen from the branches several times before. If it weren't for his thick blood, he would probably have to go back. So now Shuinai has been biting a life-saving pill in his mouth. Shuinai, who came down, looked at the map and found that there was an additional mark of the wild wolf territory on the map. There are many wild boars here, and because there are no players coming to hunt, the level of the wild boars here is higher than that of the periphery, and there are also many bosses. After arriving at the wild boar territory, Shuinai immediately observed the terrain and scouted the situation of the monsters. For the advanced scouting technique now, some of the main basic attributes of the object can be additionally scouted. For example, the wild boars in front of us are all physical creatures, and their physical fitness is basically over 100. However, since we don't know what the wild boar's physical fitness can add, and how much the increase is, Mina can only know these. As for the other agility, strength, and spirit, since these are not the main attributes of wild boars, the reconnaissance technique is not displayed. For the primary reconnaissance technique, the blood volume, level, name, and some basic descriptions of creatures within level 10 can be detected, while the intermediate reconnaissance technique can be detected within level 15, and some other conditions of the object can be detected, such as armor. The advanced reconnaissance technique can detect creatures 20 levels higher than itself, and there is an additional main attribute reconnaissance, which is definitely a game tool for players. As long as you know the main attributes of the monsters, you can formulate targeted methods. For example, these physical wild boars in front of you can be attacked with ninjutsu, and for strength or agility, you can use physical magicians to top it, and for mental types, use illusionists or sealists to control assassins to get close. Although these situations can be determined by visual inspection is inevitably inaccurate, and if this is used, there will be no mistakes. In this wild boar territory, like the wolf howling forest, it is arranged for level strength, but the size here cannot be compared with the wolf howling forest, and the number of wild monsters is also. After killing some monsters on the periphery and reaching level 10, Shui Na dared to sneak in. Inside, basically no smaller trees can be seen, and the larger trees that still exist can be said to be scarred, and some large trees are even broken in half. Seeing this, Shui Na immediately turned his attention to some rocks around. Among them, there is a rock block that looks like a hillside that is the most attractive. From a distance, this rock block looks like a drop of water-shaped mountain. However, from the circle below it, it seems to be a small ditch caused by impact. Shui Na immediately guessed that this rock block is not an original product here. This rock is located in the center of the wild boar territory. I think this wild boar territory should be created by this rock falling from the sky. Mina used stealth to bypass the elite wild boars and the white wild boar boss. Wild boars are very territorial creatures. They all have their own exclusive territories, and each territory has a buffer zone, which allows Mina to pass through this area quickly. However, what Mina found strange was that from the location of these bosses, this rock was the core of the wild boar territory, and the white bosses could be guarded, which meant that there was a creature higher than the white boss. As the first step to fight the boss, it is to find out the surrounding situation of this boss and try to get its information. These are what Diane said to Mina. And Diane also told Mina that where the boss appears, there are usually things that players can use, that is, there will be a living place around each boss. Finding such a living place is the boss's death place. However, if you are not strong enough, this place of life may also be your death place, because as a boss, it will have some wisdom. If you cannot kill it before it reacts, it will think of other ways or escape, and this kind of place of life can only be used once for a boss. Mina walked around the rock for half a circle. There were many places where the rock was broken, and the stones on it were a little loose. But what made Mina excited was that this stone was not a natural product, or it was not a natural product when it fell from the sky. Because Mina saw some words on it, but Mina did not recognize these words. Chapter 70 Wild Boar King. When Mina thought that this rock might be part of the ruins, she wanted to find the entrance immediately. Legend has it that before this era, there were several very powerful civilizations, but they declined due to various reasons, and the ninjutsu and technology of this era were all passed down from the previous era, and many of them were lost in such ruins. Every player is passionate about the ruins, because in the ruins you may get ancient items, ninjutsu, or materials. And these ancient things are not comparable to the present era. As the excavator of the ruins, the player can take the things in it as personal belongings and do not have to hand them over to the country. Just as Mina was excitedly looking for an entrance to the ruins, Mina finally saw a very huge hole. However, Mina was not happy about it, but was very discouraged, because this hole was not man-made, but was destroyed by brute force by creatures. And there are some very huge footprints on the ground at the entrance of the hole. From the shape of the footprints, it can be judged that it is from the wild boar family. However, judging from the size of the footprints and the height of the hole, this wild boar is definitely the ancestor of this nest of wild boars. The hole is 5 meters high and 4 meters wide, and from the very smooth stones around the hole is obviously no longer suitable for the body shape of the wild boar ancestor. Judging from the rumbling sound at the entrance of the cave and the shaking ground, it seems that this ancestor is going to come out to visit its descendants. When Shui Na felt this, he ran out desperately. If he met a golden creature like the wild wolf boss here, it would be difficult for him not to die. When Shui Na ran to the outermost edge of the wild boar territory at the fastest speed, a wild boar with a red body and weighing more than 20 tons came out of the cave. From a distance, Shui Na saw that this big wild boar was like a wall, and it was a 4-meter-thick alloy wall that could defend against armor-piercing rockets. On the top of this moving alloy wall, there were 2 3-meter-long tusks that glowed red. Adding to its huge body, these 2 tusks were definitely a thing that would kill anyone who touched or rubbed against it. The red wild boar, with its red name on its head, can be seen from a distance. This red violent boss is called the Wild Boar King. Although its boss level is lower than that of the Wild Wolf boss. But Shui Na believed that the Golden Wolf boss might not get any benefit from this Wild Boar King. When the Wild Boar King's body left the cave, it seemed to have discovered something and stopped at the place where Shui Nai had stood before. It was obvious that it had discovered Shui Nai's scent, and it also looked in the direction of Shui Nai, and it was obvious that it had discovered the direction Shui Nai left. It can be seen that this boss monster is definitely not easy to deal with. Fortunately, the wild boar is huge, causing its movements to shake the surrounding land, but it also limits its speed, giving Shui Nai enough time to stay away from it. At the same time, the wild boar trusts its eyes very much, so it did not find Shui Nai, who was invisible in the distance, and Shui Nai also avoided a crisis. After seeing this wild boar king, Shui Nai knew that he could not move around the ruins. Once he provoked it, he would definitely die. So, Shui Nai went to the place mentioned by the previous player. After all, he didn't mention the wild boar territory in his thoughts, so he probably didn't find it. He probably only found one corner of the wild boar territory. When Shui Nai checked the map and came to that coordinate, Shui Nai immediately knew why the player didn't find the wild boar territory just now. In front of Shui Nai, there is a 5-meter high cliff, and at the bottom of the cliff, there is a level 12 wild boar boss, and it is a white ordinary boss. The cliff below is actually not a cliff. The reason for its formation should be that the land suddenly sank, tearing the surrounding strata to form a lowland. And the deepest part of this lowland is the cliff in front of Shui Nai. The lowland slowly rises upwards towards the opposite side of the cliff, but the rise is not obvious. In the end, it still sinks about 2 meters from the ground, and there is still the edge of the dense forest there. I believe that the player fell from there. If Shui Nai was not standing on a high place, but on the lowland below, it would be difficult to find the real wild boar territory above. And right below the cliff, there is a 5-meter wide pond. Yes, it is a pond, not a lake, because its depth should not exceed 1 meter, and you can see the fish swimming in the bottom of the pond from above. In the ninja world, both boss level and ordinary monsters will refresh, and some ordinary monsters may be promoted to boss level. Often, the strength and wisdom of these monsters that have been promoted to bosses are higher than those born naturally, because they have completed a process of accumulation, and these accumulated things can make them stronger than the same level and the same kind. And now the wild boar boss below Mina is the kind that is refreshed. In fact, whether it is refreshed or accumulated and advanced by itself can be found from its body. Generally, those who have advanced have started from a young age, and there must be various scars on their bodies, but the body of the boss below is very safe, without any signs of injury. As for whether there is internal injury, it is not something Mina can know. I saw the wild boar below Shui Nai walking leisurely there, and Shui Nai looked at the terrain below again. Shui Nai carefully observed the surrounding environment. Although the wild boars were all of physical type, this did not mean that they would be much weaker in strength, and their own weight gave them a considerable impact. If you can't find a very stable place, it's better to go down and fight it alone, so that at least you won't be knocked down and fall half to death. Shui Nai looked at the time. Since she had spent too much time in the dense forest and exploring the environment before, if Shui Nai wanted to explode the boss below today, she had to take advantage of now. After making up her mind, Shui Nai immediately found a very solid place, and pulled open the shelf to attack the boss below. The blood volume of the wild boar boss below is enough, ordinary leather armor, and the physical fitness alone is more than 500. Physical fitness can affect the player's resistance, but I don't know how much it affects the monster's resistance. Generally speaking, the impact range of resistance does not only refer to the negative effects of the 5 elements such as fire, water, and thunder. Other negative effects such as illusion, poisoning, and seals will also vary according to the size of resistance. Chapter 71 Tactics. Therefore, physical fitness is actually very important for players. Mizuna first swung the lightning sword energy down. The wild boar boss only had a damage value of 5 and did not have any discomfort symptoms such as paralysis. It seems that the negative effects of the elemental system did not have much impact on it. For ninjutsu masters, the strength of these negative effects of elements is closely related to the skill level, mental value, and professional level. In general, it is the strength of strength. If you want various escape techniques and ninjutsu to affect the physical boss below, I am afraid that Mizuna's mental value must be doubled and the professional level must be increased by 1 level before it is possible. Fortunately, Mizuna does not need to paralyze the wild boar boss below. Anyway, he is above and it is below, so just release thunder balls as much as you want. The thunder ball from Mina made the wild boar boss below roar continuously. Every collision made Mina on the cliff shake a little, and those unstable rocks also began to fall down in pieces. The damage of Mina's lightning ball to it was only about 10 points. This was mainly because the wild boar's skin was too thick as a layer of isolation, which could well weaken the electricity of the lightning ball, and the greatest damage of the lightning ball was the electricity. In this case, it was basically impossible to hit a critical hit. However, if the landing points of the lightning balls were concentrated together, it might be possible to break its leather armor. Now, in order to verify this topic, Mina concentrated all the lightning balls on the broad back of the wild boar boss. In fact, Mina wanted to hit its head, but because its head was its main weapon of attack, it was very difficult to hit this part because of its continuous movements. Mina's lightning balls hit the back of the wild boar boss continuously like rain. Because Mina had more chakra, when the chakra was halfway gone, he ate a chakra ration pill to keep the chakra at 70% level. As Mina constantly corrected the position of the attack, the hit rate of his thunder ball became higher and higher, and basically every thunder ball hit the same place. Now Mina has discovered how to quickly control the trajectory of the thunder ball. Since the player ninjutsu master himself cannot control the strength of ninjutsu and other manipulations by controlling the output size of chakra, the player can control part of the trajectory of ninjutsu by changing the attack angle, distance, and height, which is like the angle is the crosshairs of a pistol. Therefore, controlling the attack angle is an important course for players. Perhaps many ninjutsu players will feel that the ninjutsu they cast is straight, but only some careful players will find that every time they cast a ninjutsu, the target they hit will be a little different. However, due to the distance problem, these discrepancies will not be too large. Moreover, ninjutsu is not like a close-range weapon. It will release the elemental power after hitting the target, so the hit place will be very blurred, which makes careless players even less careful. In fact, the trajectory of these ninjutsu is not a straight line, but has a certain arc. In fact, this arc can only be corrected upwards, just like you can't let the bullet go left and right, or even go around downwards to hit the bullseye, but you can lift the gun a little upwards, so as to use the impact of the bullet to overcome gravity, so that the bullet can hit the target. Now, a charred round spot has appeared on the back of the wild boar boss below, and the lethality of the thunder ball is also slowly increasing. It seems that concentrating the attack on one point can indeed weaken the monster's defense, or in other words, it has penetrated that place, allowing the electricity of the thunder ball to hit the wild boar's body. Mina watched the wild boar's blood volume slowly decrease, and she couldn't help but work harder in her heart, but no matter how Mina wanted to speed up the speed of casting ninjutsu, it was useless. Mina's thunder ball is now instant, but this instant, it just doesn't need to be sealed, and it doesn't need to be cooled. It can be said that it is already the fastest, and it can't be faster. Moreover, the wild boar boss should feel the decline of vitality, so now it has become very irritable, and its body movements have also become much larger. At this time, Mina thought that if the lightning sword energy hit the black spot, there would be no paralysis effect. Thinking of this, Mina immediately changed her mind to deal with it. However, when Mina controlled the lightning sword energy through the angle of attack, she found that the speed of the lightning sword energy was much faster than that of the lightning ball, and its trajectory was more direct and straight than that of the lightning ball. Now think about it, the trajectory of each ninjutsu is different, and there should be different changes in different environments. Mina guessed this conclusion in her heart. However, it is not a matter of one day or one night to verify this conclusion. While Mina was groping for the control method of the lightning sword energy, the wild boar boss's blood volume was also slowly rising. After all, the power of the lightning sword energy was much weaker than that of the lightning ball. However, the wild boar boss's blood volume did not recover too much, because Mina quickly mastered the control method of the lightning sword energy. This is due to the experience of practicing the thunder ball technique before, and Mizuna's excellent observation ability. He can easily see the situation of the wild boar below, and thus know the actual situation of the lightning sword energy. Now the lightning sword energy has the same hit rate as the thunder ball technique. With the help of the lightning sword energy, the wild boar boss was also paralyzed by the current of the lightning sword energy. Although the paralysis time is not high, it can more or less stabilize it for a while, making it easier for Mizuna to hit the lightning ball. The blood volume of the wild boar boss continued to decrease. When Mizuna consumed almost 3 sets of chakra soldiers, the wild boar boss launched the last impact and finally fell to the ground. It took Mizuna half an hour to fight the wild boar boss, but the harvest was still very rich. Just that experience allowed Mizuna to directly upgrade to level 13. I believe that if I stay here for 2 or 3 days, I can raise my level to the previous level, and then I can go out for revenge. But now I don't want to take revenge, because I'm very close to going offline, but I haven't picked up the things that the wild boar boss dropped yet. In order to avoid more trouble, Mina is eager to jump down immediately. However, Mina doesn't need to jump down. Just when Mizuna was about to leave the cliff, the rock under his feet was hit by the wild boar boss and became loose. Mizuna instinctively jumped to the left in shock. It would have been fine if he hadn't jumped, but now he stepped on a looser rock, slipped, and slid down. After a plop, Mizuna, who survived the disaster, immediately splashed on the shore. Chapter 72 Trophy. Damn, it's a piranha. Mizuna, who climbed ashore, endured the pain and pulled out a palm-sized fish from his butt. Just now, he changed the landing situation in midair and let his butt land first. Just now, he pressed the fish down, and it bit it and refused to let go. From the mouth of this fish full of teeth and the fierceness of its bite just now, it can be known without reconnaissance that this fish is definitely a piranha or its relatives. Seeing the piranha jumping around in his palm, Mina felt ruthless and threw a lightning sword at it. After the arc, it stopped moving. Mina threw it into the backpack and planned to feed the cat with it. Anyway, with this super environmentally friendly backpack refrigerator, there is no need to worry that the fish will expire. Even if it is expired, it should not harm the cat, Mina thought evilly while picking up the items on the ground. When Mina picked up all the items, he could only sigh at the corpse of the wild boar boss who was only as tall as a person. The skin and teeth of the wild boar boss are good materials for practicing life skills. If he had the skill of collect, he could strip off all the valuable things on the wild boar boss. Mina looked at the items he had just picked up in the backpack and found 2 skill books. But after thinking about it, most of the skill books that were exploded here were not something Mina could use. Mizuna had checked before that there were monsters of the ninjutsu type near several other novice villages in the elemental city, where ninjutsu masters' skills could be obtained. However, those places were now reserved by others, and only some corners of the flower arrangement area could be used by idle players. Mizuna actually wanted to go there, but he had to do something now, something that would allow him to raise his head and live a normal life again. Mizuna knew that it would be impossible to defeat the dragon by himself. But now he had a lot of gold coins on him, and he would not cash them out anyway. After all, it was too sad to use the money. It was better to use it in the game, and the money was earned by himself, so it would be comfortable to use it. After that, Mizuna thought about the problem of equipment again, but he immediately gave up the idea of using gold coins to buy top quality equipment. For Mizuna at this stage, the role of equipment is not great, and it is not as good as the effect of Bing Liang Guan. Generally, better equipment will not be released so quickly, and there will be even fewer suitable equipment for Mizuna ninjutsu master. Moreover, Mina remembered that when the village chief Fowl was dealing with the wild wolf boss, he seemed to have no equipment. In other words, for high-level NPCs in the game, equipment is not very useful. If this is applied to players, it should also be applicable, because both NPCs and players can have equipment, and they can still use each other. At the same time, Mina remembered the village chief's swordsman apprentice, who also had no equipment, only a sword behind him. It seems that relying on equipment is not a good thing. Only things that belong to you are the most real. Mina thought to herself. Mina immediately went to look through the skill books in her backpack. If she was lucky, she might get a skill book of collecting, and he would be so happy. However, Mina's luck was obviously not very good. Both skill books had universal skills, namely strengthening physical fitness and identification technique. The skill book of strengthening physical fitness is a passive skill that can permanently increase the learner's physical fitness by 30 points, and the identification technique, as the name suggests, will not be explained. Without even thinking about it, Shui Nai learned these 2 skill books. He would definitely fight Shenlong to the death in the future. The stronger he is, the better. After that, Shui Nai tried to pick up the wild boar parts he wanted directly with his hands, but the system directly prompted Shui Nai that he did not have the collection skill and could not collect this item. After trying several times, Shui Nai focused his attention on the 2 tusks and the large and small rocks around. Shui Nai smashed the rocks on the tusks of the wild boar boss again and again. Although every time he smashed it, the system would prompt that Shui Nai did not have the collection skill and could not collect some items. But the sharp-edged Shui Nai found that the tusk that he kept hitting began to show signs of breaking. Sure enough, sometimes the system is unreliable. When Shui Nai felt that it was about the same, Shui Nai found a higher place and fell down with the stone. With a crack, one of the tusks of the wild boar boss was finally broken by Shui Nai. Just when Mina was planning to take the second tusk, the wild boar boss's body became somewhat transparent. Mina knew that the wild boar boss's body was about to be deleted by the system. Just as she was about to take action, Mina thought that she could put the piranha in her backpack, so she tried to put it in her backpack. Unfortunately, the system prompted that there was not enough space in the backpack. Mina saw that the wild boar boss's body was about to disappear, and without knowing its refresh time, it was very dangerous to stay here rashly, so Mina immediately left the lowland, found a safe place, and began to check the loot. In addition to the 2 skill books, Mina also got 4 items from the boss, including a pair of universal blue shoes that add blood and defense, a purple swordsman two-handed sword that adds explosion, strength, and blood, a chakra gem that adds physique, and an unidentified ring. Item: defense boots, blue equipment. General item. Usage level, level 12. Durability, 9090. Weight, 15. Item description: as the equipment is made by the Defense Workshop, it has good defensive capabilities. Item basic effect, defense plus 30. Item bonus effect, health limit plus 50, defense plus 15. Item, berserker sword, purple equipment. For swordsmen only. Usage level, level 12. Durability. Weight, 50. Item description: this is a sword blessed by chakra, which allows the wearer to have the opportunity to double the damage, but as a price, the wearer's defense will be reduced. Item basic effect, damage plus 100, defense 20. Item bonus effect, health limit plus 150, strength plus 15, critical hit chance plus 5%. Item, primary constitution chakra gem, complete. Quality, excellent. Weight, 1. Item, this is a chakra gem that can increase the wearer's constitution. It can be inlaid on equipment or equipped in the accessories column. Gem effect, constitution plus 10. Mina equipped the shoes without saying a word. Then she studied the gem in her hand. The gem system in the ninja world is relatively complicated, and so far, many types of gems have not been discovered. Mina remembered that gems can be divided into complete and fragmented according to their integrity. Both complete and fragmented gems can be inlaid, but the effect is different. Only complete gems can be placed in the accessories column, and some special gem fragments can be synthesized into complete gems, but the quality of such gems will not be too high. Chapter 73 Suspicious. If classified by attributes, they can be divided into chakra gems and special gems. Chakra gems can be divided into elemental gems and spiritual gems. Elemental gems refer to gems with certain 5 escape attributes, such as the thunderstone on the top of the lightning rod in Mina's hand, and there are only 2 types of spiritual gems, namely Yang escape gems and Yin escape gems. Special gems refer to all gems other than chakra gems. The classification is more complicated, so for players who do not make a living by mining, few people study them. Mina is such a player. He only knows that the primary physical gem in his hand belongs to the category of special gems. The quality of gems can be divided into 4 categories, namely ordinary, good, excellent and perfect. In addition to affecting the effect of the gem, the quality of the gem will also affect the success rate of inlay and the effect after inlay. This inlay effect refers to the effect of the gem that can be retained during the inlay process. Because the combination between the item and the gem will produce a certain repulsion, the effect of the gem is reduced. Therefore, the higher the quality of the gem, the easier it is to inlay, and it is easier to stimulate the bonus attribute. Mina first put the gem in the jewelry column. If you want to inlay this gem, it will be a bit of a waste for Mina's current equipment, so you have to put it in the jewelry column. In fact, Mina plans to inlay it on the stealth ring. The stealth ring is a very useful item and can definitely be used until old, but the effect of this primary physical gem is obviously not worthy of it. And once the gem is inlaid, it will become fragments when taken down. Mina is very excited about the remaining unidentified rings, because before, if it weren't for the stealth ring, Mina would never have been able to leave Lan Luo village, and would have ended up in a miserable end. Thinking of the ring theory mentioned by the unscrupulous profiteer, Mina immediately used the identification technique to identify it. Mina placed the ring in her palm, and then clicked on the identification in the skill panel. System, item identification in progress, completion 20%, 50%, item identification completed. Item, ring of life, special item. Occupational restrictions, none. Usage level, none. Weight, 5. Item description: made from the legendary branches of the Tree of Life, it can speed up the wearer's life recovery speed, and at the same time, it can use the energy of the branches of the Tree of Life to activate the Light of Life. Item use effect: allow the wearer to attach a life recovery aura, which can speed up the life recovery speed by 100%, and the wearer can use the Light of Life once a day. Light of Life: instantly restore the target's entire health and remove all negative states. Effect cooling time: 1 day. Effective distance: 5 meters. No way, it's so strong. Mina looking at the ring, he was a little speechless. It seemed that he was more confident in dealing with the dragon this time. After that, Mizuna calculated his life recovery speed. Due to the occupational issues, the recovery speed of life, chakra, etc. of each occupation was different. For example, Mizuna was a ninjutsu master, and his chakra recovery speed was faster than that of ordinary people. His life recovery speed was related to his physique, and he recovered 1/10 of his physique every second. Now Mizuna's physique is over 70, which means that he recovers 7 points of life per second, and if it is doubled, it will be 14 points per second. Compared with the mainstream ninjutsu master's only 3 points, it is several times faster, but his spirit value is too low, and it can no longer compare with the damage of mainstream ninjutsu masters. After wearing the Ring of Life, Mizuna felt refreshed all over. He looked at the attribute column and found that he now had an additional life recovery aura. With such a reward for defeating a boss, Shui Nai now wanted to go to the wild boar territory to lure one over, but for the sake of safety, Shui Nai only dared to find some elites to attack. Although the items dropped were inferior, the experience was still good. In the next 3 days, Shui Nai had figured out the habits of all the wild boars in the wild boar territory, and defeated the wild boar boss again. Even the piranhas in the pond in the lowland were refreshed by Qin Hao once. Shui Nai's current level is 19, and she can take the upgrade task. In addition, Shui Nai has lowered the upgrade speed for the upgrade bonus effect of the intermediate ninjutsu batch. Because this upgrade bonus effect is very important for Shui Nai, an agile ninjutsu mage, and makes up for the lack of spirit value. Just when Shui Nai was thinking about this problem, the unscrupulous profiteer brought good news. Brother Shui Nai, I have found the person you want me to find. I'm just waiting for you to show up. The message from the unscrupulous profiteer immediately made Shui Nai open the voice communication system. Can they be trusted? Shui Na knew that she only had one chance to act this time, so she didn't want to act rashly. Absolutely trustworthy, they were very trustworthy professional players in the previous life, and I also asked people to find many connections to find them. The unscrupulous profiteer patted his chest and said. Okay, they are there, I will go to find them now. Shui Na was already a little impatient and wanted to go there immediately. Okay, let me ask, can you come out now? The unscrupulous profiteer knew that Shui Na was hiding in a very safe place now, so he was a little worried that he would be discovered by others when he came out. Okay, and I don't want to hide like this, it's too fucking cowardly. Okay, you wait in the forest at the east gate of the elemental city first, I will contact you then. The unscrupulous profiteer understood the taste of being driven away by others. As a person who had experienced it, he knew that Shui Na was almost at the limit of endurance. It was already very good for a teenager like Shui Na to endure so many days. I understand. I'll leave now. Shui Na looked at the time and walked out of the wild boar territory. Shui Na took some roads with few people along the way. Although he was attacked by monsters several times, he was not discovered by other players. Unscrupulous profiteer, I'm here. Shui Na quickly came to the east gate woods of the elemental city. Okay, then you come to the coordinates, 354.416, we are here. The unscrupulous profiteer responded immediately. Okay, I'll be there soon. Shui Na glanced at the map and found that it was not far from here, but for safety reasons, Shui Na still entered stealth mode. However, what made Shui Na suspicious was that no one was found in the coordinates mentioned by the unscrupulous profiteer. Shui Na had a little doubt in his heart, but he interrupted it soon, because if the unscrupulous profiteer wanted to betray him, he could have done it, there was no need to wait until now. Chapter 74 Test. So Shui Na asked in the private chat. We are all invisible. The unscrupulous profiteer suddenly appeared not far in front of Mina, and then 8 figures appeared beside the unscrupulous profiteer, all of whom were assassins. This scared Mina and made her hesitate for a while. Mina looked at the unscrupulous profiteer. He was looking around for Mina now, and there was no difference from before, so Mina chose to believe him. Mina first walked behind a big tree, then lifted the invisible state, and then came out. However, Mina's appearance made the assassins behind the unscrupulous profiteer a little unbelievable. How did you get here? The leading assassin looked at the expression of the unscrupulous profiteer and knew that Mina in front of him was his customer, but out of curiosity, he still asked. I walked here. Mina would naturally not tell her secrets to strangers. Oh, now please tell us what you want us to do. The leading assassin was called Hunter Number 1. He also knew that his previous question was not reasonable, so he did not ask any more questions. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Mina. With Mina's current level of advanced reconnaissance, he can already sense other people's reconnaissance on him, and if the reconnaissance level between the two differs by 2 or more levels, effective reconnaissance cannot be carried out. This function was seen by Shuai in the forum, but because Shuai completed the skill upgrade when he was in the wild boar territory, he could not test its authenticity. However, many people also mentioned this matter after his post, so Shuai believed it first. And he did not sense any problems just now, so he thought that the people in front of him did not use reconnaissance. Oh, it was you, so you want us to assassinate Shenlong now? Hunter Number 1 immediately reacted, but his guess was wrong. No, I will solve Shenlong myself, and I hope you can cooperate with me. Shuai knew that he could not knock down Shenlong alone. You want us to solve Shenlong's men, and then let you fight him alone? Hunter Number 2 immediately understood what Shuai meant, so he stepped forward and said. Yes. With my current strength, I can't knock down Shenlong before others react. So this is the only way. Shuai said to Hunter Number 2. This operation is too dangerous. Hunter Number 1 thought for a moment and said, but he was immediately interrupted by Shuai. I can offer 1,000 gold coins, as long as you can cooperate with me. Shuai said hurriedly. He just wanted to solve this heartstone as soon as possible. No, it's not a problem of gold coins, and your problem. We don't know how strong you are. If we rashly let you join our operation, it is very likely to cause the operation to fail. Hunter Number 1 also knew Shuai's mood. If a person's self-esteem was taken away by someone, he could only snatch it back from the murderer, but this kind of mood could easily make people lose their reason. For his teammates, he didn't want to take risks. In fact, you can hand over the dragon to us, and we can help you complete it. Hunter Number 3 saw Shuai didn't speak, thinking that he would cancel the operation, and immediately put forward his idea. Now they are waiting for money, and they can't rest assured about this mission. What if this is the case? Shuai suddenly raised his head and said, and then his body disappeared. I can also sneak, and I have the confidence to take down the dragon, so I hope you can help me. Mina's voice came from the air. If that's the case, I think we can accept it, but you have to pass our test. After all, being invisible doesn't mean you have strength. Hunter Number 1 waved to Number 8, and Number 8 immediately stepped forward. As long as you can reduce his health to half, we will recognize your strength. Hunter Number 1 made room and said to the air. Okay. Mina lifted the stealth after saying that. This is not good, swords have no eyes, it's easy to kill by mistake. The unscrupulous profiteer naturally didn't want to see this situation. Nothing, I also want to test my level. Mina said to the unscrupulous profiteer. It's good for people to be confident, but they can't be too confident. Hunter Number 8 said to Mina, and then slowly disappeared into the air. Mizuna didn't start stealth, but just kept releasing thunderballs around herself. Now Mizuna's thunderball technique has reached level 18, which can form a 1 meter forced electric shock area. How could this be possible? Hunter Number 8 never thought that the thunderball technique could be used in this way. He had been forced out by the current. He was standing in the current, constantly taking the forced electric shock damage on his head. It was this damage that broke his stealth state. This is the ability after the thunderball is instantly released, but few people can practice the thunderball to be instantly released. I remember that there is a special skill in the intermediate ninjutsu called chakra release, which can reduce the seal and cooling time of the ninjutsu. Now there are many ninjutsu masters looking for this skill book. But so far, no one has found the refresh area, and he didn't expect to find it. Hunter Number 4 said at this time. He is the data collector in the Hunter team. No, he has not become an intermediate ninjutsu master yet. He is just a junior ninjutsu master. Hunter number 1 corrected. Oh, I remember now. The monsters in the novice village are very suitable for ninjutsu masters to practice their skills. However, even if these elementary ninjutsu are upgraded, they still cannot be compared with intermediate ninjutsu in terms of growth and power. Hunter number 4 asked in confusion. In his opinion, these elementary ninjutsu will be forgotten in the later stage, so few people will practice ninjutsu too high. Didn't you see the power of his ninjutsu? He won by being fast. Hunter number 1 looked at the two people in the battle. Now Hunter number 8 didn't even have time to enter stealth. However, he doesn't seem to be taking the mainstream route. His agility is very high, and his health is not small. Hunter no 1's reconnaissance skills are only elementary. He can only detect Mina's name, occupation, and health bar percentage. More detailed information is all question marks. However, he still determined that Mina's health was more than 500 from the changes in Mina's health bar when she was injured. At the same time, from Mina's speed, it can be seen that his agility is not what mainstream ninjutsu masters have. Now Hunter number 8 is using his speed advantage to dodge Mina's lightning ball attack, but because Mina's attack is too intensive, even if he enters stealth mode, he will be immediately electrocuted. The weapon cannot effectively block the attack of the thunder ball, so now it is very embarrassing. Chapter 75 Action. As an assassin, he should restrain the ninjutsu master, but if the ninjutsu casting speed of a ninjutsu master is like this, the assassin can only sigh. In fact, he could have bypassed Mina's ninjutsu attack range from a distance, then entered stealth, and then attacked Mina, but he did not do so, because he had already figured out Mina's attack frequency and his attack habits. I saw that the Hunter number 8, whose face was black and grey, suddenly accelerated and increased his speed to the fastest. He planned to use his high speed to engage in close combat. But just as he approached Mina, a strange color appeared in the dense thunder balls. Just when Hunter number 8 discovered this problem, he already knew what this ninjutsu that was different from the thunder ball was. A lightning sword with paralysis ability. Okay, number 8 lost. Hunter number 1 spoke at this time and decided the winner. I lost, but I want to know why you didn't use the lightning sword energy at the beginning. If you used it at the beginning, I think I might have lost a long time ago. Hunter number 8 asked Shui Nai. Although the speed of the lightning sword energy is fast, if it attacks at a long distance, you have a great chance to dodge, and it is difficult to have such a chance a second time, so it is better to wait until you get close before using it. Shui Nai said while walking to Hunter number 1 with number 8. In this case, our action this time is called the dragon slaying action. Since Shenlong likes pomp and circumstance and never appears alone every time, what we have to do now is to collect all the information about Shenlong and then make a detailed plan. Hunter number 1 said. In fact, you can challenge Shenlong to a duel, isn't that better? Hunter number 8 suddenly asked. No, Shenlong is a very suspicious guy. Generally, suspicious people will not accept challenges from others. Anyway, there are many reasons to refuse. Even if he is willing, his subordinates will not let Shui Nai go to Shenlong so easily. The unscrupulous profiteer had said something similar to Shui Nai before. A guild leader cannot make any mistakes, otherwise it will affect the morale of the guild. Hunter number 1 also responded, and now Shenlong will not let Shui Nai go. It can be seen from the fact that he has sent people to guard the village. I think as long as Shui Nai appears, he will be hunted down immediately. Okay, then our Hunter number 1 team will cooperate with you to clean up the subordinates around Shenlong. As for the reward, we will charge 1,000 gold coins. After all, this operation will take us a lot of time. Hunter number 1 concluded that his fee was actually a bit too much this time, but he also had his reasons. One of his teammates was in a car accident and needed a lot of money urgently. Fortunately, they had collected almost enough money, and it would be enough after they finished dealing with Shui Nai. No problem, I will deduct your expenses, right? In order to get revenge, Shui Nai didn't care about the money. Okay, although it's a bit unreasonable, I still hope you can give me the money in advance, we need it for something. Hunter number 1 said with some embarrassment, because for such things, at most half of the price would be taken as a deposit, but this time he really needed money urgently. In fact, for these veterans, they don't have any good skills. The only advantage is that they are in good health and familiar with firearms. They are indeed very suitable to be bodyguards, but because they have a hard temper and don't like to be told what to do, they would rather choose to be security guards for a university. Although the salary is lower, it is also more free. No problem. Shui Nai said while trading with Hunter number 1. Well, let's go collect information about the Dark Dragon Guild first. We will notify you when there is news. This may take 1 or 2 days to complete. Hunter number 1 added Shui Na as a friend and said, and then led the entire hunter team out of the woods. Okay, I understand. Shui Na also wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. Although he also knew that this would not solve it, Shui Na felt that he should do a big one and must let the dragon know that Shui Na is not easy to bully. What are your plans now? The unscrupulous profiteer asked Shui Na. Practice stealth first, and get familiar with the distribution of the monster areas around the elemental city. Shui Na has made plans, that is, to fully master stealth. Okay, then you should be careful. The unscrupulous profiteer took the backpack handed over by Shui Na, and he also gave Shui Na a backpack filled with outdoor supplies. Then I'll leave first, bye. Shui Na went directly into stealth mode and left the woods. In the next 3 days, the hunting team has been hovering around the dragon, but they are very cautious and have not been discovered by the Dark Dragon Guild. Moreover, they have more and more information in their hands. And Mina, who is around the elemental city, wanders around the monster area like an invisible man every day, watching others fight monsters, or entering deeper areas, in order to make stealth a daily habit. For this, he has also suffered a lot of. However, due to the sufficient ration pills and the newly acquired life ring, Shui Nai did not have a record of returning to the city. Moreover, he also understood the characteristics of many monsters here and learned a lot of skills. Shui Nai, you can act tomorrow. Hunter number 1 suddenly sent a message. Understood. Shui Nai's hands were still shaking when she replied. This is what Shui Nai wanted to hear and say the most in these days. Where are your people? Shui Nai came to the coordinates given to him by Hunter number 1, but only Hunter number 1 was seen here, and none of the other teammates could be seen. Hold on outside, wait a minute, our people will use a trick to clean up the surrounding Dark Dragon members, you can just cover us with people from other places behind. Hunter number 1 said to Shui Nai in the team chat while listening to his teammates report the situation outside. No problem. But Shui Nai was a little worried now. After all, there were only 9 people, while there were 30 people in the Dark Dragon Guild outside, and it was not known how many assassins they had. Don't worry, their guild is too arrogant. They didn't even send assassins to stay outside. Otherwise, I wouldn't choose to take action at this time. Just make sure that Shenlong doesn't leave. He is definitely a person who is afraid of death. Hunter number 1 has collected almost all the information about the Dark Dragon Guild, and has a clear understanding of the monsters here. Chapter 76 Raid. There is a branch of the Earth Lizard here, and it is a very distant branch. Its strength may not even be 1/10 of the Earth Lizard, but it can still give current players a hard time. And Hunter number 1 knows that the core members of the Dark Dragon Guild have been brushing bosses here in the past few days in order to collect a set of earth suits and create a powerful barrier magician. But it seems that their luck is not very good, and they have been brushing for 5 days. And this is also a good opportunity for the Hunter team to take action, because in order to maximize the benefits, the Dark Dragon Guild has replaced all the assassins with high-damage ninjutsu masters, and has not arranged hidden stakes, basically not taking their enemies seriously. Captain, it's ready. At this time, Hunter number 2 appeared beside the two of them, holding a Daobli finger knife in his hand, the kind of Asuma. These Daobli finger knives are one of the equipment that can only be used by melee professions, but assassins have a high bonus effect when using these equipment. Basically, assassins with some money will equip one. Okay, act according to the plan. Hunter number 1 said in a deep voice in the team chat. Mina did not join the Hunter team, because they all knew that if they took action later, everyone in the same team would be red-named, which was not cost-effective, so when Hunter number 1 issued the action order, he disbanded the team and let them act according to the plan. Let's get ready. When their formation is in disarray, it's our chance to strike. Hunter number 1 said as he took out a pair of guns from his backpack. At this time, bursts of running sounds came from outside the woods, and the sound was getting closer and closer. What's going on? Shenlong also heard the sound and asked. However, the assassination magician who served as their eyes and ears had been driven away by Shenlong to do other things, which made them completely unaware of what was happening outside. In fact, they didn't know why President Shenlong had such a big opinion on Tianlong. Tianlong just suggested that Shenlong bring more thieves to defend himself, but Shenlong simply didn't bring even one assassination magician, and said proudly that Tianlong was too worried. Doesn't President Shenlong know that the friction between us and those guys who came down from the gods is getting bigger and bigger? However, since the Dark Dragon Guild is basically run by Shenlong, Tianlong can't do much alone and can only persuade on the side. However, the president has been suppressing Tianlong more and more recently. In fact, many members think that Tianlong is much more stable than Shenlong, but the core members of the guild support Shenlong to suppress Tianlong, and Tianlong doesn't seem to notice this situation. Moreover, as the vice president of a large guild, he has no power of his own, not even confidence. But to be honest, Tianlong treats all members equally, and doesn't distinguish between core and non-core. This is a group of giant lizards. Damn, why are the giant lizards here? A ninjutsu master who was originally the farthest from the boss has now become the player closest to the group of giant lizards. It's impossible to refresh so quickly. We just cleared the lizards behind. Gilong immediately discovered the problem, but now they have no time to think so much, and now they are being made dumplings by the lizards. Retreat first, then ask In Guang to investigate this matter. Shenlong made a decision immediately. His decision was the best option at the moment, but they seemed to have forgotten that the giant lizard boss was not dead yet. Ninjutsu master, don't stop. The health of the giant lizard boss has increased a lot. Yan Long was in charge of commanding the physical masters. He was still fighting with the giant lizard boss, but their attack power was no match for this monster with high physical defense. What a big injury. And the medical magician behind him also stopped the medical ninjutsu because of the commotion behind him. Now they can only rely on the life-saving pills in their hands to exchange blood with this red boss, which is not a solution at all. Dilong, Tianyi, you use the flame wall to stop the giant lizard behind you, and the rest of you use water escape and lightning escape ninjutsu to control the boss, and the physical magician retreats immediately. Shenlong saw that the warriors had been entangled by the boss. If he retreated rashly, it would only cause more deaths to the people below. However, if it was an ordinary accident, Shenlong's approach was very correct, but if there were several assassination magicians among the giant lizards, that would be another situation. I saw that Gilong and Tianyi had just completed the intermediate ninjutsu flame wall and successfully blocked the giant lizard outside. When they were about to support their teammates, 5 crossbow arrows were shot from behind the flame wall. Because Tianyi was standing relatively far back, the crossbow arrows nailed him to death immediately, and he didn't even have time to report the news. Be careful, there is an enemy attack. Gilong's equipment was better than Tianyi's, and he stood farther back, so there were only 2 crossbow arrows to greet him. When he saw the white light of Tianyi's death, he reacted very quickly, dodging a fatal arrow that was shot at his throat, but he couldn't completely dodge the second arrow. Just as he pulled out the arrow stuck in his arm and shouted to his teammates, another crossbow arrow flew out from the woods on one side, turning him into white light, leaving only a corpse and a piece of equipment. It's that bastard, medical magician, quickly revive the dead. Shenlong already knew from the team system prompt that a teammate had died, and it was the kind of death that even the murderer didn't see. Now Shenlong and his mages have left the alert range of the giant lizard boss, and the warriors behind are also guarding their periphery with injuries. As for the giant lizard boss not catching up, Shenlong knew that this was because there was a nest of giant lizard eggs in the giant lizard's nest, and this boss was the monster that guarded them. Unfortunately, these eggs were not mature and could not be treated as summoning beast eggs. However, when those medical magicians were about to use resurrection, crossbow arrows came from all directions with sharp whistles, interrupting the medical magicians inside, and also harvesting the lives of 2 medical magicians with less blood. The resurrection spell of the medical magician took too long to cast, and it was very easy to interrupt. The mage player of the Dark Dragon Guild had already put all the prepared ninjutsu to the place where the crossbow arrows were shot, but it did not receive any effect. It was difficult for the players in the dark to deal with it. President, they are members of the hunting team. Gilong chose to revive directly in order to tell their president the system information he received. Chapter 77 Phoenix Fire Technique. What? The hunting deer squad, we shouldn't have offended them, right? Shenlong panicked when he heard that they were members of the hunting deer squad. In the previous life, although the hunting deer squad had only 10 people, it could challenge a guild. Its strength can be said to be the elite among the elites and the senior among the seniors. I know you are members of the hunting deer squad, but we haven't offended you. Why are you attacking our guild? Shenlong knew that they were nearby, so he didn't use the regional channel and shouted loudly there. After all, Shenlong couldn't guarantee that there were no other players nearby. You didn't offend us, but I took someone's money, so I have to do things for him. Hunting Deer number 1 said in the regional channel. Who is it? Who asked you to deal with our guild? Is it a god from heaven? Shenlong commanded his physical arts masters to surround their ninjutsu masters, but there were too many ninjutsu masters, and the number of physical arts masters could only protect one direction. No, we are going to deal with your men. You have been targeted. Hunter number 1 also knew their actions and commanded his teammates to launch an attack. Ah, there is an assassination master. A ninjutsu master fell down, holding his chest. The ninjutsu master next to him immediately shouted, but he only shouted and fell to the ground. After that, crossbows were shot out from the woods, covering the retreat of the assassination master and shooting down the other 2 ninjutsu masters. Damn it, Hunter number 1 team, remember, our guild will not let you go. Shenlong was furious when Hunter number 1 said you have been targeted before, and now the Hunter number 1 team actually killed his member teammate again in front of him, so he was even more angry. We will leave here after this, so you don't have to look for us. Hunter number 1 said while shooting crossbows at Yanlong. At present, only Yanlong is the biggest threat, because he is now fully armed, and they can't kill him at all. President, those giant lizards are coming again. A physical practitioner closest to the giant lizards immediately found that the flame wall had been extinguished, but the giant lizards did not leave because of this, but came towards them. President, you go first, we will help you hold it. Yanlong knew that they had been calculated by others, and it was impossible for them to leave. Especially when the professional players like the hunting team were still playing guerrilla warfare around, it's really a pipe dream to want to leave. Everyone is responsible for covering the president's departure. Yanlong, as Shenlong's confidant, naturally knew what to say at what time, and he also found that the people of the hunting team did not attack Shenlong, and even the stray bullets did not hit Shenlong. However, just when Shenlong was about to use the return scroll, a stone accurately hit Shenlong's hand holding the scroll, and directly pulled Shenlong, who was about to return to the city, back from the white light. The return scroll cannot be disturbed during the activation process. This stone was thrown by Mina, but what made him feel strange was that Mina did not cancel the stealth state because of it. Mina immediately remembered that it was introduced in the game that players can use hidden weapons, and if the assassin uses hidden weapons as a means of attack in stealth, the stealth will not be cancelled. However, the attacks of these hidden weapons are very weak. Could it be that using stones can be understood as a hidden weapon? Then Mizuna remembered that she had seen a hidden weapon called Locust Stone in a book introducing ancient weapons. To put it simply, it was to throw stones at others. Shenlong did not expect this to happen. He was interrupted and returned to the city without even seeing a shadow of a person. At this time, the men surrounding him had almost left. Without the treatment of the medical magician, the physical magician could still stand for a while, but the ninjutsu master could not. Moreover, they were now being hit by the giant lizard and the hunting team, and the physical magician only had the power to protect himself. Mizuna, who was watching from the side, felt that the theory of professional mutual restraint was simply nonsense. Can the physical magician restrain the assassination magician here? The assassination magician with long-range weapons can be used as a ninjutsu master. Mizuna, help paralyze the man called Yanlong. His equipment is too threatening to us. Hunter number 1 suddenly said to Mizuna. Shui Na could also see that among the few people left, Yanlong had the highest defense. Those crossbow arrows would do about 20 points of damage to other warriors, but only 5 points to him. Moreover, he had more life pills, so he would eat them immediately when his life was low. Understood, wait for me for 3 seconds. Shui Na said as he carefully moved to a big tree behind Yanlong's left. Hiss, hiss. A lightning sword energy passed through several physical magicians from the upper left of Yanlong and hit Yanlong's head. In an instant, the blue electric current went into his body along the metal equipment on his body, and Yanlong's body was spasming. At this moment, 3 assassination magicians simultaneously stretched out their daggers and stabbed at his vest, throat, and left eye. Ding, hiss, and puff, 3 sounds mixed together. The dagger that hit his back did not penetrate his armor, and the dagger that hit his throat only cut the leather used to protect his neck. Only the dagger that stabbed his left eye successfully hurt Yanlong, and it was 10 times more fatal. Yanlong. Shenlong angrily aimed the ninjutsu that he had originally prepared to rescue a physical jutsu player at the assassins, and then fired it immediately. However, his ninjutsu was not the fastest wind ninjutsu, but the powerful fire ninjutsu Fengxian fire jutsu. The 3 assassins spread out in all directions. 5 small fireballs, only 3 hit the target. The 3 assassins immediately ran into the shadows and entered stealth mode. After that, all their ninjutsu failed. Only assassins can compete with assassins in speed, not even ninjutsu. Damn it! Shenlong cursed in his heart. These people did not hurt him, but protected Shenlong when he was approached by the giant lizard, but his ninjutsu was always destroyed by stones that came from nowhere. This made him more and more angry. President, that Shui Nai is also there. Yan Long thought for a long time at the resurrection stone before choosing to resurrect directly, because the resurrection area is a little far from the place where the accident happened. Even if he rushed there by running corpses, the flowers might have withered. What? Impossible! Shenlong didn't believe it at all. He had never received any information from Nguang. Chapter 78 Destroying the Corpse. It's him. I don't think so either. But he electrocuted me. Otherwise, those assassins couldn't get close to me at all. Yan Long was also very angry. He didn't expect that a player who didn't even want to look at him would actually kill him. Shui Nai boy, I know you are here, come out. I thought you were a good person, but it turns out you are just a coward. Come out if you have the guts. Didn't you say you wouldn't ask me to assassinate us? Shenlong shouted to the surroundings. The people around him were almost dead, and he was the only one who was still in full health. If you are willing to let your men leave with the teleportation scroll, we will not make it difficult for them. You are my only target. Shui Nai's proposal made the people in the hunting team stop shooting crossbows. Humph, you want to fight me alone? Do you think you can beat me? Shenlong signaled his teammates to add blood as soon as possible while stalling for time. No need to stall for time. You are my only target. I will give you 30 seconds to let your men leave, otherwise I will continue to attack. Hunting number 1 naturally knew he knew their plan, but he didn't intend to let them continue their plan. President. The remaining people naturally didn't want to die here, because now they only had 5 physical arts masters, and with the cooperation of Mina's lightning sword and assassination masters, they could easily get rid of them, but they couldn't say it, and could only say some vague words to show their loyalty. Okay, you go first. Shenlong said as he walked to their side and handed a piece of equipment in his hand to one of the warriors. Let's go quickly. Shenlong said to them. The 5 physical arts masters activated the return scroll at the same time. 5 seconds passed, 10 seconds. 20 seconds, just when Shenlong was very happy to see the light of the scroll hidden in his sleeves almost bright, suddenly someone patted him from behind, and 6 rays of light disappeared at the same time. I knew you would play tricks. Mina guessed that Shenlong would take the opportunity to leave, so when he walked to his teammates, he followed him. Moreover, the hunter deer squad on the side did not make a move. After all, their mission had been completed, which made Shenlong think that he could hide the truth. Why are you behind me? Shenlong obviously did not notice anyone behind him. I've been behind you. Mina took off her hood and said in an evil tone. Mina, you only have 2 minutes to settle your personal grudges. Hunter deer number 1 has received information from the unscrupulous profiteers, and now a large group of players from the Dark Dragon Guild are coming. At the same time, the people from the Hunter Deer Squad also came out, but they did not pick up the equipment on the ground, which was considered to indicate that they had no intention of being enemies with the Dark Dragon Guild. It can be solved in 1 minute. If he wants to be a target, it may be faster. Mina has already scouted Shenlong's information. His health is only 312, but his spirit is 134. It seems that he is a very professional ninjutsu master. Humph, you can't rely on me. Shenlong saw that Mizuna had already started to prepare, so he naturally knew that he would not be able to wait for reinforcements, and he didn't believe that Mizuna, a junior ninjutsu master, could defeat him. Don't worry, as long as you defeat Mizuna, you can leave. Hunter number 1 saw him looking at him and immediately dispelled his guess. Okay, I'll let you see the power of ninjutsu. Shenlong said proudly at this time. Let's start. Mizuna said and directly summoned a thunder ball and hit Shenlong. However, Shenlong did not expect Mizuna's ninjutsu to be so fast. Just when he was about to interrupt the seal of the Phoenix Fire technique and prepare to leave the attack range of the Thunder Ball, a blue electric light immediately appeared on Mizuna's weapon. A lightning sword energy chased the Thunder Ball and flew towards Shenlong, and soon passed under the Thunder Ball and hit Shenlong. Shenlong, who had been hit by the lightning sword energy and the lightning ball technique, looked unbelievable. He didn't expect that Mina could practice ninjutsu to the point of instantaneous release, and he didn't expect that Mina could control ninjutsu so skillfully. He didn't see the lightning sword energy behind the lightning ball at the beginning, and he didn't expect that a lightning sword energy would appear under the arc-shaped attack route of the lightning ball. Unfortunately, the power of Mina's ninjutsu was too weak for Shenlong, and even the paralysis effect of the lightning sword energy could only last for 2 seconds. But what was even more regrettable was that Shenlong had no way to stop Mina's continuous ninjutsu attacks. Even Bing Liangguan was knocked down by Mina's ninjutsu. It took 1 minute and 3 seconds, but it's almost time. We should say goodbye. Hunter number 1 said as he called his teammates to leave. Then goodbye. Seeing that Shenlong's body was still there, Mina suddenly remembered the idea of destroying the body and erasing the traces. Mizuna looked at the bodies of the Dark Dragon Guild members who had not disappeared around. It seemed that many of them were planning to run the corpses and revive. Hehe, let's let you drop a level as a lesson. Mizuna walked to the body of Shenlong and picked up a pair of purple ninjutsu shoes that he had exploded. This was a good thing that increased attack, spirit, and defense. The things that President Shenlong exploded are indeed extraordinary. Mizuna directly put away the pair of shoes. As for the others, he didn't plan to take them. After that, Mizuna carried Shenlong's body and walked into the depths of the giant lizard forest. After another 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the 5 assassination magicians of the Dark Dragon Guild finally arrived. As soon as they arrived here, they immediately collected the equipment on the ground and collected the bodies on the ground to a safe place. However, they didn't seem to notice that their president's body was not here. Alas, I didn't expect that the core elites of our guild were almost wiped out. An assassination magician who had nothing to do said to the people around him while guarding the body. SHH, let's talk about this in the team chat. If someone comes running over later and they hear it, they might get beaten up by the guild leader. Another assassination magician immediately said in the team chat. Alas, I really miss the time when the old guild leader was here. That was when it was called the Dark Dragon Guild. Another person also said in the team chat with a sigh, causing everyone to fall into memories. Actually, I think Tianlong is a good president. A very young assassination magician suddenly said, and the rest of the people were awakened. Brother, just say it once, don't tell others. You didn't hang out in our Dark Dragon Guild in your previous life, so you may not know the style of Shenlong, but I can tell you that he is a stingy person. It's best not to offend him at all, otherwise it will be miserable. The oldest assassination magician said in a deep tone. He had seen a lot of such things in his previous life. Chapter 79 Red Boss. No way, this is just a game, it's impossible that he will come out to retaliate against me. The young assassination magician said unconvinced. Then I will also remind you that the real information of those of us who have entered the core members is in the hands of President Shenlong, and I know the relationship between President Shenlong and an underground gang, well, I won't say it, think about it yourself. An assassin who had not spoken before also interrupted, but this sentence took him a lot of time to organize. No way, I heard from a friend that joining the Shenlong Guild would be very promising, so. That is for ordinary members, it is very promising, after all, there are a bunch of us to follow up on anything. But for us core members, since we have received the salary from the Shenlong president, we have to work for him. Wu Ying, your skills are good and there is a lot of room for development. In the future, you should put away your heart and be a good person, so that your future will be greater. Ghost Shadow Team 3, have you seen the president's body? At this time, the leader of Ghost Shadow Team 3 heard the voice of Vice President Tianlong. What president's body? I didn't find it. He immediately looked at the bodies around again, and there was no dead body of Shenlong at all. Chase now, maybe that Mina hid the body of the president. Tianlong immediately thought that it must be Shui Nai's doing, and couldn't help but said anxiously. But we don't know his direction. Can the president tell us the coordinates? President, it's just that his body is getting farther and farther away from him. In the soul state, he can't communicate with normal players. The president told us by exiting the game, so the coordinates cannot be determined. You go to the coordinates, 904.128, first. I have sent several teams over. Understood, then we will go over. He glanced at the map and immediately called his teammates to leave here. Captain, didn't you say that the president had escaped just now? What's going on now that he was killed again? Wu Ying asked while rushing on the road. Who knows this? The president always thinks that he is the smartest, so he has a great chance of misjudging the situation and saying the wrong thing. Is this okay? There are thousands of changes in the game. As long as you make a wrong move, you have to start all over again. Walking further and further, Shui Nai carried the dead body of Shen Long and entered a level 35 monster area. Here, Shui Nai's movements became more and more difficult. Fortunately, Shen Long's body was not heavy. It only used up 40 points of Shui Nai's weight value. Now Shui Nai's physique is much higher than before, so the weight value is also correspondingly higher. Shui Nai looked at the body of Shen Long, which was similar in shape to the unscrupulous profiteer. He remembered that the weight of the unscrupulous profiteer was very heavy before, and Shui Nai couldn't pull him completely. Could it be that the weight was reduced because the soul left the body? This was Shui Nai's last thought. Looking at the glowing equipment on his shoulders, Shui Nai wanted to tear them off. He didn't expect that there were 3 golden equipment on Shen Long, and the rest were all purple. The halo of these equipment alone could make Shui Nai a light bulb in this forest. Many giant lizards looked at him from a distance. The monitor lizards here are bigger than each other. Shui Na has to walk carefully now, for fear of entering the monitor lizard's alert range and being attacked by it. Shui Na saw that it was far away from the scene, so she threw the body of the dragon on the ground and prepared to go back, but immediately thought that since she could carry the body of the dragon and walk around, others could do the same, so she should do it more thoroughly. Shui Na, who thought that sending the Buddha to the west should be sent to the west, once again carried the body of the dragon on her back, and then walked towards the place where the roar and strong breath came from in front. Based on Shui Na's experience of encountering high-level bosses many times, there must be a boss ahead. This boss is not bad. Minna is now lying in the grass, next to the body of the dragon. 30 meters in front of Minna, there is an unusually huge monitor lizard. Minna didn't dare to get too close, so he could only watch from the side. This boss is a red violent boss, and its hard skin that has turned into a yellowish-brown color shows that this boss has a much higher blood relationship with the earth monitor lizard than those outside. Minna first looked at the terrain. Behind this red monitor lizard boss is a cliff several tens of meters high. From the front, this cliff is extremely straight, as if it was cut out by a sharp weapon, and there is no place to climb. Minna walked around with the body of the dragon again, and finally found it in the pile of rocks. We have reached the road that can be used to go up. As Shui Nai walked up the mountain road, he was actually not sure if this road led up the mountain, but this was the only road he could take, so he walked it with the mentality of giving it a try. Vice President Tianlong, we found some player footprints, which may have been left by Shui Nai. Several Shui Nai were looking for suspicious traces in the giant lizard forest, and next to the obvious footprints there was also a human-shaped trace, which was believed to be pressed by the president's body. Okay, chase him immediately. We must find the president's body and then report back as soon as possible. Tianlong's tone was a little anxious. At present, only players above the team leader level know that the guild has been killed and the body has been stolen. Others only know that they need to find some suspicious traces in this forest. However, there seem to be many suspicious traces to find in the forest, which makes these players feel miserable. Now more than half of the people in the guild have been dispatched and spent half an hour, but still can't find anything. The thought that the president's corpse resurrection state will only end in half an hour, and then the president will be directly resurrected by the system and his level will drop by 1 level. For players, death and level drop can actually be said to be as common as eating, but Shenlong's level is different. As the president of the most powerful guild, Shenlong's level can be said to be the life sign of the Dark Dragon Guild. Especially from the beginning of the server to now, his level has been ranked first among players, and no one has shaken it. What's more valuable is that Shenlong has not experienced death since the opening of the server. For a guild, this is a powerful testimony and the best introduction for the guild to recruit players. Because in the game, the undefeated myth is the easiest to be admired and it is also easy to attract some young talents. Chapter 80 Warcraft. Minna, where are you now? The people of the Dark Dragon Guild have gone crazy. The whole world is looking for you. You'd better leave quickly. The unscrupulous profiteer said anxiously. He thought Minna had run away just now, but looking at the posture of the Dark Dragon Guild, it seemed like an ant that had found honey, moving purposefully. The body of the dragon is here. Wait for me to throw him down and leave. Mina was almost climbing to the top of the cliff. Mina didn't expect that it would become so steep when she reached the mountainside. Mina had no choice but to tie the body of the dragon to her body and climb up with her hands and feet. Tisk tisk, it seems that this mountain was really split by someone. Mina had already seen the smooth cuts of some stones on the edge of the cliff, and the soil layer of this cliff was very loose. A light step would cause fine sand and stones to roll down. The soil layer here seemed to have been eroded by something. Mina put the body of the dragon aside and carefully poked his head out to look down. The red giant lizard boss below had already discovered someone on the cliff and was also raising his head. For a moment, the four looked at each other, neither of them expected this situation, and forgot to move for a moment. However, soon, Mina saw a layer of cocky light flashing on the giant lizard below. Fuck, it's actually a demon beast. Mina naturally knew what those lights below were. The halo produced when the chakra was activated there, but from the halo below, it can be seen from such a distance, the level of the demon beast's chakra will not be too low. So Mina immediately retreated, threw the body of the dragon down with one hand, and carefully went around to another place to look down. If Mina had not retreated just now, you can see that a basin-sized ball with a cocky halo was spit out from the giant lizard's big mouth, and it directly hit the body of the dragon in the air. As soon as the ball hit the body of the dragon, it immediately spread around, covering a space of 3 meters. That space looked a bit like a sandstorm, but from the petrified dragon body, it can be seen that these earthy yellow smoke has the ability to petrify, and from the changes in the surrounding rocks, it can be seen that this is still a range-based petrification ninjutsu. Mina carefully poked her head out and took a look below. The giant lizard boss below was obviously hit by the dragon's body, and was stepping on the body in anger to vent, but because the body was protected by the system and could not be destroyed, the giant lizard below became more and more angry. If Mina had seen the petrification ninjutsu before, he would know why the giant lizard was so angry now. After all, being hit by a stone that fell from a height of dozens of meters is very painful, and even the boss can't stand this kind of pain. Mina looked at the trembling cliff and thought it would be better to leave early, so she immediately found another set of return scrolls from her backpack. The appearance of this scroll is much more beautiful than the scroll of Lanluo village, and there is a circle of gold around it, which is generous and looks a bit old. This scroll is the scroll of the City of Elements, and it was bought by Shuinai from an unscrupulous profiteer. Since the last incident, Shuinai has set his resurrection point in another novice village. As long as the range of the resurrection point is enough, he can be resurrected there. At the same time, he also bought some scrolls to return to the city from other villages, so as not to let Shenlong and his gang find his trace so easily. After a burst of white light, Shuinai's figure disappeared on the cliff. A group of assassination magicians under the cliff looked at the angry giant lizard boss and the corpse pressing it down with astonishment. Vice President Tianlong, we have found the president's body, but we have no way to grab it. Alas, it's almost what I imagined, you guys come back. Tianlong would naturally think that Shuinai would not simply put Shenlong's body in a place where it could be easily reached, otherwise he would not have spent more than half an hour playing hide-and-seek with the assassination magicians. But what he didn't expect was that Shuinai only picked up the equipment that the president exploded, and didn't pick up any of the equipment that others exploded. It seems that Shuinai's actions show that she is only targeting Shenlong, but if Shenlong is a master who is willing to listen to others, it would be fine. Tianlong put down the information collected by his subordinates and felt a little headache. Shuinai's current behavior was very childish, but what was even more childish was that the Dark Dragon Guild actually played with him all the way, wasting many people's precious time, and the result was nothing. Tianlong looked at the list of members who died in the search for corpses just now. These names will soon become gold coins. Alas, why did I agree to be the vice president? Tianlong thought to himself. Vice President Tianlong, Yanlong is leading a group of core players to attack a red boss, but now there are heavy casualties. Yanlong, this guy who was caught by the door, really has no brains, and he always makes trouble for me. How many people are dead now? Tianlong muttered softly, and then immediately asked the players reporting on the front line. Hundreds of people have died. We don't have enough medical practitioners who can perform resurrection. Besides, the giant lizard boss is a demon beast that can perform earth escape group attack ninjutsu. Alas, even if all medical practitioners learn resurrection, it won't be enough for them to die. The cooldown time of a resurrection is half an hour. Tianlong seemed to see that more than half of the gold coins in the guild's vault were about to disappear. If a member died in each operation, compensation must be made. Otherwise, no player would be willing to help in the face of danger. I'll tell Gilong now. He's at the scene, right? Tianlong couldn't help but have a great interest in the player named Mina. Every time he was about to do something, it would shock the guild. Yes, Vice President Gilong was killed by the giant lizard boss in seconds. Damn, now the boss has left the territory, and several assassins are going to dig out the president's body. Vice President Tianlong, Vice President Gilong will not listen to your advice now. The assassin also knew what was going on in the upper echelons of the guild. Unfortunately, the current Dark Dragon Guild no longer had the Elders' Council. Now everything is decided by Shenlong, and no one dares to raise opposing opinions like Tianlong did. Okay, you guys go and get busy, I'll try to get more money. Remember to be careful and don't die, our guild's treasury is almost empty again. Tianlong was also helpless, but he didn't forget to care about them in this situation. Although he said that the target of his concern was another matter, the members who knew him well knew that it was a caring word. Chapter 81 Gift. Don't worry, assassins are the best at escaping. And I heard that if you snatch the president's body, you will be rewarded with 10 gold coins. For the gold coins, I can't let anything happen. The assassin joked that among the 4 presidents, only Tianlong has the best temper and the least airs. Now even Nguang, who just came up, is very arrogant. I'm back to the Element City. Where are you? As soon as Mina returned to the Element City, she went to find the unscrupulous profiteer. Mina planned to give the money on hand to the unscrupulous profiteer. Come to the food street in the south of the city. I'm setting up a stall over there. The unscrupulous profiteer immediately responded. This is the place where the gods came down to earth. If there is anything, it will be much faster to escape. Okay, I'll be there soon. Mina replied and set off immediately. Wearing a novice robe, Mina came to the southern area of the Element City according to the instructions on the map. The catering industry here is relatively developed, so many casual players often gather here to rest or taste the food in the game. Moreover, there are many players wearing novice robes now. If the Dark Dragon Guild intends to check them one by one, it will probably waste a lot of time and manpower. In an open-air restaurant in the southern district, Mina and the unscrupulous profiteer are sitting inside. The life of the rich. The unscrupulous profiteer sighed while eating the food in front of him. This, I don't think it has any real meaning. Mina didn't order any food, but the unscrupulous profiteer helped you order a glass of juice that can speed up the recovery of life, chakra, and endurance. However, when he saw the price tag of the 2 gold coins, he immediately had the idea of swallowing gold. Enjoy it. Do you think it's only meaningful to go out and fight monsters and get equipment? Only those who know how to enjoy can understand higher level things. What are the higher level things? Well, look at me, am I a person who knows how to enjoy life? So if you can treat me to a meal like this every day, I think I should be able to understand it after about a month and a half. The unscrupulous profiteer explained very unscrupulously. By the way, what are your plans now? Mina thought it would be better to ask the unscrupulous profiteer first to see what his plan was. Well, you know that the border between the other 2 countries has been opened. I plan to make some money here first, and then go there with my friends to pan for gold. Are you interested? No, there doesn't seem to be anything I can do over there, so I'd better do what I can do. I'll take care of this money for you, and you can do whatever you like. Mina said as she traded 2,000 gold coins in her backpack to the unscrupulous profiteer. When she saw this number, the unscrupulous profiteer immediately choked. You're not going to let it go, are you? You've already taken revenge once, you're not going to let it go. Ego to hell, you trademark re the one who can trademark T let it go. I trademark VE taken revenge now, so I can trademark T use this money anymore. I trademark D rather give it to you to do business. You can start a guild or something to play with, you have money now, you can do a lot of things. The unscrupulous profiteer looked at the gold coins in the trading window and said hesitantly. Although these gold coins were exchanged for credit points, they were actually not much. At the current black market exchange rate of 1 for 20, it was only about 1, but the unscrupulous profiteer still didn't trademark T quite believe that so much money was received at once. If you don't trademark T want it, I trademark LL find someone else. I heard that it seems to be good to copy the land now, and you should be able to make some money. Mina actually thought about doing some business, but he didn't trademark T have the experience. It would not only waste time, but also gold coins. It would be better to give it to the unscrupulous profiteer. Eyes, what do you mean, but Don trademark T we have to sign an agreement or something like that? The unscrupulous profiteer still asked. Agreement, do you think it trademark S useful? I prefer gentleman trademark S agreements. Mina said as she drank juice. Okay, let's be gentlemen for once. The unscrupulous profiteer held out his cup, and Mina also held out his cup, and they touched it gently. By the way, what are your plans now? The unscrupulous profiteer also asked Mina. First do a level up task, and then go and make some money. Don't you have money? The unscrupulous profiteer covered the purse in his backpack. That's dead money, it's sad to use it. Fuck, aren't the things that you killed the monsters dead money? It's different, it's someone else's, not mine, so I'm quite happy to use it, because I'm not dead. Then you have to be careful, otherwise it will be like before, which is not good. Don't worry, I've died once, if I don't learn a lesson, then I should die too. After saying this, Shui Na left. He had already heard from the players around him that Shenlong was back, and from the ranking list, it could be seen that Shenlong had dropped a level. However, all the players in the guild had already returned to the elemental city. In order to reduce trouble, it was better to stay away from unscrupulous profiteers first, otherwise Shui Na would not want to see innocent people being harmed. Shui Na planned to go to the elemental city first. Anyway, if the people from the Dark Dragon Guild wanted to find him, they would definitely not be able to do so without any luck. And because he was followed last time, he did not browse the place very well. Now, Shui Na felt that his mentality was very different from before. Although he was still being chased, he actually felt that it was not bad now, maybe he had gotten used to it. It seems that people's adaptability is very strong. Afterwards, Shui Na almost used up the remaining money in his backpack, and only had more than 40 gold coins on him. Looking at the nearly 100 gold coins, more than half of which were used up at once, Shui Na finally experienced the pleasure of modern men and women going crazy shopping. Shui Na has learned all the life skills she wanted in the elemental city. Now, in addition to the mining and identification skills at the beginning, Shui Na has also learned the collection and collection skills. The usage rate of these two life skills is very high. The object of the collection skill is plants, while the object of the collection skill is monsters that have not been brushed off. In fact, Qin Hao also wanted to learn a medicine skill, but because the owner of the only pharmacy in the elemental city that can sell skill books disappeared, he did not learn it. At the same time, in order to make the mining skill usable in the future, Shui Na also bought a high-quality and durable pickaxe and put it in her backpack for backup. When passing by a tea shop, Shui Na suddenly remembered that village chief Fal liked this, and without thinking much, he went in and spent 2 gold coins to buy a box of medium and high-end tea. Then there was the fine wine that Mu liked, and the candy snacks that Xiao Ai liked. Chapter 82 Merchant Reputation. For Qin and the old ninjutsu master, Shui Na didn't find anything good, so he had to go around the player's stall area first to see if he could find a suitable one. Fortunately, the player had too many strange things in his hands, and Shui Na quickly spent a gold coin to buy a set of bones from some unknown beast and a piece of something that looked like a red round stone that you can't even tell what it is. According to the player, these things were found in a canyon. At that time, he didn't know what kind of beast's bones these were, so he collected some, and this round stone was found in the bone material. When he knew that Shui Na wanted that set of bone materials, he immediately gave this stone to Shui Na, saying that it was buy one get one free, but what made Shui Na feel strange was that the player left immediately after selling the things. At first, Shui Na thought that it was his name that caught his attention, but he quickly denied it. Even if he was a member of the Dark Dragon Guild, as long as he notified the guild members, wouldn't he be able to call the surrounding members over immediately? There was no need to leave in such a hurry. When he thought of this, Shui Na immediately took out the bone materials, and immediately found the problem when he squeezed them. These bones were already rotten, and if he applied force, the bones would be crushed. Shui Na was so angry that he had to seriously buy another set of bone materials, and the previous set, anyway, was bought, so it didn't matter if he showed it to Qin. However, after walking around for so long, he still didn't find anything suitable for the old ninjutsu master. It seems that only gold coins are most suitable for him. Mina used the return scroll directly to return to a novice village not far from Lanluo village. After confirming that there was no danger, Mina found a fishing ground to practice skills. Uncle Wu Yang, are you in the elemental city? Mina asked Wu Yang. Don't call me by this name anymore, okay? Wu Yang corrected him as soon as he heard this name, but it seemed that this was not the first time. Is there something wrong? I want to know the movements of the Dark Dragon Guild. The whole world is looking for you. Now you have become a celebrity. You should be careful now and don't trade with players casually. Yesterday, your trading in the Elemental City was exposed, so the population of the Elemental City is now in trouble, and the Tianchengxia Guild has also intervened, making the Elemental City a mess. No way. I just bought some things casually, and they have to check it. Who told you to disappear? They can't find you, so they will do this naturally. I wonder if there is any problem in Lanluo village. There is definitely, but not too many. After all, not everyone will make the same mistake. Forget it, I'd better go back and take a look. By the way, be careful yourself. Okay. The unscrupulous profiteer said this, but he didn't think so. Now there are several people from the Dark Dragon Guild standing in front of him, including Nguang. What's the matter? The unscrupulous profiteer looked at the items on the stall and found nothing wrong. We won't chat with you anymore. I know your relationship with Mina. I want you to ask him out on our behalf. Nguang only knew that Mina and the unscrupulous profiteer had worked together before, but in order to complete the task, he had to speak more seriously. What should I say about this? You also know that merchants are the most trustworthy. If I do this, I'm afraid I will be rejected by other merchants. Can I still do business in the future? We will compensate for the loss. Nguang said casually. Really? The unscrupulous profiteer looked like he was greedy for money, and his eyes were already shining with gold. Yes, we can compensate you with 100 gold coins. No way, who do you think I am? 100 gold coins are fine, but the reputation of merchants is not so cheap. The unscrupulous profiteer immediately changed his face and looked disdainful. Then name a price, let me see. Really, I want 10 million gold coins, not one less. The unscrupulous profiteer was very happy when he heard it, and immediately said it as a matter of course. Fuck you, you might as well go rob a bank. Nguang couldn't help but curse. Since he came to power, in order to make his subordinates have a good impression of him, he has always dealt with everything in a noble way, but today he didn't expect to break the rules here. Then there will be no business to do. Even if the sale and purchase cannot be successful, there is still righteousness. Let's look forward to the next business. The unscrupulous profiteer had to say this, with a disappointed expression on his face when the business failed. However, if you want to continue to mix here, you'd better be careful. If our people see you and Mizuna together, we will deal with you as a potential enemy. Nguang knew that his mission had failed, so he was in a very bad mood now. Especially when he saw the disappointed expression of the unscrupulous profiteer, he was even more angry. Wasn't he disappointed? Are you threatening me? The tone of the unscrupulous profiteer became sharper, and his voice rose a few degrees. Humph. Nguang did not speak. Although he wanted to say yes, so what, he could only do so when he remembered Tianlong's reminder. After that, Nguang left with his men. Tianlong said something when he came out. Now our guild's practices are no longer liked by outside players, so if you are thinking about the guild, don't do anything wrong, otherwise this guild will collapse sooner or later. Tianlong's tone was very tired, because he had been busy with the guild's treasury before. Just a game merchant, it's useless. What if it's the last straw? Now we have more and more enemies, and even those so-called allies seem to be ready to move. I really don't want to be brought a few more potential enemies by you at this time. I don't want to care about Shenlong and Gilong. As for you, I think it's necessary to remind you. As for how you want to deal with it, it's up to you to make the decision. Tianlong said, and turned away without paying attention to Nguang. Shuinai walked around the gate of Lanluo village for several times. There were still some people squatting there. Although it was not certain what guild they were from, for safety reasons, Shuinai decided to cross the wooden fence on one side of the village. It was closer to the chicken coop, and generally no players would be here. After entering the village, Shuinai just walked out of the chicken coop and immediately saw a little girl fishing in the fishery. When he got closer, it was Xiao Ai. Mina came over, and in order not to scare Xiao Ai, Mina deliberately stepped heavier. Chapter 83 Black Cat Upgrade. You are. Xiao Ai looked at the man in front of her with his face completely hidden in the hood. He looked familiar, and she immediately thought of someone. I'm back. Mina took off her hood and gave Xiao Ai a big hug. Little black cat, did you miss me? Mina took out a big fish prepared in her backpack and put it on its head, trying to make it jump. This fish is not an ordinary fish, it is a piranha boss, much larger than ordinary fish. I believe it is enough for this greedy little cat to eat for a long time. Meow meow. As soon as the little black cat saw the piranha boss, its eyes were shining, and from its fierce jumping movements, it can be seen that it can't wait to swallow the fish immediately. Mina didn't expect the cat to have such a strong move. The fish boss in her hand was hit by the black cat's front paw. With a snap, the fish in her hand was knocked off and fell to the ground. The black cat rushed over with the wind, and the fish boss disappeared before it was bitten. Mina looked at the black cat in astonishment, and felt that its body had become a little bigger. Mina had a flash of inspiration and immediately used the reconnaissance technique to look at the little black cat. The little black cat actually upgraded. No way, try again. Mina grabbed the little black cat and took out another piranha boss from her backpack. The little black cat stretched its head and the fish boss disappeared in its pink mouth. Upgraded again, come again. Mina wanted to study the consequences of the black cat eating the fish boss, because he often caught fish for it before, but never like today. More. Shuai took out 2 at once and put them in front of it, but when it finished eating one, it burped and walked slowly to Xiao Ai. Before Xiao Ai picked it up, it fell asleep. Before, because Shuai had been concentrating on studying this black cat, she did not see the change in Xiao Ai's expression. By the way, Xiao Ai, these are for you. Shuai handed over a bag of candy from her backpack, then directly pinched the soft skin on the back of the black cat's head, lifted it up, and used reconnaissance to study it again. Now the level of this black cat has reached level 3, but what makes Shuai feel strange is that this little black cat has turned from an NPC pet into a wild monster. It slept. Xiao Ai said softly, as if she was afraid of scaring Shuai away. Yes, it slept, maybe it was too full. By the way, where did Frank go? I just saw him at the entrance of the village. Shuai asked. After all, since he was born here, he has never seen Frank leave his workshop. Grandpa Frank went to the village chief's place. Uncle Chin and Uncle Mew were there too. Xiao Ai hugged the bag of candy in her arms tightly. What happened? They are discussing when to send me out to learn medical ninjutsu. Xiao Ai seemed to dislike going out, and her tone was a little unhappy. But Shuai didn't hear it. I'll go over now, are you going? Yet. Xiao Ai nodded and replied. You dead boy, you finally came back willing to die. Don't you know that after you disappeared, Xiao Ai cried so sadly that she even lost the intention to learn ninjutsu. Shouldn't you make some spiritual compensation to me? The old ninjutsu master shouted to him as soon as he saw Shuai pulling Xiao Ai in. Grandpa Frank is the most annoying. Xiao Ai ran out with a red face after saying that. Shuai raised her middle finger to the old ninjutsu master in her heart. You don't have to be so obvious about your love of money. Where have you been these days? Mew pointed to a chair next to him and motioned Shuai to sit down. I walked around outside and now I'm back. Shuai said briefly without mentioning the experience. It's good to go out more when you are young, so you can see the world. Village Chief Fowl said while pouring a cup of tea for Shuai. By the way, I brought some souvenirs back for you. Shuai after Nai finished speaking, he put out the things in his backpack one by one. Village Chief, this box of tea is for you. Uncle Mew, these bottles of wine are for you. Uncle Chin, these materials are for you. You're welcome. Fowl said with a smile. Good stuff. Mew Yi saw the bottles of wine and immediately put them away. What is this? Qin Yi asked immediately when he saw the bone material given to him by Shuai. He had never seen the bones of this creature. This, I don't know either. I bought it from someone else. Shuai was also very puzzled when Qin asked about the inferior product. After all, this set of bones was obviously not suitable for making materials. It was too loose and not as good as the other set. Hey, where's my share? The old ninjutsu master saw that Shuai didn't give him any souvenirs, and couldn't help but remind him. Forget it, I'll take it myself. After saying that, the old ninjutsu master looked at Shuai seriously. Hey, what is this? The old ninjutsu master took out a stone from Shuai's backpack. It was the red round stone. Do you want it? I'll give it to you. Mina said casually. Where did you get this? The old ninja master's expression was a little serious. It was given to me when I bought this set of bones. The man said he found it in the canyon. Mina saw the old ninja master's expression and said it seriously. Xiao Qin, let me see the bones. The old ninja master asked for the set of bones and looked at them one by one. Sure enough, haha, kid, I didn't expect you to get this thing. The old ninja master's voice was very happy. I didn't expect you to give it to me. Damn, even if I didn't give it to you, wouldn't you take it yourself? Mina said with curiosity suppressed. He knew that the old ninja master was teasing him, so he couldn't show that tone and expression. What kind of beast's bones are these? I haven't seen any of them. It seems that Qin is the most curious. He asked immediately, his eyes full of desire for the unknown. I have to correct you. This is not a beast, but a dragon skeleton. Dragon, you know. No way, if it is a dragon's bone, it won't be so fragile. Qin retorted. No, what if I say that this dragon has been dead for 10,000 years? Let me tell you, this is a high-level dragon, and this is its dragon crystal. The old ninjutsu master showed the two thumb-sized stones in his palm. Shouldn't dragon crystal be angular? Qin continued to ask. Yes, but this is the core part of the dragon crystal. We can call it a dragon ball. It is said that only one dragon crystal with this core will appear in 100 dragon crystals. We can call this dragon the Dragon King. Only such a powerful existence can produce such a thing. The old ninjutsu master tossed the dragon ball and said. Chapter 84 Dragon Crystal Marrow. Everyone saw that the red dragon ball was very dazzling under the sunlight, with a dreamy feeling, and the longer they looked at it, the more they felt that something seemed to be shaking inside the dragon ball. It seems like there is something inside. Qin also found what was inside. A drop of red liquid. Fal immediately answered Qin's question. He just used chakra to understand its structure and found it. He didn't know what was inside, but seeing Frank's emphasis, he knew it was not simple. This is the crystal marrow of dragon crystal. I have only seen it in books. Fal, can you take out the crystal marrow without destroying this dragon ball? The old ninjutsu master looked at the dragon ball in fascination. Seeing his eyes, Mina unconsciously looked at the number of gold coins in the backpack. Okay, I can use my hair to pierce it, but what should I use to hold the liquid inside? Its energy is very strong, and nothing here can withstand it. Fal said as he took off a hair, and then asked Frank. The crystal marrow cannot touch other dead objects, only living creatures can touch it. After taking it out, use chakra to suspend it first. The old ninjutsu master looked at Mina, which made Mina feel cold. Oh, I remembered something. I'll leave first. Mina felt that it was a bit dangerous here, so it was better to retreat. Although it's a bit wasteful, it's the only way for the experiment. The old ninjutsu master took out a very worn scroll from somewhere. Although the scroll was worn, even Mina could feel the chakra energy in it. Judging from its steady and deep aura, it should be a earth escape, but what made Mina curse in her heart was that the old ninjutsu master pointed the scroll at herself. Hey, it's just an experiment, there's no need to do this. Mina's body was completely stiff except for her mouth and eyes. Don't worry, although this experiment is a bit dangerous, it shouldn't be a big problem. If you are willing to cooperate, there's no need to do this. The old ninjutsu master shook off the ashes on his hands and looked at Mina. Mina's body was now facing away from the old ninjutsu master and the others. Is there anything I can do to help? Mina obviously intervened, and this experiment was also very attractive to him. Okay, now go over and turn his body over. Mew, go call Xiao Ai over, we might need her later. The magician immediately arranged it, but this sentence sounded problematic. Hey, old man, can you tell me the process first, so that I can be prepared? There is no process. Wait, I will give you the crystal marrow. The old ninjutsu master circled Mina several times with the eyes of looking at his own work, making Mina feel like a white mouse. It has been taken out. A small drop of red and strange liquid was suspended in the palm of Fal's left hand, and this drop of liquid seemed to be an endless abyss, and no eyes could penetrate it. Quick, put it into his mouth. Old Fowl immediately commanded nervously. Hey, Xiao Ai hasn't come yet. Mina immediately objected. For this kind of trying unknown things, especially being forced to do it, Mina planned to do it for a while. Qin, come here, let's open his mouth. The old ninjutsu master called Qin and came to Mina's side together. Is it really okay to eat this? At this time, Fowl was also a little confused. There should be some problems, but there are definitely a lot of benefits. The old ninjutsu master said affirmatively, and then said gloomily, if I were not old, I would also try the taste. However, this contains very powerful energy, I am afraid he can't bear it. Don't worry, the worst case is that he will be unconscious for a while, hurry up, I will explain it to you later. The old ninjutsu master has already seen Xiao Ai's figure, and immediately let Fowl wink. Don't worry, although he likes to mess around, he is very clear about some things. Fowl said while shooting the liquid into Mina's mouth. How does it feel? The old ninjutsu master looked at Mina, there was no change, and couldn't help asking. No feeling, could it be that you saw it wrong? Mina also thought that the old ninjutsu master was dazzled. Impossible, this is obviously dragon crystal marrow, even if it is an overdue loan, it will have some effect, why would there be no reaction? The old ninjutsu master was also anxious and said something that Mina could not accept. What did you say? Expired goods, you actually let me eat it. Mina immediately got angry and tried to pinch the old ninjutsu master's neck with her hands. The old man clearly wanted to kill him. However, at this time, Mina actually found that he could move, but from the eyes of others, Mina saw something unnatural. Stand still, don't move. The old ninjutsu master suddenly shouted loudly, which startled Mina and she really stood still. At the same time, Mina felt a burst of burning in her body, as if her body was on fire. Mina immediately entered the attribute panel to take a look. Damn, I saw that the blood volume was constantly decreasing, and it was still decreasing by 10 points per second. What's the reason? Mina's body was on fire, and while eating the life-saving pills, she asked the old ninjutsu master who was observing next to her. Do you think this kind of tonic is so easy to eat? Do you think you deserve this crystal marrow without suffering a little? The old ninjutsu master said very naturally, which made Mina's anger burn more and more. No way, it's really getting hotter and hotter. Mina was shocked when she saw that the speed of her health value decreasing was accelerating, and she couldn't help but speed up the speed of eating the ration pills. Xiao Ai, come here quickly, it's time to practice medical ninjutsu. The old ninjutsu master pointed at Mina and said to Xiao Ai. In fact, even if he didn't say it, Xiao Ai would do it, because the flames on Mina's body have become much bigger now, completely covering his body, and Mina's face in the flames is getting more and more painful. Under the guidance of the old ninjutsu master, one medical ninjutsu after another was played, but it could only keep Mina's blood volume at a stable level. Fortunately, Mina's backpack still had enough ration pills, and with Xiao Ai's help, she should be able to hold on. What kind of flame is this, why is there no temperature? Qin was very curious and walked over to touch the flame on Mina's body. I'm not sure either. I remember that ancient books only mentioned that people who take crystal marrow will have some special phenomena. It seems to be true. The old ninjutsu master also walked over curiously to see. He was completely in the mindset of doing an experiment before doing this. Chapter 85, Flame Dragon Jinchuriki. I don't know what fuel is used for the flame on Mina's body. There is no sign of it weakening. Instead, it is getting stronger and stronger. Mina's life value is decreasing faster and faster, and the pain of the fire is getting stronger and stronger, as if it really burns into the soul, torturing Mina from the inside out. Grandpa Frank, will my brother be fine? Xiao Ai asked nervously. She has used up all the chakra in her body. Nothing, at most he will faint once. The old ninjutsu master said indifferently. Oh my god, you mean I'm going to die once when you say coma? Mina immediately understood what the old ninjutsu master meant by coma, but he didn't have the strength to tell him now. His endurance was also burned out by the flames, and now even the speed of drinking potions has slowed down. Hey, hold on, it is said that this crystal marrow can give people great strength, you have to hold on to the end. The old ninjutsu master shouted at the side. I can't hold on any longer. This flame is burning my vitality, and it's burning faster and faster. I can't use the ration pills to maintain it. Mina thought to herself, but she couldn't say a word. Now Mina felt like she was in the legendary hell, burning in flames. The pain made Mina want to die. I really can't hold on any longer. Mina looked at the speed at which her life value was burning, which had risen to 300 points per second. All the ration pills in her hand were used up, leaving only the empty bottles on the ground. In this case, Mina had no time to protect the environment. Mina looked at the ring of life. This was his last chance, but she didn't know if this ring could remove the flame state. When Mina was about to use the light of life, a 1-meter flame on Mina's body suddenly expanded, and the flame was 3 meters high, but it immediately retreated back to Mina's body in an instant and disappeared. However, at this time, Mina's life value was still decreasing, but the rate of decrease was much slower, as if the life value had decreased too fast just now, and now it was a little bit unstoppable. When Mizuna was about to commit suicide to get rid of his anger, he didn't expect the flame to disappear. Just when he was relieved, he immediately found that his health was about to return to 0. He died before he activated the light of life. I can't be so unlucky. Mizuna ran out of the resurrection point, thinking about what happened just now. Just when he was about to use the light of life, the flame suddenly swelled. When Mizuna thought he was going to die, the flame shrank back. This expansion and contraction gave Mizuna a great visual impact, making Mizuna experience the feeling of rebirth from death, so he forgot to replenish his blood for a while. As a result, the flame on his body just went out and his health was at the bottom. In fact, he didn't know whether his health ended first or the flame ended first. Anyway, the flame on his body went out and he was resurrected. Don't worry, don't be in trouble. Didn't you see that he still has a heartbeat? The old ninjutsu master said casually to Zaioi, who was guarding Mizuna's body while looking at the dragon ball in his hand. This made Mizuna, who rushed over, curse in his heart. This is a corpse, can it have a heartbeat? Mina also looked at her own body, and there was no heartbeat, as the old ninjutsu master said. As soon as Mina was resurrected, she didn't care whether Zaioi was around or not, and directly gave the old ninjutsu master a middle finger. However, the old ninjutsu master was in a very good mood today, so he didn't pay attention to Mina's little action. Afterwards, Mina picked up the ring of life that exploded. It seems that the probability of the last item used before death being exploded is relatively high. Do you feel refreshed? The old ninjutsu master saw Mina sitting there to rest, and asked while using his own means to check Mina's status. Mina also immediately looked at her attribute column. Her chakra increased by 1000 points, and there was an additional thing similar to a halo, but this halo was not a common state, but a state where only half of it was activated, and the other half was actually grey and unactivated. Buffed state, Flame Dragon Jinchuriki, half activated. The state produced by taking the crystal marrow of the flame dragon. The flame dragon spirit in the crystal marrow is attached to the body of the creature, allowing the user to learn fire style ninjutsu, and the effect of fire style is increased by 50%, while the fire resistance is increased by 50 points and the chakra limit is increased by 1000 points. Note 1, after the flame dragon possession is fully activated, the effect of fire style is increased by 100%, ignoring all fire damage, but the health value will continue to decrease due to maintaining the flame dragon possession state. Note 2, after the flame dragon possession is fully activated, the effect of water style is reduced by 50%, and the damage of water style ninjutsu received is doubled. Note 3, since the user's current level is too low and the flame dragon possession state cannot be fully controlled, the phenomenon of inactivation will occur. At the same time, once activated, it must last for 1 minute to remove the state. Hehe, it seems that the effect of the crystal marrow is still good, Flame Dragon Jinchuriki, but your level is a little low, otherwise it would be perfect. The smile of the old ninjutsu master was a little unscrupulous. Mizuna patted the dust off her body, sat on the stone chair, and glared at the old ninjutsu master fiercely. Hey, it seems that I am not the only one, the people around are all accomplices. The old ninjutsu master pointed at the people including Xiao Ai and said shamelessly. Without anyone's suggestion, will anyone come to help you? Mizuna trembled a little when she thought of the pain of burning soul just now. That experience was too painful. So, if you didn't bring this dragon ball, wouldn't it be fine? You. Mizuna didn't really have much anger. After all, he got so much, just because the old ninjutsu master attacked him from behind just now, which made him feel very unhappy, and he wanted to retaliate. But it was obvious that the old ginger was still spicy, and Mizuna didn't win in the verbal battle. By the way, what level do I have to reach to completely control the state of possession of the fire dragon? Mizuna still asked a pair of questions that could be big or small. With your level, you're probably at the cage level. The old ninjutsu master said conservatively. He was not sure about the abilities of these outsiders. Anyway, they couldn't be viewed in the same way as normal creatures in this world. Theirs. Cage level, that's 100. Mina shouted in her heart. Although the highest level person is already level 30, those people can only level up so fast with the support of the guild. And when will I reach level 100? In fact, it's only a half chance that it can't be controlled. Don't worry about it. The old ninjutsu master drank the tea in the cup and poured another cup for himself. Chapter 86 Upgrade Task. Mina immediately understood what he meant and wanted to activate the fire dragon possession state. Hey, I won't activate it here. Get rid of your friends outside first. I don't like being treated like a monkey. The old ninjutsu master pointed to several sneaky players behind Mina. Mina immediately looked back and saw that at some point, several players had gathered outside to watch, and Mina knew through reconnaissance that there were several people from the Dark Dragon Guild among them. It seems that they were attracted by the flames just now, but they may be intimidated by Fal's presence and did not take any further action. By the way, I want to take the upgrade task, can I do it now? Mina said as she took out a scroll to return to the city. Here, I want to see if there is a letter of introduction. The old ninjutsu master took out a pile of letters from his arms and searched for a long time before finding the so-called letter of introduction. This is an envelope with Mina's name on it, which looks a bit like a real file bag, but much smaller. Take this to any department of the Ninja Master Guild, they will accept you, as long as you can complete the tasks they issue, you can upgrade. The old ninjutsu master said in a very formal tone, which made Mina very uncomfortable. Then I'll leave first. Mina said goodbye to everyone and returned to the elemental city directly with the scroll back to the city. After Mina left, the people outside also dispersed, but there were also a few people who tried to come in to take some tasks, but no matter how they used the skills of taking tasks to please, they still did not receive any tasks. Just when all the outsiders had left, even Xiao Ai was sent away by the old ninjutsu master. It seems that the boy's ability to cause trouble is not worse than yours, Fal. The old ninjutsu master understood the intentions of those people before, and the revengeful eyes of the enemy there. When you are young, it is always more exciting to have a few enemies chasing you than to live a comfortable life. Fal took a sip of the tea lightly. These tea leaves were sent by Mina. The taste is light and soothing, which is very much to Fal's taste. But a ninjutsu master needs a quiet environment to have time to think about problems. The old ninjutsu master also took a sip of tea, but he didn't like this overly light tea. Okay, let's discuss Xiao Ai's going out. Mew still remembered the topic they discussed before. Needless to say, you are the most suitable person here. Fal and I cannot show up. You are the only one who has no criminal record. If you are short of travel expenses, just find that kid. He has plenty of money. The old ninja master arranged it like this. As soon as Mina returned to the elemental city, she found that several people looked at her differently, and she couldn't help but speed up her pace. In the lobby on the first floor of the Ninja Guild headquarters in the elemental city, a ninja master in his 50s was now reviewing the upgrade task. This ninja master was not wearing a staff uniform, nor was he wearing a ninja master badge. But judging from the clothes of this ninja master, he was definitely an elite jonin level, and he was also an elite jonin of fire escape. Because in the NPC world, only those who have reached the elite jonin can wear this kind of ninja master equipment, and only those who have reached the elite jonin can wear this kind of ninja master equipment with elemental attributes. This is a very serious requirement and regulation that no NPC can violate. Please show the letter of introduction. There are other names on the top of this NPC's head, but Shui Na already knows that there is no meaning in this name, just like the previous village chief Fal, who only shows a code name before he is recognized. And now the fire escape elite ninja NPC in front of Shui Na is called Yan Xin. It can be seen at a glance that it is a title, not his real name. However, for this NPC, Shui Na did not dare to use reconnaissance skills to check it. Shui Na immediately took out the letter of introduction given to him by the old ninjutsu master. Lan Luo village? It seems that you have a good relationship there. Although it seems that many people come from there, only a few people's letters of introduction will show the name of this village. Yan Xin also curiously looked at Shui Na's letter of introduction, which contained some comments on him and some simple introductions. Is Lanluo village very famous? Shui Na asked puzzled. No, but most of the outsiders who come out of there don't know the name of their village, but it's not the case for other villages, so I'm also very curious. Yan Xin saw that there was no one behind Shui Na, so he talked to Shui Na. Is that so? Maybe he can't get the approval of the village chief, said Mina. It seems that your village chief is not a simple person. Yan Xin put away the letter of introduction and signaled Mina to attack him with ninjutsu. Mina had seen it before. Mina didn't say much, and the flame thunderball technique appeared immediately and shot towards Yangzhen. However, this thunderball was still caught by Yangzhen with one hand just like the previous ninjutsu player, and he also controlled it. Yangzhen floated the thunderball on his left hand and carefully observed the color and power of the thunderball. Not bad, you have practiced the thunderball technique to this level, do you know other low-level ninjutsu? Yangzhen said as he dispersed the thunderball. There is also a thunder sword chi. Mizuna also cast the thunder sword chi, but this time the thunder sword chi did not arouse Yangzhen's much interest. Mizuna naturally knew that this was because the effect of the level proficiency of his thunderball technique made the effect of the thunderball much stronger, which made him so interested. Okay, you can accept the upgrade task, but if you are willing to spend some time practicing the fire style, the flame bullet technique, that would be even better. Yangzhen just glanced at Mizuna's thunder sword chi and said immediately. Do you have to practice your skills to a certain level before you can take the upgrade mission? Shui Nai had heard this before, but it seemed that the player didn't pay any attention to it. No, this is just my personal suggestion. If you have time, you might as well try it. Yan Xin said and handed the first ring of the upgrade mission to Shui Nai. This upgrade mission consists of 3 parts. The first ring is the easiest one, which is mostly errands, while the second ring is monster killing tasks, and the third ring is to hunt monsters in the trial forest. Shui Nai has already memorized this process, but for the advice of this NPC, Shui Nai thinks she can try it. Anyway, although the NPC's words cannot be fully trusted, it is okay to waste a little time for this harmless NPC. Now the elemental city is a very safe place. It is said that for some reason, several quasi-shadow level NPC ninjutsu masters have come, so in order not to collide with these fierce people, the city lord decided to impose martial law in the elemental city from now on. Chapter 87 Curse Seal. Following the group of followers behind him, Mina walked into the skill store and bought the last skill book of fire style, flame bullet technique and learned it immediately. No one would buy these skill books now. After all, there are already many mid-level players now, and low-level skill books like this have become non-mainstream. After that, Shuming bought some more soldiers' food pills, including 2 sets of mid-level chakras soldiers' food pills. These mid-level chakras can instantly restore 500 chakras, and then slowly restore 500 chakras within 10 seconds. After confirming that the items had been purchased, Mina randomly selected a novice village return scroll and left. Now Mina has 4 novice village scrolls in his hand. Except for the different names on the scrolls, the other places are exactly the same, so Mina is not afraid that someone will know his movements. In fact, as Mina expected, the map of this game is too large. If you want to find one of the players, you can only rely on luck unless the player appears by himself. President Shenlong, Mizuna has already left using the teleportation scroll. An assassin said in the team chat. But I didn't see anyone appear from the teleportation point here, not a single person. The person on the other side responded immediately. No need to check, he used the teleportation scroll from another village, he won't make the same mistake again. Tianlong also said immediately. Check, send people to other novice villages to check immediately, I must find him and then cut him into pieces. Shenlong's tone was full of anger, and the anger could almost burn out of the words. Yes. Alas. In order to escape the pursuit of the Dark Shenlong Guild, Mizuna could only walk from another novice village to Lanluo village. It took half an hour to sneak into Lanluo village and find the old ninjutsu master. You came back so soon, did you succeed in upgrading? The old ninjutsu master saw that it was Mizuna, and immediately closed the book in his hand. No, an elite jonin named Yangzhen suggested that I practice the flame bullet technique, so I came back to buy some props from Qin and find a place to practice. Now I come here to learn the curse seal skill from you. Are you finally ready to learn? The old ninjutsu master looked at Mina very happily, because he could already smell the gold coins. Yes, but I don't have much money. Mina only had 15 gold coins in her backpack, so she dared to show up here. In that case, let's do this. If you are willing to help me seal 2 cursed seals permanently, I will only charge you 15 gold coins. Permanent seal, can't you use a sealing array to seal, isn't that better? Mina knew that there are 3 ways to seal cursed seals. One is a temporary seal, which can only exist for a short time and consumes twice the chakra of the cursed seal ninjutsu. The second is a permanent seal, which can be used indefinitely, but the cost is to permanently consume the sealer's chakra. The third is a sealing array seal. As long as a sealing array is correctly carved, it can be used permanently, as long as the sealing array is not damaged. No, the effect of sealing cursed seals with sealing arrays is too poor. Sometimes it is better not to use it unless there is some top quality gem to strengthen it, and the advantage of a permanent seal is that it is hidden and not easy to be discovered. Then what seal can be sealed permanently? Mina decided to ask first. Although there is a lot of chakra now, it cannot be wasted casually. Intermediate defensive ninjutsu, water vortex shield and lightning shield. Okay. An intermediate defensive ninjutsu only takes 30 chakras, which is acceptable to him now. Then it's a deal. The old ninjutsu master took out a book of curse seal skills and seal experience from the drawer. After coming out from the old ninjutsu master, Mina had already learned the seal, but what disappointed Mina was that the seal experience book could indeed improve the player's seal level, but Mina didn't expect that the book must be a seal master or reach a certain seal level to use. Now Mina's seal level is only a low-grade seal, and she must go through the middle-grade seal student and reach the high-grade seal before she can use it. Above the high-grade seal are the fine seal, the ultimate seal, and the final seal. As for whether there are higher ones, Mina didn't find it in the game introduction. However, this seal experience book is still very powerful, because from its introduction, we can know that this seal experience book is the culmination of the old ninjutsu master's lifelong experience, which can upgrade a high-grade seal to the peak of the seal. Curse seal is actually to fix the active ninjutsu on the object in the form of a seal, so that the object can have the power of ninjutsu. The most common here is ninjutsu props, such as some golden equipment on the equipment ranking list, which will have traces of seal. For a player who has learned the seal skill, if he wants to improve the proficiency of the seal, he must continue to seal the seal. As mentioned in the previous article, there are 3 ways to seal the seal. Temporary seal is the most commonly used method for players to practice proficiency, but the proficiency given by this method is not high. It can only be improved a little each time, and only when it succeeds can you have proficiency. People who use this method must have enough chakra, because this seal consumes twice the chakra value of ninjutsu. Moreover, this method of sealing the seal is just to force the ninjutsu to attach to the object, so the ninjutsu magic will soon dissipate without the maintenance of chakra, and the effect will decrease over time, and this method will greatly damage the durability of ordinary items. The second type of permanent seal has the highest proficiency, and it is determined by the level of the ninjutsu. For example, if you permanently seal a primary ninjutsu, the proficiency after success is 10x1, ninjutsu level, which is the proficiency of offensive ninjutsu. For defensive ninjutsu, the other calculation formula is half of the offensive ninjutsu, and this seal enchantment method will have half the proficiency even if it fails, but the cost is to permanently consume the basic chakra value of the item. The biggest difference between the above 2 is that the temporary seal is a one-time seal, and the permanent seal can be used indefinitely until the item is damaged. However, there will be a charging time after each use, and the ninjutsu in the seal item can only be used again after the chakra is restored. As for the third type of seal, array seal, this method can be said to be the most powerful, or the most useless. Because the power of this method depends on the seal array design drawings and corresponding materials you have collected. Even if you have a good drawing, if you don't have the corresponding level of materials, then this seal array is useless. The proficiency of this method of seal is calculated according to the level of the blueprint. Since the players have not found these blueprints at all, Shui Nai does not know the calculation formula. Chapter 88 Chakra Locust Stone. Maybe for an ordinary player, it is also possible to carve out the seal array, but they cannot make it produce a seal effect. This is because they can only carve according to the blueprint, but there is no way to attach chakra to it while carving. The seal array that cannot complete the chakra attachment is just a decoration. Shui Nai Qinhao is a person who does not want to owe others anything, so in order to repay the debt of the old ninjutsu master as soon as possible, Shui Nai is now practicing the seal while walking. Anyway, there are a lot of stones in Shui Nai's backpack, which is a good item for making temporary seals. However, when these stones were attached to the Thunderball ninjutsu by Shui Nai, the stones actually showed attributes. Item, Chakra Locust Stone, Hidden Weapon. Usage Level, Level 0. Durability, 20-30. Weight, 5. Item Description, this is a hidden weapon made using the Curse Seal technology. After hitting the target or breaking, it will release the corresponding ninjutsu contained in it. The power of the ninjutsu is related to the player. Item Effect, Physical Damage, 0.5x Strength Value, Lightning Escape, Thunderball Ninjutsu Damage 170, Forced Electric Shock for 5 seconds, 17 points of electric shock damage per second. Throwing Distance, related to the user's strength, 1 point of strength can throw 1 meter. Mina didn't expect this to happen at all, but seeing that the effect of the Thunderball Jutsu is less than half of the original. It seems that it is her own seal. The seal ability is too low, because now Mizuna is only a low-grade seal, the seal ninjutsu has only 50% effect, and the success rate is very low, only 1 out of 10 ninjutsu is successfully sealed. Mizuna then tried the seal of Lightning Sword Energy, which is similar to the Thunderball technique, but for that durability, Mizuna feels that each time the seal is sealed on this stone, it will consume 10 points of durability. At the same time, in order to find out the effective time of this Chakra Locust Stone, Mizuna also stayed at the door of Chin's grocery store for a while. This Chakra Locust Stone has an effective time of 3 minutes. After the 3-minute effective period, the chakra in it will dissipate quickly, and in the process of dissipation, the effect of the ninjutsu will plummet. Moreover, the stone that lost the seal became an ordinary locust stone, but the durability also lost 10 points. After that, Mina tried the fire bullet technique again, but because the seal time of the fire bullet technique was still there, it took 5 seconds to complete the production of this Chakra Locust Stone. However, during one of the times, Mina didn't pay attention to making a stone with a durability of less than 10 points into a locust stone, and the locust stone actually exploded directly in Mina's hand, and the lightning ball technique inside made her hair fly up. After leaving Qin, Mina only had a few copper coins left. After that, Mina still used stealth to shake off the tail behind, but it was obvious that the people of the Dark Dragon Guild had now aimed all their firepower at Mina. Shortly after Mina left Lanluo village, another large group of people from the Dark Dragon Guild rushed over, but they didn't find the target, so they had to disperse again to look for people. After passing through the wild boar forest, Mina came to the ant nest again. After not seeing it for a few days, Mina found another ant nest here, and it was obviously just built, only half the height, and the ants on it were building their own castles in groups. Mina carefully observed here and immediately calculated the attack route and the escape route. At the same time, for sustainable development, Mina planned to attack the ant nest on the far left. Mina first tried the effect with a locust stone of the fire bomb technique. The stone hit the ant nest on the far left with a bang, and then the stone immediately cracked. A stream of flames emerged from the cracks and burned all the ants around the stone. After that, there were the locust stone of the Thunderball technique and the locust stone of the lightning sword energy. However, from the perspective of the halo of these ninjutsu, the power of the Thunderball technique is obviously much weaker than the introduction, and Mina immediately thought that this might be due to the incompatibility of the attributes of the escape technique. After all, electric current is not conductive on dry stones. But the lightning sword energy does have the lethality of the sword energy. However, killing monsters with these Chakra Locust stones is not counted in the ninjutsu proficiency. However, not long after Mina threw the locust stones, the ant nest on the far left immediately formed a large army for the attackers to attack. And it was all soldier ants, which made Mina feel very happy. Mina had already spread a circle of insect repellent powder around her and applied some on herself. Mina still believed in Qin's work. In order not to waste time, Mina now practiced 3 low-level ninjutsu at the same time. Every time Mina would throw the fire bomb technique to the place where the soldier ants were most dense, and often one fire bomb could kill a group and burn the surrounding circle. For those soldier ants that were relatively sparse, she would use the lightning sword energy ninjutsu to fight, which could often kill the soldier ants in a line, and these soldier ants were not afraid of death at all, which made Mina's proficiency rise very quickly. As for the Thunderball technique, Mina had no other options. After all, there was nothing here that could be used to conduct electricity. She had to use it to attack the ant nest so that more soldier ants could join the battle. However, later, when Mina saw the unused iron nails in her backpack, a plan suddenly came to her mind. Mina threw a handful of iron nails into the ant colony on her left-hand side. However, since they were thrown, the distances between the iron nails were large and small. Mina had no time to care about them, and immediately shot the thunderball technique at the iron nails. For a moment, a trace of blue current appeared on the iron nails, making a hissing sound. The passing ants were electrocuted by the current. For a moment, the smell of the fire burning the ants and the smell of the current burning the ants made Mina feel very happy. During this period, Mina reinforced the anti-ant fence several times to ensure her own safety. After Mizuna's ninjutsu had been wreaking havoc for half an hour, there were no more soldier ants appearing in the ant nest on the far left. Instead, some worthless ordinary ants appeared, so Mizuna had to focus on the ant nest. Just as Mizuna was pouring ninjutsu on the ant nest, Mizuna heard a series of strange chirping sounds coming from the castle that was constantly peeling off. At first, Mizuna didn't pay attention, thinking that it was the sound made when the castle-like ant nest collapsed and pressed something. However, just when Mizuna had dismantled more than half of the ant nest, Mizuna found that the color of the ground not far ahead had changed seriously. At a glance, she was horrified, and ignored the few ants outside, and ran towards the wild boar territory like a fly. Chapter 89 Ant Nest. Behind Mizuna, there appeared layers of soldier ants. The source of these soldier ants was the ant nests behind them, and they were pouring out like rivers. Mizuna looked at this group of ants that was 20 centimeters high, and knew that her insect repellent powder, which was only a few millimeters thick, would not work. Mizuna, who was running away, slapped the ants off her body and ate soldier pills while passing through the dense forest on the trees. Mizuna, who came out of the dense forest, immediately found that her equipment had been corroded by the formic acid of the ants, leaving many small holes, and the durability of several pieces had been bitten through. After that, Mizuna checked the experience bar again. Because Mizuna's level was too different from that of these ants, the system only gave Mizuna a little experience value per ant, which made Mizuna very happy. Now, because Shui Na was killed by the crystal marrow once before, she dropped to 56% of level 18 after running the corpse to revive. Now, after half an hour of grinding, she has gained about 10,000 experience points, which only makes Shui Na's level just a little bit above level 19. Moreover, Shui Na's 3 skills have benefited a lot. The Thunder Ball technique has reached level 19, the Thunder Sword Chi has reached level 17, and the Flame Bullet technique has only reached level 8. However, given the current situation of the ant nest, it is temporarily impossible to go there, so Shui Na can only rest in the wild boar territory, repair the equipment with the repair hammer, and then look around to see if there is any place to practice life skills. Shui Na searched carefully in the wild boar territory this time, and there were some gains, but because the wild boars here were too active, there were not many valuable ores and herbs. After a while, everything found by Shui Na was put into Shui Na's backpack, but the proficiency did not increase much, which showed that it was poor. After that, Mina, who had nothing to do, thought of flame dragon possession. Anyway, she had enough food pills in her backpack. This was the gaming life of the rich. She didn't have to worry about food pills. She just had to concentrate on her own business. Although she had no money now, Mina felt that she would definitely have money here, as long as she could become stronger. After Mina tried 5 times, she finally fully activated the Flame Dragon Possession state. This Flame Dragon Possession state was actually not very useful for Mina. After all, the effect of ignoring fire damage was too narrow and would only work when the environment was right. If she used it like this at ordinary times, she would probably die very quickly with 20 health points lost per second. After getting familiar with the Flame Dragon Possession state, Mina immediately lost interest in it and put her energy into practicing the seal, and developed a set of corresponding tactics for these chakra locust stones. Unfortunately, the shelf life of these chakra locust stones was too low. The lower level of curse seal requires 100 points of proficiency to upgrade, and Mizuna currently has only 36 points of proficiency, mainly because the success rate is too low. Just as Mizuna used the pickaxe to knock out some stones with better durability, Mizuna's text message system rang again. Since she killed the dragon, this text message has never stopped. It always rings every once in a while, and the content is almost the same, just asking Mizuna to go out to fight or insult Mizuna. Mizuna ignored it. However, there are also some people in these text messages who actually come with the intention of getting to know each other, but Mizuna can only decline when she can't tell whether it's true or not. After that, Mizuna went back to the ant nest to brush for a while. However, this time, the time when the ant tide appeared was faster, and Mizuna had to escape again. However, before leaving, she still practiced the Thunderball technique to the peak of level 19. Even with the lightning rod, she couldn't improve its level anymore. She had to reach the intermediate ninjutsu master to break through this bottleneck. The flame bomb was also trained to level 10, and the lightning sword chi was upgraded much slower than the flame bomb, only to level 18. Shui Nai found a place in the wild boar territory, and while practicing the seal spell, he entered the guild forum module, from which he saw many posts about the dragon. Except for the Dark Dragon Guild forum and several branch forums that were allied with the Dark Dragon Guild, there were no comments, and many other forums were criticizing the Dark Dragon Guild's various bad behaviors. Shui Nai certainly thought this was a good thing. Although the enemy of the enemy may not be a friend, at least they will not become enemies for the time being. Shui Nai did not pay too much attention to the affairs of these guilds. Anyway, he did not want to get into this mess, so it would be better to check more information. Just when Shui Nai looked up the information of the Elemental City copy, Shui Nai received a system text message. Originally, this game would hold a 5-day arena 1 month after the server was opened. This arena was fully open to all players, as long as you can defeat the opponent. There was also a web page behind the text message, which detailed the rules of the arena and the time and place of registration. I am also quite interested in this Mizuna, because I can learn more skills by fighting with other players. At the same time, in addition to spending some time on this stage, there will be no casualties that will cause players to become enemies. Now there are still 10 days left before the server is closed for a month. Days is enough for Mizuna to upgrade her professional level to an intermediate ninjutsu master. After reading it, Mizuna immediately went to find an ant nest to practice her skills. Unfortunately, all the ant nests have now formed an alliance. If one side is attacked, all sides will attack. Mizuna can only fight guerrilla warfare with them, and the stealth state has no effect on these ants. In the game, these ants can search for enemies through the vibration of the ground. For this, Mizuna can only avoid their sharp edge and fight guerrilla warfare around. Although this method is more time-consuming, the harvest is much higher than that of the novice village. Throughout the day today, Mizuna has raided the ant nest more than 20 times. Once, one of them was almost destroyed. Unfortunately, it was stopped by the ant tide. However, as the number of attacks on the ant nest increases, the attack mode of the ant nest is constantly changing. Even the ambush in the last attack almost kept Mizuna there. Seeing such tenacious ants, Shui Na was embarrassed to attack them, but in order to become stronger, Shui Na had no choice but to stop attacking the ant nest and only attack the ground soldier ants. After a day of practice, Shui Na's lightning sword energy has reached its peak, and the fire bullet technique has reached level 12. Now the fire bullet technique can be practiced much faster. At the same time, the fire bullet technique was strengthened at level 10, with an additional forced burn effect, which can cause creatures within a certain range to be burned and slowed down, and can affect the ant tide to some extent. Chapter 90 Kidnapping. Now the primary chakra soldier pills in Shui Na's backpack are almost empty, leaving only the 2 sets of intermediate chakra soldier pills, which I believe can allow Shui Na to practice the fire bullet technique. Today, Shui Na still received challenge letters from the Dark Dragon Guild, but Shui Na still ignored them. He only replied to the letter from the unscrupulous profiteer, talked about his recent affairs, and stated that he was interested in fighting in the ring. The unscrupulous profiteer also said that he would go to the Elf Kingdom to help him buy some better equipment in the next few days, and congratulated Mina on reaching the finals. Mina expressed endless gratitude for this. After exiting the game, Mina felt that the intelligence of the ants in the game was constantly improving. Under the command of something unknown, they advanced and retreated in moderation, just like soldiers on the battlefield. This is very dangerous for Mina, because when a monster can accumulate experience through continuous learning, it will become stronger and stronger, and the danger to the player will become greater and greater. But when Mina thought of these tenacious ants, she couldn't be ruthless. Instead, she treated them as an opponent, or an NPC, because Mina had seen the spark of wisdom from them. As Mina fought with them, their wisdom was constantly improving. Now Mina wanted to see what they looked like when they grew to the peak. As soon as he came online, Shui Na came to the ant nest. After a day of raids, all the ant nests here became thicker and thicker under Shui Na's witness. Now Shui Na's thunderball can't hit a large area like before. Shui Na watched these ants build ant nests, which is one of the main reasons why Shui Na didn't attack the ant nests yesterday. Shui Na intends to establish a sustainable development relationship with these ant nests. Although this is impossible in the eyes of those ants, Shui Nai doesn't need their consent. After all, the initiative is still in his hands. Shui Nai's current fire bomb is already level 12. I believe that as long as I complete today's task, I can reach the bottleneck. However, what Shui Nai is worried about now is that he has no money on him, and it is not certain that anything will explode from hitting these ants. If he goes to hit other monsters, he is afraid that he will upgrade, so now Shui Nai can only hope that some materials in his backpack can be sold at a good price. The materials in Shui Nai's backpack are not good things. They are all very ordinary things, but for the current life players, these ores and herbs are good things to practice proficiency. As for the ores, since they are raw materials and have not been smelted, they have always been a waste of space and endurance. If it weren't for the extra 40 points of physical fitness, I'm afraid he wouldn't have put these ores into his backpack. And those herbs also need to be processed before they can be prepared. Just when Mizuna was distracted and fighting a humanant war in the ant nest, Mizuna received a system text message. Mizuna saw that it was someone she didn't know, so she ignored it and focused her energy on the ants. Because when Mizuna was distracted just now, the soldier ants had prepared a formation to surround Mizuna and planned to wrap her up like a dumpling. Fortunately, this text message came in time, allowing Mizuna to come back to her senses immediately, and Mizuna's ninjutsu is not vegetarian. One firebomb technique can clear a large area, and then a few more firebomb techniques are cast nearby to immediately create a safe place. As long as the forced burn effect of the first firebomb technique disappears, jump in immediately, and you can continue to brush in the ant tide. However, not long after, the player sent another text message. Mina ignored it, but soon sent another message. This made Mina feel that something was wrong, so she had to interrupt her practice and use ninjutsu to open a path out and walk to a safe place. However, during the time Mina was away, the player sent 2 more text messages, which seemed to be an urgent matter. So Mina also sped up. When the group of ants saw that Mina did not launch any more ninjutsu attacks, they also withdrew their troops and returned to their nests in an orderly manner. When Mina saw that the ants did not follow, she immediately checked the text message, but the first glance made Mina furious. The NPC girl named Xiao Ai is in our hands. If you don't want her to suffer any losses, go to the coordinates of Wolf Howling Forest, 305.168, immediately. I hope you come alone, otherwise, Night Bat. Mina looked at all the text messages sent by the player named Night Bat again. They all had the same content, and because she ignored this person, she had already wasted half an hour. In other words, if Xiao Ai was really in their hands, then Xiao Ai had been kidnapped by them for more than half an hour, which made Mina furious and wanted to kill all those people. This was the second time Mina had this idea of killing. The white light of returning to the city flashed, and Mina returned to Lan Luo village with anger. After Shui Nai returned to Lan Luo village, he did not immediately go to the place the other party said, but suppressed his anger and visited the old ninjutsu master. He wanted to confirm whether Xiao Ai was really kidnapped. However, regardless of whether it was true or false, Shui Nai still had an irrepressible anger burning in his heart. Boy, do you have something to do with me? The old ninjutsu master looked up immediately when he saw that it was Shui Nai. Now the number of players born has decreased a lot, and the old ninjutsu master does not have to be as busy as before. It's okay, I just want to ask if Xiao Ai is here. Shui Nai looked at the old ninjutsu master's workshop. There was no one else in it except the old ninjutsu master. She didn't come today, and now I have nothing to teach her. Do you have something to do with her? The old ninjutsu master was also a little strange, especially Shui Nai's smile was a little stiff and very unnatural. No, I just want to find her and give her some fish to feed the cat. Shui Nai said and took out a piranha boss from his backpack to explain the doubts. Oh, then you can go to her house, Xiao Ai is usually at home. The old ninjutsu master suggested. Okay, then goodbye. Mina left the old ninjutsu master's workshop immediately, leaving the old ninjutsu master who was very confused. Xiao Ai? She went out to catch fish this morning, and she hasn't come back yet. An NPC with Xiao Ai's father written on his head came out and said to Mina. Well, then I'll go find her, thank you. Mina tried to suppress his emotions and said calmly, because he hadn't seen Xiao Ai in the fishing ground before, and probably hadn't seen Xiao Ai in Lan Luo village. Chapter 91 Rescue. At the outer coordinates of the Howling Wolf Forest, 305.168, Xiao Ai was sitting on a wooden stake boldly, humming a song with no name. And around her were dozens of players, and here the players formed a fan shape to surround Xiao Ai in the middle. Now the periphery of the Howling Wolf Forest has been cleaned up by players, and due to excessive monster spawning, the wild wolves in the periphery have become extinct, that is, the wild wolf spawning points have been destroyed by players. This is one of the features in the game. Players can destroy the spawning points of monsters in an area to create a safe environment for player development, which is the same as the expansion of human cities in the real world. Boss Yanlong, will he really come here for an NPC? Among these players, an assassin player asked Yanlong, who led the team this time. Let's see what happens. Dark Knight Bat, has he replied to you? Since Yanlong was killed by the hunting team, he gave all his hatred to Shui Nai when he couldn't find the main culprit, and was determined to kill him back to level 0. No, I have sent many text messages, but Boss Yan, is it really okay to do this? That village chief doesn't look like an ordinary NPC. Dark Bat didn't want to do this with them. After all, as a grown man, it was really unbearable to do such a thing. Don't worry, we didn't hurt the NPC named Xiao Ai. Is it illegal to trick a child to come here? And don't we know Shui Nai? Even if there is a problem, it is his problem, not ours. Yanlong was actually a little nervous, but in order to avenge that battle, he didn't think about it anymore. Especially now that the top 5 on the level ranking list are no longer in the Dark Dragon Guild. Even he could have been promoted to the 10th place and become one of the strongest warriors of mankind, but because of Shui Nai, he missed the opportunity. Such hatred made him, who was vain, very unforgettable. But, if Vice President Tianlong knew about it, I'm afraid he would. With him, although he is also the Vice President, we are not following him, what are we afraid of? Yanlong immediately refuted when he heard Tianlong's name. I'm here, where is Xiao Ai? Shui Nai's voice said in the regional channel. I didn't expect you to come here for an NPC. Yanlong answered immediately, but his tone was gloomy. Don't compare me with you. Come, I'll wait for you outside. Shui Na said disdainfully. Let's go, just leave half of the people to guard. Yanlong said to the people around him. At the same time, he walked to Xiao Ai, your brother Shui Na will come to you soon, don't worry, I won't lie to you. Yanlong patted Xiao Ai's head after saying that, and walked out of the forest with a group of people. Yande, don't go out, there's no one outside. An assassin suddenly shouted in the regional channel, because their group was divided into several teams, only in this way could they notify everyone immediately. Ah, be careful, there is an ambush in the forest. Thunderballs, sword energy and flame bombs suddenly appeared in front of them in the forest. What's going on? When Yanlong rushed back to the forest, he basically didn't see anyone, but a ninjutsu attack suddenly appeared, which caught everyone off guard and completely confused. How did you get here? The voice of a female player appeared in the regional channel, her tone full of surprise. Let her go, or die. Shui Na said coldly. Just now, in order to rescue Xiao Ai, Shui Na used stealth to drop all the chakra locust stones around the forest, hoping to disrupt their layout, and then take the opportunity to rescue Xiao Ai. Unfortunately, he did not expect that the female player who was in charge of guarding Xiao Ai would be so sensitive, and he was discovered by her before he approached. Shui Na, you will die here today. I have asked people to fill all the resurrection areas and teleportation points around here. I will definitely kill you to level 0. Haha. Yanlong rushed over immediately, and when he saw Shui Na, he said arrogantly that he had spent a lot of money for today's action. Under Yanlong's instructions, the female player let Xiao Ai go, because the girl was no longer useful in his hands, so it would be better to hand her over to Shui Na, so that Shui Na would have an extra burden and it would be difficult to escape. If you don't want this cute little sister to be hurt, it's better to stretch out your neck, otherwise the sword will be blind and the ninjutsu will be ruthless, and it will be bad if she is hit. Yanlong reminded Shui Na with a sinister smile. Brother, are they bad guys? Xiao Ai saw the situation and knew that she was deceived, and Shui Na was implicated, and she couldn't help but get anxious. Yes, but it's okay, I'm here. You are about to die, and you still think you are a hero. Today, you will definitely not have a chance. Yanlong said, drawing his weapon, and pressing forward with a group of players. He did not let the surrounding ninjutsu players take action, he wanted to slowly torture the player named Mina, to scare him, to let him know who is the boss here. Unfortunately, he did not see any fear in Mina's eyes, but full of anger. In fact, watching the enemy die in anger is also a good choice, Yanlong thought. And Mina did not let the anger just burn in her eyes, only a thunderball with lightning was seen, and the target was Yanlong who was approaching. However, Mina's thunderball did not hit Yanlong, because a water vortex shield appeared in front of Yanlong and blocked the thunderball. Don't think that only your ninjutsu can be instantly cast, our ninjutsu masters also have instant cast. Yanlong said proudly. Last time, he suffered from Mizuna's instant lightning ball and was torn into pieces by 3 assassination masters. This time, he specially spent a lot of money to invite this ninjutsu master. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. An untimely voice appeared in everyone's ears. All the people who were originally very nervous immediately went to find the source of the voice when they heard it. Grandpa Village Chief, they are bad people. They tricked me to come here to deal with Brother Mizuna. Xiao Ai shouted as soon as she heard the voice. This sentence made the surrounding Dark Dragon players' faces change drastically. At the same time, they also received a system prompt, which made them want to die. System, because you kidnapped the NPC, now there is solid evidence, you have been punished by the system. The Dark Dragon players looked at their own status and immediately understood what the system punishment was. Everyone's name was red, and it was the red state that was black. A number 10 appeared above the name, which proved the seriousness of their behavior. Chapter 92 System Punishment. Fuck, the system wants to explode our equipment and experience. A player said anxiously, and at the same time changed some of the expensive equipment on his body. No matter, kill Mina first. Yanlong rushed towards Shwina before he finished speaking, his two-handed sword raised happily, and the sword was still glowing red. Shwina immediately protected Xiaoai behind him when he saw this, and a fire bomb immediately shot at Yanlong, but another water vortex shield appeared and successfully blocked the attack of the fire bomb. Hehe, you seem to have forgotten me. Fowl saw that no one paid attention to him, and he didn't get angry. He saw a green airflow suddenly appear, and the entire space around was covered by this green airflow, but these airflows seemed to be non-existent, without any resistance, floating around like smoke. Impossible. Yanlong was shocked, his heavy sword and skills were completely in vain, there was only a deep mark on the ground caused by the sword energy, and there was no one in front of him. He only remembered that a hazy green figure appeared in front of him just now, but it disappeared quickly. After it disappeared, even Shui Na and Xiao Ai disappeared. Grandpa. Xiao Ai hugged the village chief Fowl tightly, but she didn't dare to look at Shui Na. She blamed herself for her stupid behavior. Shui Na, I didn't expect you to be so mean and untrustworthy, and even brought helpers with you. Yanlong saw that today's operation failed, and it was a complete defeat, so he had to put all the faults on Shui Na. Speaking of mean words, he is not even 1/10 of your skills. The old ninjutsu master also spoke at this time, making Yanlong choke on all the words that followed. Shui Na, this is our player's business, and we will solve it if you have the guts. The Night Bat knew that he was in the wrong, so he had to show that we were players. Humph. Shui Na just sneered, but he still took a step forward. He couldn't let Village Chief Fowl take action, because NPCs can't kill players at will, even in this situation. Are you sure? Village Chief Fowl asked. The incident started with me, so I have to go even if I'm not sure. Shui Na didn't dare to look at Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai was in such trouble because of her. If Village Chief Fowl hadn't come, the consequences would be. Okay, if you can beat him, I won't pursue this matter, but from now on, our village will not welcome outsiders wearing this emblem. Village Chief Fowl said this for some reason. At the same time, the Dark Dragon players around also received a task, which was to defeat Shui Na and leave here safely. This is a task without any reward, but it is also a task that cannot be ignored. You are really brave, even the system has been provoked by you. Yanlong has never seen such a task before, and he actually had to defeat a player, but this is very much to his liking. Anyway, as long as the result is the same, he doesn't care. Please remember, I never messed with you, but you refused to let me go. Shui Na also said in the private chat. This is what you deserve. You want to fight with our guild, don't you see how much weight you have? Yanlong hadn't finished speaking, and Shui Na's thunderball had already come. Fuck, can't you be less mean for once? Yanlong didn't expect Shui Na to fight as soon as he said. Okay, you come one by one, then I'll be fair. Shui Na said as he attacked. He had just received a task from the system, which also had no rewards and no rules. This was very disadvantageous for him. In particular, he had seen several assassins aiming kunao at his vitals. Humph, you reminded me. Since you did this, don't blame us for not talking about player ethics. Yanlong didn't think of this at first, because the appearance of Foul made his plan messed up, so he didn't study the task just now carefully. At Yanlong's call, several more warriors joined the battle, and when they found that village chief Foul had no intention of attacking, several Yanlong confidants behind him also came to their senses immediately and all rushed to Mina. Hey, Foul, if you do this, that kid can't handle it. The old ninjutsu master didn't think Mina could deal with so many people. This is his choice. Sometimes, a person must be responsible for his choice. I'm glad he is such a person. Foul looked at the melee in front of him with an indifferent expression. It's so boring. What's the point of a ninjutsu master running so far forward without casting spells behind his teammates? Although the old ninjutsu master said this, he was still very concerned about Mina's situation. Mina was chopped down by a swordsman, but because Mina dodged in time, he didn't hit the vitals. Mizuna's reaction was not slow either. When he fell to the ground, a thunder ball and a lightning sword energy hit the swordsman. Just when he was about to knock down the swordsman, the surrounding attacks came again. Mizuna had to give up and rolled to the side, making all the attacks miss. Since the Dark Dragon player attacked Mizuna with the formation of fighting a boss, but Mizuna did not have the huge body of the boss, the players who could really attack Mizuna were only the few people in the front, and the ninjutsu masters behind did not dare to cast attack ninjutsu randomly. They were afraid that the enemy would not be killed, but knocked down several teammates instead, which would be a sin. And because Foul was behind Mizuna, no one dared to approach from behind Mizuna. In this situation, coupled with Mizuna's ability to control fire bombs and lightning sword energy, there was no big problem. But as their enemies continue to run in, they will find a way to deal with Mizuna sooner or later. Oh, it's too boring, let me add some spice. The old ninjutsu master said while helping Mizuna add an ice shield. At the same time, he said to Xiao Ai, don't waste this opportunity, go practice medical ninjutsu. An ice shield appeared in Mina's left hand, and at the same time a medical ninjutsu came down, pulling Mina back from the anemic state. Mina held the ice shield and pushed a physical practitioner paralyzed by the electric current away from her body, then rolled back and dodged several crossbow arrows. What Mizuna is most afraid of now is these crossbows. Didn't you say you couldn't attack? Yanlong, who was commanding from the side, was furious. Is there something wrong with your ears? Xiaoi and I didn't say anything. The old ninjutsu master ignored him and taught Xiaoi the timing of treatment. You. Yanlong didn't say anything again, but increased the intensity of command in the private chat. Mizuna, who didn't have to worry about her health for the time being, immediately stabilized her feet, while protecting her left side with an ice shield, and using her ninjutsu to deal with the enemy on the right with all her heart. Chapter 93 Qing Feng Sword Domain. Under Mizuna's extremely fast ninjutsu offensive, even if the water vortex shield appeared from time to block Mizuna's ninjutsu, it could not prevent the death of the player. Mizuna's ninjutsu control level was no longer comparable to them. I saw Mizuna release one ninjutsu after another, and then intertwined into a gorgeous death net in midair. At the same time, Mina also used the ice shield in her left hand as a big sword. Anyway, the ninjutsu cast by the old ninjutsu master must not be viewed from the perspective of a player. Under Mina's ninjutsu attack, the surrounding physical ninjutsu masters had already had gaps. The damage of ninjutsu attacks to physical ninjutsu masters was still very large, and it should not be said that it was very large for all players. No player dared to bear the ninjutsu attack of a ninjutsu master at will. And because they were now in a space covered by blue airflow, the stealth of the assassination master was completely useless, but they also knew the name of these blue airflows: Qing Feng Sword Domain. A name that did not appear in the player's information at all, but I believe that after today, everyone will be familiar with the information called Sword Domain. Ninjutsu Master, attack immediately, the physical ninjutsu master in front, surround him. Yanlong had never expected that the ice shield of the old ninjutsu master would be so strong and have such high defense. All the skill weapons hitting the ice shield could not cause any damage to Mina, and the damage was absorbed by the ice shield. In this case, Yanlong could only use the taijutsu master in front to hold Mina, and use the ninjutsu master's ninjutsu to attack Mina's defense, even if it meant sacrificing a few low-level taijutsu masters. However, since no player was willing to turn his back to Fal, this was a fear. Although Fal had never taken action, the fear was already deeply rooted, especially for players who had seen the video of him defeating the golden boss with one finger. And because of this, they had no way to surround Mina, and several players planned to use their punches to hold Mina, but they were immediately knocked down by Mina's ninjutsu. Without a barrier shield or defensive ninjutsu, no taijutsu master could withstand the damage of Mina's 5 consecutive thunder balls. And the assassination masters on the side had no place to intervene. They could not sneak, and there was no way to give Mina a fatal blow. Relying on these crossbows with little lethality, if you want to shoot Mizuna, you must shoot continuously, but Mizuna is surrounded by her own people, who often stand in front of her. Now, the physical arts masters around Mizuna are almost dead, all thanks to the old ninjutsu master and Xiao Ai. It is their treatment that allows Mizuna to exchange blood for the enemy's life. There are only 3 medical masters on the Dark Dragon Guild, 2 physical masters and 1 medical master, who have been taken care of by Qin Hao early in the morning. Fal's sword domain is not large, just within the range that Mizuna's ninjutsu can reach, so even if they hide there, as long as they are not blocked or avoided by others, Mizuna will always have a chance to knock them down. When she knocked down the last physical arts master around her with a thunder ball, none of Mizuna's equipment was intact, except for the new hand robe that never wears out. At this time, Mizuna had to take a break and pull out the shuriken that affected her movements. Each time a ninja is pulled out, it will cause damage. Fortunately, Mizuna protects her vitals very well. Fuck, is this a human? Yanlong looked at Mizuna's cold eyes and couldn't help saying. Since the beginning of the melee, he has not been approached by assassins, and those physical masters can't keep up with his speed at all. Those who can keep up have been dealt with by Mizuna. From the beginning, Mizuna took advantage of the disadvantage of the enemy's large number of people and couldn't do anything to clear out the dangerous targets. In addition, with the help of the old ninja master and Xiao Ai, his defensibility and life value have exceeded their cognition. Boss Yan, our people don't have much fighting spirit. A ninja master looked at his companions around him and couldn't help but make a bitter face. From the beginning, there were not many people with fighting spirit. Only a small number of these people were elites in the guild, and the rest were just ordinary members who made do. Basically, they rarely saw a bigger scene. Not to mention that many people don't like this kind of kidnapping behavior, they came all because of Yanlong's request. For these ordinary players who only know how to fight and make trouble, there is no hope at all, especially those who are just for a little bounty or guild contribution, and will not give their all. It is better to just cheer behind. Dear members, I know you don't have much fighting spirit now, but if we don't kill the man in front of us, we can't leave this place. Sword domain. So I don't care what you think now, I just want you to come with me to kill this person and then leave. How about it? After Yanlong finished speaking, he ignored the players behind him and walked straight forward. He had to establish his prestige first. If he could break the ice shield of the dead in his hand, then he would have hope. Yanlong also called the assassins around him in private chat to attack together later. Now that there were no physical masters on his side, the assassins could easily shoot at Mina. Before, because they had no fighting spirit, they didn't attack at all, but used this as an excuse to come in and attack passively. Now that there is no reason, if they don't work hard again, they can only withdraw from the guild when they go back. Mina saw Yanlong coming and immediately poured the last intermediate chakra soldier pill into her mouth. There were about 30 enemies now, but Mina could see that they had no fighting spirit. Mina, who had killed so many people, had no intention of attacking again, but those main culprits Mina had to be determined. A lightning ball immediately shot towards Yanlong, who had been paying attention to Mina's situation. Seeing the lightning ball coming, he swung his heavy sword and immediately smashed it, but the lightning element in the fire thunder ball was attached to the heavy sword. Just when Yanlong was about to chop Mina with the heavy sword covered with lightning, Mina used the lightning sword energy again. Seeing this, Yanlong retreated without thinking, and he didn't intend to be paralyzed again. Yanlong took the pure power route, and he really couldn't stand the attack of this control-type ninjutsu. He was confident that as long as he chopped Mina with the heavy sword, he could send him back to the city. Unfortunately, Mina wouldn't stand there and let him chop. Mina was relieved to see Yanlong running away. Mina still felt a lot of pressure for Yanlong because she had seen him use a short-range physical attack skill before. Although the distance of this skill could not be compared with Mina, the power was about the same as the ninjutsu of the same level. I believe that as long as it hits Mina, a commoner, one move is enough. Chapter 94 Ice Crystal Sword. Mina did not intend to waste time here. When she was about to pour out the ninjutsu, a familiar assassin suddenly approached quickly, and the kunao in his hand was emitting a little cold light. It was Solong. I saw Solong throwing a kunao in his hand at Mina. The speed was so fast that Mina did not have time to react. Mina could only use his weapon to break the dagger. Before he could use the next ninjutsu, Solong's kunao had already come to his chest. What a fast speed! Sui Na was amazed. None of the assassins he had dealt with before could match his speed. It was obvious that he had not fought with those assassins. I don't know why he only fought at this time. However, Shui Na's reaction was not bad. He buckled the ice shield in his left hand to the middle. With a ding sound, the kunao was blocked by the ice shield, and there was no trace of it. Solong seemed to know that he had no way to destroy the ice shield, so after one attack, he quickly slid to the left, trying to bypass Shui Na's defense, and at the same time, the kunao did not forget to shave Shui Na's head. Solong's speed was too fast, even Shui Na could not lock him, so now he had to fight him in close combat. Shui Na pushed the ice shield upwards to block the kunao, but squatted down and tried to grab Solong's feet with his left foot. Solong didn't expect Mina to do this. Although he noticed it immediately, he couldn't change the outcome of being tripped at high speed. He could only stab the kunao backwards before falling to the ground, hoping to stop Mina's attack. But Mina was determined to kill him. He ignored the kunao stabbing at his shoulder and stabbed the sharp part of the pentagonal ice shield along Solong's arm, cutting Solong's throat. With the white light, Mina turned around immediately. Facing the sneak attack of Yanlong, Mina could only use her right hand to hold off Yanlong's heavy sword from the right. With a bang, Mina's right hand was judged as disabled by the system, and at the same time, a damage of more than 500 appeared on her head. Mina immediately used the shield as a giant sword and slashed against Yanlong's heavy sword fiercely. Unfortunately, Mina's strength was too low, and she was slashed by Yanlong, and suffered more than 100 points of shock damage. In the air, Mizuna immediately activated the Light of Life. Green crystal light appeared in Mizuna's left hand, and then quickly spread to the whole body. When Mizuna landed, her health and status were all restored. Seeing Yanlong's unbelievable expression, Mizuna immediately used ninjutsu to remind him. One ninjutsu after another hit the ice shield that suddenly appeared in front of Yanlong, and Yanlong retreated before the ice shield was shattered. At the same time, another assassin stepped forward. I think it would be more appropriate to give him a sword that a ninjutsu master can use. Xiao Ai suddenly said to the old wizard, because Mizuna's chakra has been almost used up, and now he relies on automatic chakra recovery to fight. This is easy. The old ninjutsu master said with a smile, not caring about the consumption of chakra. A blue ball of light appeared in the old ninjutsu master's hand. After the ball of light stayed in the old ninjutsu master's hand for a while, it immediately touched Mina's lightning rod. Then the blue ball of light stretched upwards suddenly, and a crystal sword more than 1 meter long appeared on the lightning rod. Although my swordsmanship expertise allowed me to use the lightning rod use swordsmanship as a sword, but now it has really become a sword. The approaching assassin stopped immediately when he saw the light ball flying over, and then retreated at a faster speed than when he came, which made Yanlong even more angry. You bunch of trash, don't you feel ashamed of your cowardly performance? Yanlong couldn't help shouting when he saw that no assassin dared to step forward. Now even the ninjutsu masters behind him didn't intervene. They actually refused to take action on the grounds that they had no chakra. As long as you die, today's matter will end here. Mina also spoke at this time, and Yanlong's idea of launching a member attack was over. You. Yanlong saw that some players had put away their weapons and obviously didn't intend to take action. It's your turn. Mina said, and ran towards Yanlong, holding the ice crystal sword on the lightning staff high above her head. Okay, today I want you to remember that you are just a ninjutsu master, and the sword is not for you. Yanlong said as he swung the heavy sword from bottom to top. Unfortunately, Mizuna was more agile than him, and the equipment on his body was very light, so Mizuna easily dodged this ordinary attack without additional skills. Sword, I can also use it. Mizuna saw that Yanlong was unable to retract the heavy sword and exposed a gap, and immediately stabbed the sword at Yanlong's throat. Yanlong thrust upwards and blocked the ice crystal sword with the edge of his chest armor, but Yanlong found that there were bursts of cold air coming from the ice crystal sword, which froze his body a little stiff. At the same time, because his feet were unstable when he thrust his body upwards, he was pushed down by Mizuna's ice crystal sword. This is impossible. Yanlong never thought that this ice crystal sword would have the freezing effect of the bloodline limit ice escape ninjutsu, and now that he knew it, it was too late. Mizuna's ice crystal sword had been sent to Yanlong's mouth, hitting his unfinished words back into his stomach. It's over, you can go, but you can't take the equipment on the ground. Mizuna put away the ice shield and ice crystal sword in her hand, and reminded when she found someone trying to bend down to pick up the equipment. Mizuna saw that the last outsider had left, and his body relaxed and fell to the ground. Not only was his endurance almost zero, but he was also very tired mentally. However, Mizuna still cheered up and went to pick up the equipment on the ground. Because the people of the Dark Dragon Guild went too far this time, even the system couldn't stand it, so the equipment on the ground was full. However, there were very few ninjutsu masters' equipment, mainly because those hostile ninjutsu masters were killed by Mizuna remotely, and their equipment was collected by their companions. The only equipment around Mina was that of a physical arts master and an assassination master. Although these equipment were not as valuable as the rare ninjutsu master's equipment, with Yanlong, the core of the Dark Dragon Guild, the items he dropped were definitely comparable to a boss. No, judging from the number, it should be 3 bosses, and one of them was a red boss. The equipment around Yanlong's body surrounded him in a circle. There were only 3 blue equipment, all of which were rings and necklaces. There were as many as 7 purple equipment, and 2 gold equipment, including a great sword and a breastplate. In addition, he also dropped a good quality primary power gem. Chapter 95 Sorry. Just his equipment alone could make Mina rich. Most of the white equipment of this level was held by the guild, and it was in short supply, and was often purchased by idle players. Not to mention the colored equipment, there should be no circulation on the market. Nowadays, players are developing dungeons in order to get a good piece of equipment, but good equipment must be obtained in high difficulty dungeons, which are not places that ordinary people can enter. Shui Na roughly estimated that this set of equipment is definitely worth more than 300 gold coins. Shui Na once heard from unscrupulous profiteers that some people used to be jealous of other people's equipment and would hunt them down to get their equipment. Now Shui Na finally knows why they are so jealous, and even Shui Na has begun to be jealous of the equipment in these big guilds. After first cleaning up Yanlong's equipment, Shui Na looked at other people's equipment. Although their equipment could not be compared with Yanlong's, there were still some fine products, such as the wind cloak that can increase agility and acceleration, blue equipment, and most importantly, it has no occupation restrictions and was exploded from the speed dragon. Among them, Mina found 3 elemental gems from the equipment pile, namely, Ice Crystal Gem, Lightning Gem, and Flame Gem. It seems that they are the equipment used by a certain assassin to deal with the ninjutsu master. If these complete elemental gems are placed in the accessories column, they can increase the user's corresponding resistance, so as to increase the advantage against the ninjutsu master. For early players, the bonus may not be too much, but no matter how small the mosquito is, it will have meat. Mina remembered that the old ninjutsu master said that he wanted to find a few such elemental stones, so he threw these 3 gems directly to the village chief Fal, and then continued to develop the dead wealth under him. Do you want it? Fal saw Mina throw these 3 gems over, and immediately knew that they were for Frank. He took a look at the quality of these gems and immediately knew that these gems were not high-end things, and couldn't help asking. Let me see. Well, although the quality is not high, but it is still very suitable for an ordinary family. The old ninjutsu master looked at Xiao Ai, who was helping Mina pack her equipment, and whispered as he put all the gems into his sleeves. Fal immediately knew that the old ninjutsu master was going to prepare a few cursed props for self-defense for Xiao Ai, which was a very simple thing for Frank. However, since Xiao Ai was just an ordinary girl, the old ninjutsu master was actually very troubled about how to make her a little more ordinary and not arouse other people's suspicion. However, I didn't expect that you, as a sword master, would do such a thing of eating words and getting fat. The old ninjutsu master looked at Mina's body. There was still a trace of green aura on him. This kind of light may not exist for players, but for people like the old ninjutsu master, any trace of energy cannot escape his eyes. Actually, it's not eating words, after all, I added it when I saved Mina. Fal smiled. Then why don't you just give him a complete fighting spirit armor, and waste my precious chakra? The old ninjutsu master was puzzled by this, and did not mean to blame Fal for his own chakra being consumed. Fal could actually do this very secretly, anyway, no one in the sword domain could see it, but Fal did not do so, just added a thin layer of sword energy to Mina's vitals. Although this can protect Mina's vitals from fatal injuries, it cannot avoid physical damage. When you are young, it is a good thing to get more injured. Fal still smiled peacefully. Injured? Alas, a noble ninjutsu master actually learned to fight like a physical master. Alas, it is really shameful. There is no dignity as a ninjutsu master at all. The old ninjutsu master took a look at Mina's exposed equipment, which was not only tattered, but also covered with mud and grass leaves, and said very dissatisfiedly. He is a very orthodox ninjutsu master, and naturally has his own pride. Don't you want those things anymore? Fal saw Xiao Ai and Mina coming over, but there were still a lot of equipment on the ground behind him. There is no space, so we can only choose the best ones. Mina was helpless with the equipment on the ground. Stupid, don't you have ropes on you? Just pack them up. The old ninjutsu master pulled out a cane from somewhere and gave Mina a wake-up call. Good idea. Mina couldn't help but curse himself for being stupid, and ignored the damage on his head, and immediately turned back to pack the equipment. Hey, half of the equipment here is mine, do you understand? As for Fal's, you don't have to give it to him, he doesn't want it at all. The old ninjutsu master looked at the pile of equipment on Mina's back, and there was a light in his eyes that was unique to seeing gold coins. That's no problem, I'll change it into gold coins and give it to you. By the way, village chief Fal, this heavy sword is for you. Mina handed the golden equipment in the backpack to Fal. He didn't listen to the old ninjutsu master. Anyway, good things should be used by his own people first. Hehe, this sword is not suitable for my sword energy. It will be damaged if used too much. It's better for you to deal with it yourself. Fal took it and looked at it, then returned it to Mina. People can knock down half of the army with just one finger, and this sword can only become a burden. Boy, I have to tell you that a real master can never rely on these external things. Only yourself is the most reliable. Try to learn ninjutsu. You have the talent to be a ninjutsu master. I am very optimistic about you. The old ninjutsu master seems to have not forgotten that Mina did not do it as a ninjutsu master, but did the hand-to-hand combat that only physical and sword masters would do. I will. Mina responded to the two people's affairs with one sentence. Ah, it seems that it's not bad to come out and move occasionally. The old ninjutsu master looked at the surrounding scenery and the busy players, and his mood could not help but relax. Mizuna, who was walking behind, was pulled by Xiaoai and stopped immediately, but he did not turn around immediately. In fact, he was a little afraid to face Xiaoai, after all, she had such a thing because of him. For Xiaoai, Mizuna regarded her as a relative in this world. Because every time he saw Xiaoai, he always had a very kind feeling, exactly the same as Lin at the beginning. Even if she was virtual, this feeling was still so real that Mizuna had an impulse to protect Xiaoai forever. Mizuna took a deep breath, turned around and said to Xiaoai. I'm sorry. Chapter 96 Fal took action. I'm sorry. Xiao Ai also said at the same time. The two smiled at each other and understood each other's meaning. Then Mina took Xiao Ai's hand and followed Fal back to the village. However, the good mood of the four people only lasted for a short while, because when there were still 5 minutes left to the village, Fal's face changed. No, Fal's face was still so gentle, and there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. But his momentum changed, becoming like a strong wind, blowing Mina's heart unsteady. Mina glanced at Xiao Ai, she didn't feel anything, and still maintained an innocent expression as before. This is... Mina muttered in her heart, but seeing the old ninjutsu master look relaxed, Mina became more confused. However, this doubt was soon resolved, because Shui Nai had roughly known what happened. Regional channel, Shui Nai, get out of here. Such information was repeated every minute and echoed all around. However, this voice could only be heard by Shui Nai and other players. As for the fact that village chief Fal could sense their presence from such a distance, Shui Nai really didn't know how strong Fal was to have such an ability. President, they are behind. An assassin who was sneaking behind found a group of people behind him, and immediately reported to the president after taking a closer look. Fuck, what are they doing behind us? They made us wait for so long. 3 men and 1 woman, they are not doing that kind of thing. Shen Long actually said his unbearable guess in the guild channel, which caused a lot of players to laugh, but many people were very disgusted, but they could only say it in their hearts. But after hearing this, one person immediately came out of the guild in a hurry. The pile of equipment on Shui Na's back was very eye-catching, but no one dared to come out to ask for it, and no one dared to speak. Instead, they consciously made way for the four people to move forward. Fal did not pay attention to the people in front, as if they were just Qing Feng without a physical body, and led the three people straight to the village entrance. "You are an NPC, and you dare to snatch the player's equipment." Shenlong was furious when he saw the equipment and the news just received from the scene. Before, he thought Shui Na would be like last time, but it was too extreme. However, Fal and Xiao Ai, the old ninjutsu master, did not hear Shenlong's words. This is a setting of the system. They are the lives of this world, and the word NPC will not appear in their ears here. It's ridiculous. Are you really a president? You bring people out to cause trouble without even figuring out the matter. I really feel sad for your members. Shui Na said on the regional channel. Asshole, you dare to talk to our president like this? Someone spoke on behalf of Shenlong in the regional channel. As long as the president is a human, I can talk to him like this, and it's not your place to say anything about me. Mizuna didn't care about their plans anymore, and went into the village with Fal and the others. He still had to practice the fire bomb technique, and then complete the upgrade task, and prepare for the arena. He was very busy now. We can go back, but you must return all the equipment of unknown origin, otherwise, we will directly flatten this village. Please believe that we have the ability to do so. A player suddenly shouted loudly to the four people, which was obviously directed at the village chief Fal. Haha, you said you want to flatten our village. Fal glanced at the assassin who was ambushing at the entrance of the village, and turned around to say to the player who spoke. Those ambushing shuriken masters have already grasped the hidden weapons, and Fal and the old ninjutsu master can see that there is a trace of special light on those hidden weapons. These lights are very refined and restrained. They are some shuriken with chakra, and they are very advanced chakra shuriken. Humph, a big guild is going to kidnap an NPC to deal with a player. Are you really a big guild? Shui Nai was also angered by the player's words and said in the regional channel. A villain like you, your words are too unreliable, we won't believe it. Another player also said in the regional channel, and there were a group of players shouting in support behind him. Believe it or not, but what I want to say is that this is our players' business, please don't implicate these kind NPCs, otherwise the system will not let go of any player who violates the rules of the game. Your group of kidnapped people is a sample, otherwise their equipment would not appear in my hands. Shui Nai reminded these people that they might be instigated by Shenlong's words, but this is more because they don't know the origin of this matter. He doesn't want to offend so many players because of Shenlong. Kidnapping? Do you think anyone will believe it? Shenlong couldn't help but speak out. After all, even he didn't know that Yanlong would take this move at the beginning. Now that the matter has been exposed, he can only deny it. Humph, it's a waste of time to talk to you. If you want these equipment back, please pay enough money. Otherwise, I have the right to sell them to other players or guilds. Shui Na felt that Shenlong was basically not a person who could be talked to equally. If you dare to sell any equipment, I guarantee that you can only hide in the dark and breathe in the future. Shenlong said arrogantly. He now has that arrogant confidence because he has obtained a ninjutsu master's tomb, a tomb of an ancient ninjutsu master. The items and props inside can allow them to keep the guild at its peak at this stage. Wait until you can find me. Shui Na had just finished speaking when he suddenly saw Fal's figure appear in front of him, and at the same time, his right hand stretched forward, and a torrent of flames burst out in Fal's palm, but this torrent was obviously suppressed by something. Shui Na saw Fal wave his left hand forward at this time, a green trace flashed in the air, and 10 white lights lit up around him at the same time. You dare to attack the player? Shenlong's biggest advantage is that he believes that the NPCs of the good camp will not kill the players casually. Because generally speaking, NPCs can only take action when their lives are in danger, especially in the early stages of the player's growth, and powerful NPCs cannot kill players casually. Except for some specific plots, any good NPC who dares to kill a player in the good camp will be punished by the system and become an evil camp. At that time, he will be killed by all the players and NPCs in the good camp, and there is no possibility of turning back. Chapter 97 Forbidden Technique. However, from Fal's casual attitude just now, and seeing that there was no punishment from the system in the sky, Shenlong was a little panicked. Who else wants to take action in front of me? I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Fal's momentum completely broke out at this moment, and waves of pressure and air waves continued to hit the surrounding players, forcing them to retreat step by step. Even the assassin who was sneaking was forced out. Some players with bad tempers may have been angered by Fal's tone, and actually attacked Fal village chief against the air wave. Several highly skilled shuriken masters around Shenlong also shot chakra shurikens at Fal, intending to cooperate with these players who rushed up. More than a dozen chakra shurikens with different lights intertwined in the figure to create a gorgeous picture. More than a dozen shurikens hit the space in front of Fal at the same time, but these colorful chakra shurikens failed to break through the 1-foot space in front of Fal. I saw those crossbows fixed in the air, and the players who rushed up but had not had time to react rushed to the front of these shurikens. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of more than a dozen explosions accompanied by a mushroom explosion cloud more than 5 meters high stunned everyone around. No one would have thought that the power of these chakra shurikens would be so great. Mina was also lifted by the airwave of the explosion. After stabilizing Xiaoi's body, she immediately wanted to go over to see Fal's situation. Haha, ah. Shenlong's laughter appeared behind the explosion cloud, but from this sound, it was obvious that something went wrong. Everyone from the Dark Dragon Guild, stop and leave this village immediately. Tianlong's nervous voice appeared in the regional channel. The explosion cloud quickly dissipated, and there was no trace on Fal's body to prove that he was at the center of the explosion just now. However, Shenlong did not see the scene. Hello, I am the Vice President of the Dark Dragon Guild. I would like to make a solemn apology to you on behalf of our guild. At the same time, I am ashamed that our members would do such a thing. After Tianlong solved Shenlong, he immediately stepped forward and bowed to Fal, without any dissatisfaction or any humble taste. However, this statement made Shui Na feel a little awkward. Tianlong was clearly protecting the interests of his own guild. Apologize? I accept it, but from now on, your guild members are not welcome here. Please restrain your members, including your president. Fal returned to his usual gentleness, and turned back to the village after speaking calmly. Okay. Tianlong said to Fal's back, and then ignored the members' opinions on his killing of Shenlong just now, and just gestured to them to let everyone leave. Boss Tianlong, you killed the Shenlong president, will it be okay? Several old members who are familiar with Tianlong asked worriedly. It will be okay. Even if it is, it will not be more dangerous than establishing a sword master level enemy. Alas, Shenlong is too chaotic. If he can do half of what the former president did, I will be satisfied. Tianlong also responded in private chat. Now the Dark Shenlong Guild is carrying Shenlong's body back to the Elemental City. Even if the Dark Shenlong Guild keeps the news secret, it has spread among the guilds. Everyone knows that Shenlong brought a group of players to the novice village to seek revenge. The village chief named King Fengjian is so powerful. He has been hit by so many chakra shurikens without any injuries. It's incredible. An old member never thought that such a powerful NPC would appear in the early stage of the game, and would attack players. Don't underestimate this world. In this world, as long as the system is not shut down, then this world is real. These NPCs all have their own pasts and personalities. We can't ignore these NPCs just because we are players, otherwise we will die miserably. I see that King Fengjian attaches great importance to this novice village, so we can't plan to attack this village in the future. Tianlong's words are very heavy. For a professional player, it can be said that it is very undignified to succumb to a virtual NPC. We have to improve our strength now, and then we can step on the heads of these NPCs and become the overlord of this world. Tianlong suddenly said this in the guild channel, and some passionate players were even more excited when they heard it. Okay, we are the overlord. A burst of bold words broke out in the guild channel. Tianlong, hello, you actually dared to kill the president, it seems you want to rebel. Gilong saw Tianlong coming back bombard immediately. I didn't expect that you are just a loyal dog without a brain. I really don't know if you understand the gap between us and the Sword Saint now. Tianlong didn't look at Gilong, but just stared at Shenlong who was already sitting on the high seat. Even if all the people in the entire guild go out, I'm afraid we can only hurt him a little bit, and we will definitely be wiped out together with the guild. Do you understand this gap? Tianlong already knew the strength of the Sword Saint from the game introduction, which is definitely not comparable to the current players. Okay, I won't bother with you about today's matter, but if there is a next time, don't blame me for ignoring our old friendship. Shenlong knew that now was not the time to make trouble for Tianlong. After all, the guild was already very unstable now, and it couldn't fight internally at this time. Moreover, the gods had come down to earth and were openly confronting the Dark Dragon Guild. President, Bingfeng Tianxia has something important to discuss with us. Yanlong saw that Shenlong did not transfer his anger to himself, and immediately told everyone about Bingfeng Tianxia. What is it? Shenlong was just about to change the subject, so he immediately said. Bingfeng Tianxia is an old member of the Dark Dragon Guild. He is a guy who has a special liking for the blood limit ice release ninjutsu and is currently the top blood limit player in the Dark Dragon Guild. It's about this guy Mina. Yanlong looked at everyone in the conference room and after making sure there were no outsiders here, he said, I hope you won't reveal the news to the outside world, because this is about the development of forbidden techniques, which is very important to the guild. Since Bingfeng Tianxia is still trying to clear himself outside, Yanlong is here to represent him. Develop forbidden techniques. Shenlong, as a ninjutsu master, has never heard of this term. Yes, in fact, Bingfeng Tianxia is not very clear, but I believe you, President, also know that when he became an intermediate ninjutsu master, he completed a hidden mission. The Ninja Master Guild rewarded him with an ice escape blood limit and an intermediate ninjutsu skill, ice bullet technique. However, he practiced ice bullet technique to instantaneous release the next day, and the skill name was changed to ice crystal bullet, forbidden technique. We discussed it for a long time at that time. Yanlong combined Bingfeng Tianxia's words with his own information to make it easier for everyone present to understand. Chapter 98 Sword, Thunder, Flame, 3 Series Mastery. Could it be that the effect of this developed forbidden technique is to speed up the proficiency of ninjutsu? Tianlong guessed immediately. No, I heard from Bingfeng Tianxia that he practiced the water bullet technique to the limit of a junior ninjutsu master. Then he took the upgrade task. After he completed the upgrade task, when he used the ice bullet technique, he got a prompt from the system saying that the water bullet technique and the ice bullet technique were fused, and he also got the title of Ice Crystal Power. I will send the information of this ice crystal bullet to everyone, and you will understand it later. Yanlong said while sending the information to everyone in private chat. Hiss. Everyone took a breath, and they all had a thought in their minds, what a terrifying attribute bonus. What are the conditions for completing the fusion of forbidden techniques? Shenlong's eyes widened when he saw this information. Yanlong glanced at Shenlong's expression and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Master the basic ninjutsu, and then complete the intermediate upgrade task. The deadline is 1 month before the server is launched. These are the conditions summarized by Bingfeng Tianxia. Ah, why didn't Bingfeng Tianxia say it earlier? Why did he say it now? Shenlong rushed out and grabbed Yanlong's collar and shouted loudly when he saw these conditions. He said that he was afraid that spies from other guilds would know about it, so he kept it secret. Yanlong now secretly cursed Bingfeng Tianxia in his heart. No one knew whether what he said was true or false. In fact, this is not a secret. Recently, I often hear that in the headquarters of the Ninja Master Guild, there are several NPCs dressed as elite ninjas asking players to go back and practice their skills. Now many people should know about this, but it's hard to say how many people will practice. Tianlong ignored Shenlong's madness and immediately asked his subordinates to sort out a list of qualified ninjutsu masters. Okay, let's continue discussing Mizuna. If I'm not mistaken, Mizuna should have a good chance of obtaining the blood limit and completing the development of forbidden techniques. Tianlong ignored Shenlong, who was now a little depressed, and asked Yanlong directly. Yes, and he is proficient in the 3 systems of sword, thunder, and fire. Yanlong said unwillingly. Hiss. Another sound of gasping. No way, he has practiced all 3 elementary ninjutsu. Gilong is also a ninjutsu master, so he naturally knows that it is much more troublesome for a ninjutsu master to practice this proficiency than a physical master. The seal time and cooling time are too torturous. It is difficult to complete without a little patience. Probably not. My intelligence shows that Mizuna received the upgrade task the day before yesterday, and his flame bullet technique was also bought the day before yesterday, so I think he should be hiding in a corner to practice his skills now. Nguang immediately expressed his opinion. I think so too, so the topic we are going to discuss now is whether to stop being an enemy of Mina or to kill his growth potential now. But obviously the latter is very difficult, I suggest choosing the former. Tianlong also expressed his own opinion. Point. When Tianlong put forward his point of view, none of the people who were really related expressed their opinions. However, they did not express their opinions, but their people could express their opinions. This is impossible. Now everyone in the server knows that our guild and Mizuna are mortal enemies. If we give up the pursuit of him, it means that we have no ability to fight against him. For the sake of the guild's face, I firmly oppose it. Seeing that no one expressed their opinions, an assassin immediately spoke up, but obviously leaned towards the president and his party. This, I agree with it. After all, Mizuna is just a player. We don't need to be afraid of him. Another player of the ninjutsu profession also expressed his support for President Shenlong and his party. Although the president and his party did not say a word, you can see from their expressions that what they said was heard in their hearts. Well, forget it, but I hope I can form a ninjutsu corps. Now the importance of ninjutsu is obviously higher than other professions. We can't fall behind. Tianlong saw that he could not change their will, so he had to make such a suggestion to strengthen the guild. Hey, Tianlong, your profession is an assassination magician, why do you want to form a ninjutsu magician corps? Yanlong naturally thought that Tianlong wanted to build his own power to fight against Shenlong. Our guild now needs a ninjutsu magician corps, and I suggest that we also form a physical magician corps and an assassination magician corps. This may lose the diversity of combat compared to mixed groups, and the survival rate is not high, but the same professions are gathered together, which has a good advantage in scheduling and allocation. After all, different professions have different characteristics. If they are mixed, they may lose these characteristics. Tianlong roughly said his plan in one breath. Well, I will give you the task of forming a ninjutsu magician corps now. Nguang, you are responsible for the assassination magician corps, and Yanlong, you are responsible for the physical magician corps. At the same time, you'd better refine the group you are responsible for, such as dividing the assassination magicians into combat or pursuit types, so that you can make full use of the characteristics of various players. Shenlong thought about it and put forward some more in-depth opinions. Tianlong glanced at Nguang meaningfully. He just saw the eye contact between Shenlong and Nguang. Under this eye contact, they must have had a private chat. Okay, then I will go and arrange the development of forbidden techniques in the guild now. Tianlong ignored Shenlong's opinion and went out directly. President, why do you want Tianlong to be in charge of the ninjutsu master corps? Dilong asked puzzledly. Both he and the demon dragon in the guild are more suitable than him. Nguang, you tell me. It's like this. From Tianlong's various performances, he is very concerned about the development of the guild, so he should have his own ideas to make this suggestion. I think it's better to wait and see his performance. And his suggestion is very good. It can make a team condensed. As long as it is properly arranged, it can make up for the problem of insufficient survival. Nguang is very interested in Tianlong's plan. So, you mean that we don't care enough about the development of the guild? Dilong suddenly asked. Nguang cursed this brainless guy in his heart. He couldn't see how this person could be the vice president. No, I don't think so, but please don't forget that Tianlong is much older than us. His views are more far-sighted than ours at certain times, and his experience can make up for some of our shortcomings. Tianlong finished his words carefully. He couldn't offend the person in front of him now, but he didn't want to get too far away from Tianlong. Chapter 99 Making Ice Crystal Sword. Okay, that's all for today. Now we should plan how to solve the problem of Mina. Now there are only 8 days left in the first month of the server opening, so we must grasp it well. Shenlong didn't want to see his own people fighting among themselves. If there was to be an internal fight, he had to get rid of the outsiders first. Please leave this issue too. Yanlong didn't finish his words, and Nguang suddenly interrupted him, which made him angry. President, Shui Nai is now in the elemental city, and is still with Tianhuo, who is a descendant of the gods. Judging from the people who are descending from the gods, they are buying equipment from Shui Nai. Nguang immediately compared the information from the informant with the information he collected, and immediately figured out the problem. Nguang, what's going on? Why did Shui Nai suddenly appear in the elemental city? Shenlong remembered that someone was guarding the novice village, but only discovered it when people came to the elemental city. I don't know about this, because there is no information from the novice village. Nguang also admired Shui Nai's elusive whereabouts and could not figure out his movements at all. Then where is he now? Let's take people to see. I don't believe that the group of people who are descending from the gods have the courage to complete the transaction in front of me. Shenlong immediately stood up and was about to go out. President, no need. Nguang complained in his heart, their deal has been completed, and they have separated now. Besides, there is a level 60 NPC guard following behind Mina, and our assassins dare not follow too closely. What level 60 NPC guard? Why can he order a NPC to move, NPC? Shenlong immediately thought of the scene when Shui Nai took a level 60 guard shopping. That was so impressive. This may be the credit of the village chief Qing Fengjian. And according to the report from his subordinates, it was this NPC who carried a pile of equipment to the elemental city. Nguang did not expect that such an obvious NPC was not discovered by his own people. This is too unusual. Humph, it's that dead village chief again. In a few months, I will definitely bring people to destroy his village. Shenlong said sullenly. However, Nguang still remembered Tianlong's previous discussion, and immediately sent people to follow Shui Nai, and ordered to kill him immediately if there was a chance, and not to give him a chance to grow. Back to Shui Nai was worried about how to deal with these equipment at the beginning, but he immediately decided to do it once and for all, and sold all the equipment to Tian Shen. Anyway, the hatred with the Dark Dragon Guild has been getting deeper and deeper, and it doesn't matter if there are more enemies. After borrowing a guard named an ER from the village chief, Shui Nai and an ER crossed the forest and came directly to the gate of the elemental city. After that, he successfully completed the transaction with Tianhuo. Shui Nai learned from Tianhuo that now their guilds have unlimited demand for high-level equipment, especially those with colors. So the Yanlong's equipment alone was sold for more than 300 gold coins. In fact, Tianhuo also expressed his intention to buy the power gems, rings and necklaces that Yanlong exploded from Shui Nai, but Shui Nai kept them because they were useful to him. After all, these rings, gems and necklaces are rarely restricted by professions, and the explosion rate is not high. It can be said that the infinite colored or white ones are still very popular. After handing all the useless equipment to the people behind Tianhuo, Shui Nai took more than 500 gold coins and talked with Tianhuo for a while. From the conversation, Shui Nai knew that the reason why the unscrupulous profiteers preferred to put all the good equipment in the auction house before was that they didn't want to provoke these guilds. After all, good equipment is easy to make people jealous. If you get the best equipment for a guild, you will probably be targeted by other hostile guilds, and then it will be miserable. After that, Mina gave the simple inner 10 gold coins as a reward, and then took the happy inner to visit the elemental city and replenished the things in the backpack. I'm back. Mina pushed open the wooden door of the old ninjutsu master's workshop and walked in. You dealt with the equipment so quickly. The old ninjutsu master closed the book and sat up straight. Yes. Mina piled 250 gold coins on the workbench. This is yours. Ha, ha, you are too polite. The old ninjutsu master said with a smile while sweeping all the gold coins on the table into the drawer with his indescribable hand speed. Mina just smiled and watched the old ninjutsu master's actions. Oh, it seems that you still have something to do. Tell me, I'm in a good mood today. Let's see if I can help you. The old ninjutsu master glanced at the drawer with lingering interest. Hey, it's like this, I want to ask you, do these two things, should I say equipment, have a shelf life? Mina took out the ice crystal sword and ice shield from the backpack and asked. These are my last few masterpieces, so there is no shelf life. Don't worry, as long as the durability is not used up, it will not break. The old ninjutsu master stroked them and said. Really? Mina was overjoyed when she heard it. Now Mina saw that the durability was more than 8,000, which could be used for a long time. By the way, this ice crystal sword is so powerful, what kind of ninjutsu is it, can I learn it? Of course, but this is just a change of ice escape, which belongs to the blood limit, I can't teach you, when the opportunity comes, you can naturally do it. The words of the old ninjutsu master interrupted Mina's thoughts. Players cannot reach the level of NPCs in some aspects, such as blood limit. Then can you help me make a prop that can make such an ice crystal sword? Mina immediately remembered that the old ninjutsu master was also a master of making, and couldn't help asking anxiously. A weapon that a ninjutsu master can use is too important to him. This is okay, but I can't guarantee the quality, and that kind of thing has a lot of restrictions. I'm afraid you don't like it. The old ninjutsu master thought for a while before saying. It doesn't matter, as long as it can be used. Anyway, I just use it for self-defense and don't count on it. Then there is no problem, then you just find a hilt material and an ice chakra gem. Can it be done now? Mina asked immediately. I already have the materials you want. Mina saw that the old ninjutsu master was a little slow to react, and said immediately. Take it out. The old ninjutsu master originally thought that he could take a break, but he didn't expect Mina to be so anxious. Well, this is a high-grade wild boar tusk, and it is not a waste to use it as a hilt, but the quality of this ice crystal stone is too low, and the things made from it may have quality problems. Are you sure you want to do it? Chapter 100 Sealing Array. Yes, anyway, let's try it first and then find something else. Go find Fal and let him deal with this tusk. First, cut the tusk into the shape of a hilt, and then I'll teach you the next step. The old ninjutsu master handed the wrist-sized tusk to Fal. Fal took a look and waved his hand without thinking, and the tusk broke into 2 pieces. Then a burst of green light surrounded the root section, and cracking sounds continued to come from it. After a while, the light disappeared, leaving a ground of powder and a hilt that was as white as a gem. From the size of the hilt, it is a one-handed sword, and it is very small. The sword head, hilt, and sword guard, handguard, are made very delicately, and there are several circles of anti-slip patterns on the hilt. Okay, now you will engrave the seal array in the middle of the sword guard. The old ninjutsu master handed a seal array design to Fal, make one on both sides, and the chakra guideline of this seal array should be aligned with the direction of the sword body. Yes, the chakra guideline should be extended. At the same time, pay attention to the uniformity when engraving, so that the chakra gems can be uniform and the sword body can be more stable. The old ninjutsu master explained while guiding Fal's movements. Okay, now there are only a few steps left. Fal, grind this ice crystal stone into powder. The old ninjutsu master handed the ice crystal stone to Fal. No, use mine, it's useless for me to keep it anyway. Village chief Fal took out an ice chakra gem from his body. This is not good. Mina said aloud, the color of this gem is much purer than Mina's. It's okay. He has become a sword master. There is no point in keeping these external objects. The old ninjutsu master put away Mina's ice crystal stone, then looked at Fal and said, don't be too overbearing with your chakra, otherwise it will destroy the elemental power of the gem. Fal crushed the gem with his hands and put the gem powder in a small dish. Alas, it's a pity. If I did it all, the effect of this gem could be 100%. Now it's probably less than 80% effective. The old ninjutsu master said when he saw Fal collect all the gem powder in the small dish. Then, Mina was anxious. This old ninjutsu master didn't say it earlier or later, and waited until the gem became powder before saying it. Look at you, although this gem is better than yours, it's just that little. It's like farting if it's gone. You're making a fuss. The old ninjutsu master evenly smeared the number of powders on the engraved seal array with a special pen until one side of the seal array was completely filled. The seal array filled with powder actually emitted blue fluorescence under the guidance of the old ninjutsu master's ice chakra, and slowly merged into one, just like a pattern growing on the hilt of a sword. After that, the old ninjutsu master did the same treatment on the other side. Is it all right? Mina couldn't help asking when she saw the old ninjutsu master looking at the hilt in his hand with an admiring eye. No, there is one more step. I am now checking if there is anything missing. The old ninjutsu master looked at it seriously. In fact, it is very simple to carve a seal array, as long as you don't carve it wrong. But when filling the gem powder, it must be filled evenly, otherwise there will be a problem of chakra flow blockage, which will affect the stability of the seal array. After filling, immediately use the sealing technique to transform the gem powder into crystals again, so that the ice chakra can be sealed in it, and finally add a crystal core with corresponding properties as a supplier of ice chakra. The old ninjutsu master said as he took out a blue crystal core that was about the same size as a gem and had sharp edges from his body. This is... Mizuna had never heard of the term crystal core. Taken from the body of a monster, it is the source of the monster's chakra ability, but only a few of the monster's crystal cores will remain in their original state after death. The old ninjutsu master asked Fal to cut off the 2 corners of the crystal core, and then melted the crystal core into the center of the 2 sealing arrays. The 2 blue crystal-like sealing arrays had a little more blue eye in the center. Finally, the old ninjutsu master asked Fal to hit the remaining crystal core body into the sword guard between the 2 sealing arrays. This position happened to be the endpoint of the chakra guideline of the sealing array. Well, not bad, better than expected. The old ninjutsu master touched the protruding crystal core at the top of the sword guard. This protruding crystal core was like a shrunken sword body. Try it. The old ninjutsu master threw the ice crystal sword to Mizuna, and Mizuna caught it in a hurry. Item: Ice crystal sword, special item. Special equipment for ninjutsu masters. Usage level: none. Weight: 15. Item description: this is an ice escape short-range ninjutsu item specially made for ninjutsu masters. Item effect: using chakra can activate a sword with a durability of 500 and frost power. After hitting the opponent, it can produce a freezing effect. Each activation consumes 1 point of chakra. Item effect: damage plus 30, freezing damage plus 50, can produce freezing effect. With a ding sound, a sword appeared on the hilt of the ice crystal sword in Mina's hand. 125 cm long ice crystal sword. When Mina saw the sword extended, she couldn't help but test the power of the ice crystal sword with her hands. A damage appeared on Mina's head. Although it was not as powerful as the previous ice crystal sword, it was better in that it could be used infinitely and could be reactivated after being broken. If it weren't for the gem of Foul, I'm afraid the things I made could only deal with ninjutsu masters, and they would be useless against leather armor. Although this ice crystal sword can't deal with the metal armor of the physical master, it can still cut down 1 or 2 assassins. The old ninjutsu master briefly introduced it. Does the sealing array have to use these crystal cores? Mina played with the ice crystal sword for a while, familiarized herself with the steps of use, and then put it away. No, if the material you use to carve the sealing array is good, you can use it directly without the crystal core. The gem is used to form a chakra circuit, and the crystal core is only used as an energy source. If you have other energy sources, you don't need it. The old ninjutsu master explained. By the way, try to avoid a heat-in fight with this ice crystal sword. If the seal array collapses, then this ice crystal sword will be useless. The old ninjutsu master reminded Mizuna. Understood, I will be careful. Meow, meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry sounded in the old ninjutsu master's workshop. The old ninjutsu master and Foul looked at each other. They didn't feel any creature approaching just now. For them, this was very unusual. Mizuna saw the black cat jump on her body and scratch around, and immediately understood what it meant.